So it's a stun.
Yeah,
Okay.
right.
Very similar to a fault line stun.
Oh, there's
Exactly.
Tarek. Tarek's using Thrash. Tarek's using Thrash.
Look at him go!
Oh my goodness.
And there he went.
He hit somebody. I think Vela is detained right now. How long does that last?
It lasts 5 seconds.
So they got away. So that's relatively short. I mean, in comparison
Not
to
too
like
bad.
a lockdown.
Yeah, lockdown I believe is 10 seconds, so
Yeah.
about half the time. You just have to follow up.
Dog,
on it.
5 seconds feels like an eternity when you're just sitting there. Detained. Like nothing you can do.
True, but also wait. Can
Let
you
it-
pick up Thrash?
You can.
What?
You can. The only difference is you can only do it once.
Okay.
Thrash gets tired a little bit easier.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're not talking about 7 ults in a round.
No,
like
7
Dizzy.
ults in a round.
But
No,
that's
no.
still 2 ults in a round.
That's 2 ults
That
in
is
a
still
round.
a lot. That is
Yeah.
still a lot.
That's like Jet getting refreshes, essentially, for knives. Except it's detained. I mean, Team FRT is literally playing close plant right now. Oh, the defuse. Oh, my God.
Yeah, please try it.
Do
Please
it, do
try
it,
it.
do it,
Please
do
try
it.
it.
Where's the vision? He can't get vision of
Oh,
the bomb.
he can't see it.
There it goes.
Yeah, go get him, buddy.
So what happened?
Oh,
The pull.
no! Poor guy.
And just to be clear, we heard a defuse noise there from Wingman trying to defuse.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. So, yeah. So the way that Astro, you know, when he gets pulled off the ball, the spike, as long as he's off the bomb site, he will stop defusing.
Yep.
And so he has to stay within the actual site itself to defuse the spike.
So it's essentially like a regular player trying to defuse there, for the most part.
right. Yeah.
That's, I mean, okay, somebody got to sub in for Pincata. Doug, like, this is starting to get uneven right now.
Oh my gosh, he's 13 and 5.
Yeah.
I saw him today. He was feeling really good. He was feeling good.
I mean, how could he not with everybody literally rooting for him so hard in this arena?
That's got to feel pretty good to get an ace in front of a crowd like this, huh? Bala, that's just like you in your Boomerangs League, right? Same vibes? All right. Oh,
There you go.
Did he
That's
hit?
a hit.
oh,
they're
Cena
getting
and the
Harbor Sun.
Reckoning? Bro,
There we
Cena's
go.
so dead. Oh, that was the goop.
There's the goop.
So that's supposed to be like a flash, right?
Yeah, so it obfuscates your screen, kind of like adds, you know, doesn't let you see towards
Sure.
the center. But
Sure.
what it does is it kind of gives you your peripherals, and that way you can kind of maneuver a little bit easier,
Yeah.
and you kind of know where you're going, and you can kind of hide from folks pushing you.
I think Tarek's team may be in trouble again. Even though Mimi's up,
Here
she's
comes
going to have to
Thrash.
1v5. Oh, it didn't hit?
It did not hit, no.
Oh,
right,
they
so-
picked it back up there, by the way.
Yeah, I think they farmed that twice. Explain this to me, though. So how does Thrash work? Does he have a fixed distance where he runs and then he pops? Can you pop it early? Can you lunge kind of like
Yeah,
a Skydog? How does that work?
Yeah, so as your Thrash kind of swimming through, left click forces you to lunge, and
Okay.
you kind of do your attack.
Yep.
In the air, you can left click again after a small delay and kind of explode early. Otherwise, if you hit a player, a 6-meter explosion happens. So it's pretty decent size, you know.
So you can hit multiple people.
You can hit multiple people.
That's like a cubby size, right?
Yeah, cubby size. I say
Roughly?
like
Sure.
I think if you were to kind of throw into be here, anyone within that little the stairs area,
Okay.
would get hit.
Got you. Reclaiming Dizzy. Oh,
तेरे को लगता है वेबकैम
these
नीचे
players
लगाना
are
पड़ेगा रे
nasty.
Yeah.
I was literally expecting to come into this and be like, okay, let's have some fun, get some wingman plants. Okay, FRT.
Cened's the only one with a gun here. And he's making it work. Oh my gosh, he's going.
हेड लगाऊं
So
क्या
Getsu is literally trying to get back up towards Vela right now with the door.
He's got a shorty.
Ooh.
Oh, he's got a shorty.
Huge
Oh,
cascade.
Mimi. Oh, no. Oh.
पे लगाऊं मैं
Just ridiculous.
What a round by Sirmata.
All right, Ryan, we have some time. I'm going to get to pick your brain in a way I've always wanted to, but I've never been able to,
Let's do it.
right? How can you talk me through some of the iterations of what Gecko has gone through? Give me like the most broken state that you guys had Gecko in at one point.
Well, the reclaims had no cooldowns. You know?
Oh my gosh.
They, you know,
Yeah, that'll do it.
That's a good starting point.
And
starting point.
with any of these, you know, we always test a bunch of the sizes. We like to, it's like maybe try the most extreme size, or we go crazy. They
Sure.
say we go crazy, and then start tuning it down to
Sure.
what is the version
Yeah,
where
बहुत बीच में
it just
लगाया
does
ना।
nothing.
Yeah.
Right? And so if you can find nothing, and if you can find extreme, you know that there's a middle that works.
Somewhere in
Right,
between there, yeah.
Somewhere the universe would work, yeah.
Oh, they're in Mosh right now.
He's going to get another. Oh, my gosh.
Tarek, okay.
Yeah. He's heating up.
Coming to the live.
Yeah, one of the exciting things I want to see, we kind of saw it a little bit there, is when we start to see, like, you know, similar to what Raze has with that nade. Oh, wait, they're actually popping out here. You can't touch Cena with that op, though.
You were saying about the similarities.
Right. So, so you have the Raze nade C's combo from Fade.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful combo on Lotus. You can do something very similar, right? And even if you have both, you can really clear that back area and take some space. It's really great for taking space, and I think Fade's one of the ones that I like playing with Gecko.
So, like, just visually, it looks similar to a Viper Snakebite, right? A Viper Molly.
Yeah.
Is it damage over time, or is it more, because usually initiators don't have that except for shock darts. It's like
Right.
instant damage, but it's not damage over time. How does it work?
Yeah, so Mosh kind of grows and then starts to charge up. It works a little bit like Chaos Fragment, where it gives you a little bit of time and then starts exploding.
Okay.
The big difference is the explosions happen all at the end. So after 3 seconds, charges up, Mosh gets angry.
And it's just one
Boom.
pop. Just
Yeah,
one pop.
150
Okay.
in the center, yep.
150 in the center. So you're right. Something
Wait,
with like
that's
a
a one-tap.
C's,
It's
right? Like a C's mosh pit combo.
It's
Instant kill.
deadly. yeah.
क्या है बे?
They're starting to learn how to use Wingman to
नहीं चल
clear
रहा।
space. Like, to use it as a boom bot, essentially.
Right, yeah. One of our hopes was that Gecko would be, you know, a lot more approachable and kind of like it's a low barrier
That's
to entry.
true. Right off the
Yeah.
rip. That's
Right,
true.
yeah.
More approachable.
But we still wanted to keep a lot of that like learnability and that high mastery. So I think we landed in a pretty good spot, but we'll have to see.
So far, it looks like it. I mean, I definitely see improvements in how they're using the ability so far. Within 11 rounds, so.
These executes are beautiful, by the way.
Yeah, it's just going to be a 5v5.
This
Guys,
FRT.
practice? Did we give them scrim time? Like, this is ridiculous.
I think this is like one of the first or second times they've played the game. This with this team.
Yeah.
Oh bye.
So lockdown again from Mimi. You saw how dangerous that was last time, but the ult comes out.
अरे
from Bella.
आराम से भाई आराम से.
Look at how far back Sugetsu's playing as well. He's just able to cut off and he rotates in.
Offer भागेगा बे.
No
मालूम है.
wingman shenanigans here.
Yeah,
फिर भी
go
बढ़िया.
get him.
Ooh, double
Take
knives
over.
pop.
Yes.
Anime
Oh,
battle.
nothing? SK Rossi gets the best?
That was a tough angle to play, so
Yeah, it was.
Go.
I'll give it to him. That's good for FRT's team. They were starting to look like they might let Tarek come on a comeback, but no, they have 3 partnered players on their team right now.
All right, Tarek has his ult again, too. Want to see if they do anything fun with it. You know, you mentioned, Ryan, you mentioned some of the synergy with Fade. Was there anything else as you guys were developing Gecko that stood out as far as like agent synergy or, you know, some cool stuff like that?
Yeah, we found, you know, I think you can kind of see it here. We were talking to them, but some of the Harbor Wingman stuff was very good. Double Initiator. One of the things we were saying as a group was, you know, he's going to operate as a single.
there's
Oh, here's
Thrash again.
Thrash. Let's just see Thrash here.
They just broke it, so
Yeah.
nothing happened. Actually, no, it looks like one player got detained.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was tough to tell.
ओ भाई सभी जन खटाना ही
With that ult no longer in line, I don't know that Tarek can get to a place where he can pick the orb up again, but he
Yeah.
does have Dizzy. So I wonder, I mean, it's not really, you don't get the same like pop flash, right, out of a smoke or anything like that. It's just a little delayed.
It's a little delay.
You see his reaction?
No.
I did.
Oh my goodness.
Calling this 1v4 is tough.
Round 12,
बहुत
gotta go
hard
for
है
it.
All right,
Let's see it.
all right. SK Rossi
बे.
down.
को मारा बे.
Now
don't
with the
know.
Tag, now with the flank.
Yeah, man. I don't know that we're going to get the same antics that we got at, like, Pangada's ult.
Yeah.
Or Ace, excuse me. I don't think we're going to get something like that again, unfortunately. Although CNET is quietly 13-8.
Oh my god.
I mean, he's doing his thing.
He's farming.
Yeah, Pankata here, 19-7.
We are actually going to throw it down to the desks, have them break down all the Gecko stuff that they saw. Yinsu, what'd you think? Broken? Under strength? What do you think?
I think a little bit broken, but I feel like the game is a lot closer than the scoreline dictates.
Yeah, I think it is. And for me on the new agent, I feel like this is going to be insane in ranked when it comes out for the first time. Not sure about pro play yet, but
Yeah.
I think people are going to have so much fun with his abilities.
I disagree. I feel like this isn't close at all. I feel like this is actually more. I feel like this score line should have been further apart because I just feel like after those initial 2 rounds, Team Derek have just been getting ripped apart.
What Gecko ability you were most excited about? Let's check in and see the results. I voted for Wingman, and his overwhelming majority Wingman as well. Mimi, we so nearly saw some great moments, but it just kind of fell apart in the end.
Yeah, you saw it started off on the pistol round there, where like they try and do the wingman plant into the cove, but immediately they got shut down. I think Team Tarek identified, okay, we have one goal, it's to get rid of wingman. But still, there was a lot of cool stuff seen throughout. I loved watching the teams kind of adapt to how to use Dizzy.
Yeah, there's been a lot of great repeated use. And I mean, one of the craziest things is just hearing Ryan talk about how many times you can get that in a round.
7?
We've set up to 7 times. We've also seen a double thrash ult coming through here. So it's been a pretty wild.
Akash, hi bro, hi, welcome to the stream, bro.
What you can do, the boundaries that you can push with Gecko, it's going to be fascinating to watch.
I mean, like that early round that we just saw there, where you're able to send out Dizzy to clear the first corner, and then you get yourself into the site with either Thrash or with Wingman. Also, the ability to diffuse, and with it's just there's so much cool stuff that you can do with this guy.
Well, I actually have a question for you, Ryan, as I throw this back to you. If Wingman is diffusing and the Gecko player dies, does Wingman also die, or does he just carry on diffusing? I haven't seen it yet, but Ryan, I want to know.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan, that's a very fair question. I'll give you the floor to answer what Yinsu was prodding at.
Yeah. So, yeah, Yinsu, if Wingman is planting or diffusing and Gecko dies, Wingman keeps going. He keeps going.
He keeps going.
Yes, keeps going.
So, not only do you have to kill Gecko, but then you have to take care of Wingman as well.
Right. In the 1v1 scenarios, if Wingman's all alone,
yeah,
he gets a little scared and he dies. So if it's ever a 1v1 and he's
scared,
he
this
gets
is
scared
so
and wants to
adorable,
go
bro.
back
Poor guy.
Yeah, he gets a little too scared and dies, but that's only if he's a lost
Oh,
alive.
they tried to grab well with the mosh pit there.
That would have been sick.
I think they're listening to us. They have us on comms. They heard what we're trying to do.
Bella, that was nasty. Just double shock CNET.
I do hope we get to see, though, I mean, just how strong Mosh Pit is. Because, I mean, we can hear it and go, okay, instant kill, whatever, but seeing it is an entirely different story.
Right. I really love what Paula's doing here. So the Sky is kind of, they're helping Tarek with the reclaim on these. You have a lot of support. You have Omen, you have Jet to kind of take the angles, and Sky to really piggyback a lot of that initiator utility to get these reclaims.
Yeah. Which, again, you know, we were kind of alluding to it earlier, but it really feels like Gecko's built in such a way that players are rewarded for taking space that they have occupied with utility beforehand, right?
Right.
So his signature is Dizzy, right?
His signature is Dizzy.
Okay, so Tarek right now has the spike and has Wingman.
Right now has Wingman.
So let's see it.
Okay, new
If you
character
don't
Wingman.
pick up the orb, what's the cooldown on Dizzy, for example?
You don't get it back?
You don't get it back.
You don't get it back, yeah.
Here it goes. So
Does he have the spike?
Does he? Yes.
Oh my gosh.
And here it goes.
Look at him go.
Don't do it!
Come on! We just want to see the little guy succeed once.
Oh, bye.
That's just not fair.
I like the pinch idea though.
1v1.
From Team
or it's
Tarek.
1v3, excuse me.
Oh,
Oh no! Oh no! No!
Go, Paula!
I think that was a katana too.
Oh, it hurts.
Oh, bye.
Good sportsmanship though. Pulls out the knife.
Yeah, that's true.
Pulls
That
out
was
the
true.
knife.
That's very good
Good
point.
shooting.
I think that was going to be an easy 1v3 for Paula, so they had to.
Yeah, true, actually. You had to nerf somehow.
Right.
It's only fair.
She's, Team FRT's like, please knife, please.
Please, we want the knife, please.
So how does that mechanic actually work? Like planting? Is it a bind? Are you clicking? What are you aiming at?
Yeah, so there's 2 commands here for Wingman. Left says go find some friends. Right click is plant the spike. So only knows 2 things. And look at, so now here they're protecting Wingman with a couple things. Smoke here, Dizzy to kind of protect the plant. And here it is.
He did it! Let's go! Once he plants the spike, he's done, right?
He's done, goes to sleep. You can wake him up again in 10 seconds.
I mean, it's well-earned rest. Poor little guy.
Yeah, I really love the iteration, too, of how they're taking B. I think we were talking about earlier, like, B's tough to take, tough to get the plant sometimes in, but FRT.
Oh, no.
Thank you, Tarek. Thank you, Tarek.
Yeah, sorry, continue.
Yeah, so the iteration, throwing the smokes down, really protecting Wingman and helping them in, allows you to kind of flex how you play it. Like we saw the first time, sent it in by itself, all 5 played out. The second time they did it, sent a bunch of smokes in and played with it, Dizzy to protect. And here it is, you see again.
लाइक करो गाइस और चैनल पे जो भी नए सब्सक्राइब करो भाई.
Because of the Cove?
Right, the Cove, yeah.
Would you prefer Harbor or Sage to synergize with this agent?
We played both.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, we've been really liking Sage or Harbor on Icebox. It's been really fun. I know, like, some of those, oh my God. So I'm a Sheriff fan, and that was gorgeous. I became speechless for just a sec here.
Hey, let me ask you this. As far as Dizzy goes, so, all right, you throw out Dizzy, right, and you tag somebody on the other team.
Right.
Do they show up on the minimap?
They do not.
Do you have any sort of confirmation that you have flashed somebody or gooped somebody?
Yeah, so you will see, you will hear the audio that it fired.
Okay.
And sometimes you'll hear how many it fired. But the big difference is you kind of have to put your body on the line to really see where Dizzy shot.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you won't be able to see where it went.
So you'll get some confirmation that it happened, but no real idea where. Look at him go again.
There you go.
Look at him go again.
And the spike is down. Thank you, Wingman.
I appreciate Tarek being a man of the people and helping us out here.
That's 2 in a row. All 3 rounds, too, he tried it.
Yep.
Right.
This might be another round win for him. Paulo! The Wingman fakes are going off in my mind right now. That's twice that they've tried to flank because Wingman has taken so much attention against the plant. That is a cool idea.
Yeah. And FRT here has Thrash. Curious to see what he does with this.
I think, especially like with like a fade or something like that, with some noise obscuring, or maybe like an Omen ult, like obscuring the minimap, just some sort of information denial paired with Wingman planting could be real dangerous.
So they're going to try to get aggressive here. Here comes the mosh pit.
Mosh, oh, this is going to work!
Oh, gravity wave!
No!
Almost got him.
So, but that entire time, it didn't do any damage.
It did not do any damage.
Does it slow? Does it vulnerable? Does it anything?
Nope, just
nothing at all.
It makes a really big zone, which is a little different from some of our mollies. So it's huge zone. 3 seconds, you don't get out, you die. Tarek's failed himself.
Yeah, he is. No Thrash this round either from FRT, unlucky, but Tarek does.
One of the things we started seeing as we were doing, again, these play tests was the reclaim on Thrash started to play really well for attack in a way that felt really good, where, if you use it for the take, grab Thrash after the spike's down, you can use it again for post plant. So it has a lot of strength on the attack, where you might see some weakness on the defense, but on the attack, it's great. It's great for being able to do both.
I'm also curious, just like, there's feels like 2 different identities with the agent. There's what feels like 3 information abilities, right? With Wingman as a drone, with the flash from Dizzy, and then with the Thrash as well, which is essentially just a drone in and of itself, right? So that's 3 information abilities, and then there's the plant. That feels dissonant and distant objectives, if that makes any sense.
Right. Yeah, a lot of as far as kind of like the reconnaissance that we have on Gecko, a lot of it is, it's high risk to get that recon, or you really have to be out there with Dizzy to see the information, and same with Wingman.
Yeah.
And what we wanted to achieve with this was more that if they were to see somebody, or if they shot someone, it's really clear what to do next, and so you're able to really work with your teammates in these games.
We just saw, I mean, some insane team play. Actually, they used the Sky Dog on the right side, the Trailblazer, and then they use the
He's doing it.
wingman on the other
Ultimate क्या
side.
करेगा बे?
He's waiting the 5 seconds here for the plant. Oh, no, it didn't. A lot of ultimates online here.
Yeah, I mean, an infinite amount, it feels like. Especially double detain potentially here.
Right, right.
The lockdown and the thrash. It's a flash.
He's going again. I want to see the ult used. Oh, no, you didn't expect that.
Beautiful sheriff shot by FRT.
Flash over the top, a little cheeky. They just can't find a way in, man.
Yeah, I mean, they all
just
funneled
can't
through
find a way.
spawn, so,
Yeah. So
even with Tarek just sending it into spawn, that's kind of easy.
you know, I was just thinking earlier. I said something about how Dizzy really doesn't have the same pop out of a smoke mechanic, but technically, I mean, if you time it right, because I'm assuming there's a wind-up period right after you throw him where he cannot flash, right? But once he hits past that time window, he can pop whenever. So if you hit the timing right out of a smoke, it's an instant.
Right, yeah, so it's the same as some of our other flashes where it's half a second, but there's a wind up and then it becomes active. Once it's
Sure.
active, it starts to scan, half a second, it fires.
Got it.
So you can technically do similar things like a pop flash.
Yeah.
It's really strong out of smokes. You saw there right over, and you can kind of like hide because it can get shot in the wind up. So you hide the wind up and it's
And then
active
pops.
coming out of the smoke, right.
That's very dope. Go get him, little buddy. All right, what was the inspiration to the little buddies? Why little guys?
I think we wanted to create something or kind of really push that thematic of.
I'm sorry, what just happened? Sorry, you can continue,
You just
but I think you
wallbanged
just wallbanged him.
No, that was insane.
So the thematic of
Yeah, sorry.
Wait, can he spam that?
Can you spam this?
Oh, he tried.
That was a nice try. Wow, Team Tarek's feeling it.
yeah, I mean that was a number of ridiculous things that just happened right in a row. So I
No, yeah. We'll
Yeah.
pick this up in a moment.
Absolutely.
FRT is ult. I mean, they're even adorable when he's holding them.
oh, jeez, Spike's not down, so this is tough for them to work with.
Pat Caddis said, hold that. Oh, I got this.
Paula's got some room, though. Paula's got some room.
Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
no.
Ah, there you go.
All right, so yeah, talk to me about the intention, the thought behind the little guys.
I think we wanted to create some type of incentive to
Ayo,
really
क्या था बे?
want to
Fish है
grab
एकदम से।
something. Like, let's say if it was like scrap on the ground, like you might want to leave it there, right? So something that's like, hey, that's my wingman. Like, I'm not just gonna leave you there, bud. You know, like you
So
pick it up and go.
You intentionally are making us
क्या
emotionally
मारा वो
invested
आपसे,
in these little guys so that we'll go pick them back up again.
Yeah, I think that's the hope.
I think just the visual of Wingman with the spike on top of their head,
Yeah.
running forward, squishing
Yep.
with the noise is going to captivate people.
The sound is so good.
वो भाई
You're
रोशनी
seeing here
बढ़िया
again,
स्पेयर है
taking that staging
हाथ
space,
पे
that
अभी।
this little mound area,
Ross,
able to pick it up pretty safely here.
all the smack.
Oh.
Paula had the read.
Oh. Unlucky.
बढ़िया बे एक को तो मारा
And they didn't really get away with like Tarek reclaiming there. They stay on the entire time. Like once they fall, once they get used, they stay down the entire time. There's no disappearing time or anything like that.
Oh, this combination's fantastic. He threw the wingman in.
Oh.
They have about 10 seconds, and then it's 20 seconds before they expire.
Okay.
Oh, so they do expire if you
They
don't
do
pick them up
expire,
quickly
yep.
enough.
Yep.
Okay.
That was such a beautiful play. The Thrash going in to protect wingman. It's always cool to see Dizzy protecting wingman or
Yeah,
Thrash protecting
yeah,
wingman,
yeah.
you know. And when you're reclaiming these globules,
Oh no.
this flank is
Oh,
insane.
the defuse! The
He's gonna
defuse!
get it!
Oh, Tarek is on it!
Oh,
Oh my goodness.
that could have been awesome. I was excited too.
Oh, the diffuse.
I mean, imagine we got one of those. I was
भाई वो
thinking to
plant
myself,
भी कर सकता है और
especially
defuse भी कर
as
सकता है रे।
you were talking to Brennan, Josh, there's no way. If it can be taken down, how much HP? 100 HP or something?
100
like that?
HP, yeah.
Yeah, there's no way that the defuse is ever going to happen.
Right.
Right.
That feels very unlikely. Did you have it often in playtests?
We did. So what you notice here, though, was we had to start really protecting the diffuse. And I think
Yeah.
Canada did a great job of putting that smoke down, popping it as it started diffusing. I think Tarek just knew what was happening there and got the read, but that was a beautiful play.
Oh, they did it preemptively this time.
Get out!
I like that they're committing to this attempt.
I mean, it's just one of the main ways to take that space on Lotus. So use the tools you got. I think Wingman or Gecko definitely has the ability to do the same type of thing.
Right. So he cast Dizzy to take the space, another Dizzy to take the site, and here comes the plant attempt. Protects the plant with Mosh Pit, and here we go.
Nice.
Just denies that space entirely, and also you have to leave that mosh pit no matter what.
Right.
After a certain point in time, you can't just stay in it. Oh, Tarek wants a knife.
Knife
Come on,
me.
Sugetsu. Come on, Sugetsu.
Showing off the Oni here.
It was all a
They're
ruse,
feeling it.
bro.
They're feeling it.
They trolled them.
I love that A play, actually. You know, they played to control a lot of space on the take,
Yep.
and they were able to plant it in a way where they were able to cover it. I thought that was a great play.
And they also don't take the risk, right, to walk into what will be further crossfires from the defending side.
Right, yeah.
Like, especially if you take tree or anything like that, go through the rotating door. Like, you
Right.
have to take more space in that case.
Right, and you know, if you can get that that spike plant down, you know,
Like करो guys, और
if you
channel
can
पे
get
जो भी
Wingman
नए
to
subscribe
get the
करो
spike
भाई.
down, you are 5 guns up, right, as
Yep.
opposed to the 4.
And Dart getting a little bit of info here. He's just picking up right where he left
वो
off.
भाई smoke पे क्या मारा है उसने?
Does this feel like we've had more smoke spam kills than any other tournament before, Bala?
Oh, in the overall tournament?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Including the show match.
Yes.
This is just silly.
Check PCs, check PCs.
Oh, you checked that, right?
Oh, that was almost so close for her to peek with the flash. The Dizzy. Does that flash your teammates? Because
It does not. So as it's scanning, yeah, that's one of the great things about it is it scans, and although you can shoot it to kind of mitigate all 5 getting shot compared to some other flashes like that,
That was so
Right.
cool.
that's exactly it. Yeah, you push in with your team, you're able to kind of follow Dizzy in and really
Yeah.
like, take that ground.
Oh, and even the sky flash to conceal and to keep Dizzy alive was
Right,
very
yeah.
cool.
and you can't. It didn't look like that was in line of sight. I think that was behind him, and
Oh,
it still
no.
gooped him.
Well played.
I mean, wow. We've gone from FRT kind of stomping in the first half to all of a sudden having a close game in the show.
A hell of a game, yeah.
With Gecko involved, this is crazy. This is what I was talking about, or what you were talking about, Doug. The flash concealing, and he was looking at him. Okay. I'm really curious how playing against and what the counterplay is to
Right.
avoid getting flashed, because you're going to have that multiple, especially in coordinated play.
Yeah.
Maybe not in ranked, but in coordinated play, you're going to have to deal with that multiple times in a round.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, so one of the biggest trade-offs, though, is if you shoot Dizzy dies, none of the rockets go off, right? So compared to some of our other flashes or screen obfuscation,
Yo, that might have been it. Boy, they've got money.
yeah, sorry. So I was saying,
But yeah,
also gets it with
crossfire
great round. You love to see that. The double controller popping off, you know.
It's just what happens
Yeah.
with guys like this.
Yeah, so I was saying, yeah, the big trade-off here is, you know, as you throw Dizzy, if it gets shot, it mitigates the whole effect.
Sure.
As opposed to something like Sky, where if you pop it, there's nothing you can really do. You kind of
Yeah.
turn it or run away.
Yeah.
So if let's say one person turns it, you can't turn the other person's screen, your
Right.
teammate's team.
Right.
They get flashed, you don't. So
Yeah,
it's
well
like
done.
singular, almost like
Sure.
isolated counterplay versus this, where you can hit it to stop it from teammates. Oh, look at this combo.
They invested a lot.
If someone was there, that would have been beautiful.
Let me ask you, if Dizzy is behind you and pops and you don't see it, like it's directly behind you, will it still goop you?
It will, yeah.
Okay.
So if it's behind you, it will shoot you.
Ult used. Cena dancing around the reckoning with the blades, and he's not able to find anything. This may be it for Team Tarek, man.
Yeah, I don't see a way out of this.
No, dude, they had a crazy comeback,
Seekers?
but I mean,
I'm saying it's 12-12.
Oh,
I think we're
no
going 12.
shot, bro.
2v5, let's get it.
No shot.
I'm thinking. Oh, Paula definitely.
1v5?
1v5.
1v5?
Let her win it.
This would be, yeah, extend the match.
Oh, they're going for the knife, yes! She has a
Oh,
chance!
gosh. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Knife. Oh,
Look at Pancata in the back, just op-angled.
he's just waiting. He's way too disciplined for antics like this.
At this point, this is Gladiator. Send one person at a time.
Yeah. Dude, she's going to do it. Don't do the shorty. No, please not the
Around
shorty.
the corner. Here you go.
The shorty. No, I can't watch.
Paula takes this.
I can't watch.
Just spray the smoke.
Look at him. He's smirking. He knows. No. Don't push the smoke. Don't push the smoke. There's a shorty on the other side. Oh, she's. Oh, no.
What a game. That was awesome. That was so awesome.
That was so cool. I mean, just moments like that, but getting the first chance to see the Asian too.
Yeah.
What a good time. And I think we got like a good, that was like some games, especially like sometimes I've been part of like free agent previews and stuff like that. You get the first game, it's like, nah, nobody really knows how to use the agent.
Yeah.
These guys knew. We got some good insight.
We got some strats. We got the double controller strat, trying to really protect Wingman. Looks like we knew what they were trying to do there. And you had the Tarek's offensive group really trying to take that space. So, pretty cool. It was really, really awesome.
That was a lot of fun. They picked up on it very well, very quickly. Again, a dope comeback, but Pancata dropped 30, bro. He dropped the 30 bomb.
I talked to Pancata. He said, I'm not going to lose on that stage twice. He's like, I need to take this one. I'm taking this home. So, you know, he showed it. He showed he wanted it.
That's why he pulled out the shoulder. That's why he did it.
Yeah, he showed he wanted it for sure.
Unlucky. But yeah, FRT winning the very first VCT show match.
Yeah, very
Dope.
cool.
In front of a packed out crowd.
Need to do more of them.
Yeah, more stuff like
more of
this. Yep.
And I think everybody's starting to get hyped for the next match, the main event here.
Yeah, this was a warm-up. It was a good warm-up. It was an appetizer.
Yeah, this is unreal. This crowd is booming. This crowd is booming.
Now,
It is
Ryan, let me ask you this. We just saw Gecko in a full map. Everyone's very excited. Everyone wants to play with these, you know, little buddies and see how adorable it is and whatnot.
Yep.
When will players get their hands on this guy?
If all goes all well, it's going to be next Tuesday.
Next Tuesday. Oh,
Right.
baby.
It's
Y'all
coming
won't
up.
have to wait very long.
That is.
Yep, it releases with 604.
Yeah. Lot to be excited about. Dang, that coop really is. It's hard to work around.
It is. You can maneuver, so you're able to kind of see where you're going. You're able to kind of see, like, how do I sidestep? How do I get out of the situation?
Yeah.
It's a lot easier, and it lasts less than some of our flashes. So I think it's about like half a second less.
Sure.
With the
I can't wait to.
but yeah.
I just can't wait to get on Twitter after this and see the reactions. I bet you they're going to be so polarized. There's going to be people who are like, oh my God, that's crazy. I can't believe they put in this game. And the other side's going to be like, oh my goodness, how can you use this? It's so cute, but my goodness.
I love that ultimate.
Yeah, the ultimate's dope. The ultimate's very
लाइक
dope.
करो गाइस और चैनल पे जो भी नए हैं भाई सब्सक्राइब करो.
This was such a fun thing to go through.
Yeah, the dizzy out of the smokes. It's strong. I'm telling you, it's strong. Here it is.
You hit the timing right? Yeah.
Oh.
Dude, she had a run at it too, man. She was close.
Yeah.
Very unlucky. But again, Gecko, we've seen him on stage now. Bala, initial thoughts. Strong, too strong? What is your take?
I think it's nice little middle ground.
Yeah?
I think in the lower ranks, maybe it'll be fun and strong. Higher ranks, maybe a little weaker, but
Sure.
I think just a good agent overall. This is like one of those agents that I just have to smile.
Yeah,
with it.
it's adorable. Congratulations
Yes.
on debuting, Gecko, and thank you
Absolutely.
so much for letting us join you
Thanks
on
for
your
hanging.
desk. We're going to throw it down for an interview.
के भाई अभी होगा ना भाई. ये वन तो हो गया भाई. सिर्फ वार्म अप के लिए रखे थे. The crowd cheering go for Wingman. big this? Oh bye. Oh. Good for me. वो विंगमैन भाई विंगमैन नेक्स्ट रोल प्ले करेगा भाई अभी हम प्लांट के लिए फेज तो इतना खुश फेज जो एजेंट खेल रहे होंगे ना तो बहुत खुश रहेंगे फेज को जाके प्लांट करना पड़ा क्योंकि वैसे ही प्लांट करने में कितने सारे जन मरते प्लांट से आराम से प्लांट हो जाए साइड में है बंदे भी तो उसको मार देंगे ना तब पता चल जाएगा हाँ एक और बंदा है साइड useful I think stage player like me sort of big relief अभी 1 मिनट है बे अभी चले agent is just looks so funny. I can't wait to be absolute trash playing him. Tell Sakanda this. That's it. Exactly what I. Much fun. कल पूरा मजा आएगा भाई आप लोग लाइक ही नहीं कर रहे हो भाई 0 लाइक है आ रहे हो देख रहे हो जा रहे हो भाई लाइक करो गाइस तो जो भी नए हैं ना सब्सक्राइब करके जाओ भाई बहुत हेल्प हो
Welcome back. We've got a winner's interview for you, and unfortunately, I hate to do this to you, bro. There's a loser's interview as well. Wait, I do need just very quickly, I'm going to give you the floor because you just won. Chirp off a little bit. Give him a little trash talk. Let him know.
Yo, I told you I would win. I told you, bruh.
Feels bad. It feels bad, but you know, it was a fun time, and that's what matters the most.
Hell yeah.
And we got to show the new agent,
Hell
so
yeah.
that was dope. I love it.
What a good opportunity ahead of the finals here. What did you guys think? Just first impressions overall. Tarek, you can start.
I think it's really cool. I think he's actually overpowered. I don't know if we did a good job of showcasing it, but I think as time progresses, we're going to see what he's actually potential, or his actual potential. So I'm excited to see what the community comes up with.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the same feeling as him. It's like amazing. Everything is crazy. The game was, you know, but it's fine. In the end, we had fun. Yeah. Everybody was smiling, so I guess, yeah, we loved it.
Oh yeah.
Very quickly, I want to give you a little love because you were so committed to having Wingman plant and defuse the spike. And we just, as for the content, we appreciate it.
Yes, I was very committed as well. I remember one time, I think it was on pistol, he was trying to plan. I jumped on him and I died for it. Yeah, it's really cute, and I think just the mechanic is so creative, so props to the devs.
How long did it take you to figure out his tech and his abilities?
Actually, I knew what he did before because the dev showed me. But the thing is, they knew we would throw the little guy there, and they jumped into the little guy.
I jumped at the little guy.
I was like, okay, let me do this. I'm planning the spike. They pissed around, and I throw the little guy, threw the little guy, and then everybody was jumping the orb. It's like crazy. I tried. At least I tried.
Good shot, though.
Yeah.
I want to know about Thrash because that thing looks really good. With the opening able to lock down people, was that a significant, was it easy to dodge? Was there anything that was tough to use with it?
Yeah, I actually didn't get to utilize the ult as well, but it's pretty powerful because it's AoE, and on top of that, you can pick it up after you throw it once, which is kind of ridiculous. So I think my prediction is there's a nerf coming in like the next 6 months to this guy because he is juiced up. He's juiced up. Trust me, I know it might not look like it, but he's juiced up.
Yeah, the first time I saw that guy, the pick it up stuff that you control your like flash, stun, and ult. You can pick your ult as well. It's crazy.
So good.
His mechanic is crazy.
He seemed like a lot of fun. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Sorry. I hate it. We had fun, though.
It's okay. I've done a lot of these loser interviews. It's not a good thing, but it happens.
It was a ton of fun. Friends, we have the moment you've all been waiting for. The grand finals here at VCT Lock-In. But before we get there, we have a special announcement for all of you at home. Enjoy.
In 2023, the VCT is more global than ever. From the loud, dazzling streets of São Paulo to the neon-lit skyscrapers of Tokyo, all these roads lead to one city, where superstars are born. The only place we could have held Valorant Champions 2023, Los Angeles.
These hallowed halls have been home to some of the biggest names in entertainment and sport. From Kendrick Lamar to Rihanna, a million magic moments. This is where legends, no, champions are made. Welcome to the Kia Forum. It's been 7 years since Riot hosted a championship in our own backyard, and what better way to usher in the new era of the VCT than with a house party?
You know, Brazil knows how to throw a good party too.
You know what, Leo? You had your chance at a hometown show. Now, it's my turn.
Fair enough. Well, lucky for you, the entire tournament will take place right here in Los Angeles, beginning at the Shrine Expo Hall.
From August 6th to August 20th, the 16 best teams in the world will battle it out for a chance to make it all the way here, our biggest finals venue yet.
Then, on August 24 to August 26, we'll close out the 2023 VCT season with the crowning of a new Valorant World Champion right here at the Kia Forum. Home to Hollywood.
Home to champions.
We'll see you here in Los Angeles this summer for Valorant Champions 2023.
बढ़िया भाई क्या दिख रहे
Well, you just heard the big news. Champions is coming to LA this August. For more on that announcement, Gecko and many more, I am joined by Leo and Anna. Welcome to the desk. It's great to have you guys here. I've never been to LA. I'm really, really excited about this. Anna, but why LA? You know, this is the first time we're heading there for Valorant in a major international tournament.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're finally in a position where we actually can host an event in LA. And I think, you know, with Riot's headquarters being in LA and a lot of us being from LA, maybe, you know, we were really excited to bring an event there, and it's been really hard to keep that maybe not quite a secret, but as much of a secret as we could for this long.
Well, let me say, first of all, it's just incredible to be here. I can barely hear myself with the crowd.
Oh my God, it's so incredible.
But we are so excited to go to LA. We've been for the past 2 years. We brought our events mostly to EMEA for a number of reasons. And this year is all about bringing Valorant to other places around the world. We're going to now São Paulo, of course, then Tokyo. And LA just felt like the perfect choice. It's the capital of entertainment of the world. The community in LA is amazing, so we're really, really excited to be in LA.
And the forum as well. You guys were like inside the actual venue in that video.
We were.
Yeah, tell me about the choice of venue.
Okay, look, so I don't know how they chose the venue. Maybe Leo knows how they chose the venue. What I'm going to say is I went to my very first concert as a teenager at the Forum. And when we got to record that video, walking into that place and feeling like I don't know, it's like dreams come true in this moment.
Who did you see? Who did you see?
I've seen so many bands there. I've seen U2, Weezer, Death Cab, Depeche Mode, Elton John, Muse, like just a million, so many.
I've seen my favorite band of all time multiple times, the Foo Fighters over there. And you know, we were just geeking out. We're just geeking out the whole time filming that video. So.
I will say, you guys are kind of bringing up bands, singers, you know, in the past champions, we've had some songs, we've had some spectacles. Like, are we going to expect that as well from this tournament?
I mean, yeah, you go ahead.
I just want to say, Champions is supposed to be the biggest moment of the year. That's where we pull all the stops. It's always supposed to be a spectacle for every Valorant player. So it's going to be a big fest. It's going to be a celebration.
Yeah, yeah. And we're definitely thinking about Champs every year as like a moment for the entire community to celebrate all things Valorant. So yes, obviously the esport, but also just everything going on in the game. So I think you'll see what we've been able to pull off in Sao Paulo, but even bigger and better at Champs.
Oh, I'm looking forward to the song. I'm going to take that as confirmation.
We are also looking forward to it.
Oh, okay. Well, you guys mentioned Sao Paulo as well, and Leo, I know this is a big moment for you. Now you've experienced the desk, the venue, the crowd. What do you make of this event?
Look, while we don't write the scripts, having Loud in the finals really helps because the crowd is insane, but it's just really nice to be here. We've been looking to come to Brazil for a while now. It's really special. The community is incredible. The energy in this venue right now is just amazing. So we're super, super happy to be here. And now I'm looking forward to the grand finals match.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. We get to go to your home turf soon, but yeah, Anna, what do you make of this away venue?
I mean, this is like getting me so hyped for LA, but I mean, I think this has been one of the, we've had a lot of amazing host cities so far, but this has been just an absolutely incredible host city. We've been here for what, about a month now, and just it's such amazing energy in this room, and it's going to be ridiculous as soon as we go to the games.
Oh yeah, when Loud walk out, it's going to be crazy, and I'm assuming you're backing them to lift the trophy, surely?
Look, I cannot be biased, you know, but I think it wouldn't be bad if they win in front of their home crowd. I'll say that.
Okay.
The Fnatic's looking really strong, so
Anna,
we'll
help me out, help me out.
I mean, you know I love you, Yinsu. I want to see both Striker.
Yes! Okay, I'm Team Anna all the way.
But don't tell this crowd, because they will literally murder me.
It's all good. Thank you so much, Anna and Leo, for joining me.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you for the announcement,
Absolutely.
and I cannot wait for the next events. But I'm getting ahead of myself because we still have a grand final best of 5 between Loud and Fnatic. We're going to take a quick break here, but don't go anywhere because you definitely don't want to miss this.
हाँ बे द फॉर्म वेन्यू लुक बढ़िया भाई क्या क्या कर रहे हैं लोग लाउडी जीतेगा नहीं भाई फेनेटिक आज हारेगा मेरा सपोर्ट है लाउड जीते out. ट्रिप करेंगे छोटा सी चैंपियन क्या है भाई बैठे रहेंगे क्या क्लिक the win is Storm Torture Crowd. Okay. All the way एक मिनट है भाई टाइम 1 मिनट तक वेट करना पड़ेगा फिर एंट्रो होगा शायद क्या एंट्रो हो चुका है तो नहीं मालूम लेट हो चुकी है हो सकता है कांटे की मुकाबला होगा भाई FNC हम मजेदार थे वो वाइट वॉश क्या है देखेंगे आज क्या पूरा लास्ट तक लेके जाएंगे लगी है ऐसे फाइनल हो ऐड हो गए तो बोर हो जाएंगे तो तरफ एक राउंड पे ऐसा जीतना अभी ये जीते अभी और सेकंड एक एक बार भी नहीं जीता हे लेट्स गो
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Lock-In. We are finally here. Today is our grand final, a best-of-5 between the winners of our two brackets, Alphas, Loud, and Omegas, Fnatic. I am Dash. Joining me on the desk today, it's Mimi, Achilleos, and Bala to break down all of the action. This arena is packed to the brim. The showcase, a show match already delivered, and now we're just hoping our best-of-5 does the same, Bala.
You know, it's funny because I felt like up there when I was casting the show match, we got a little taste of what the crowd is going to deliver, but we know how much louder it's going to be once the players take the stage and once we get into that map.
3x the decibels, at least. We've already seen so many incredible matches here over the past few weeks, so many memorable plays and clutches. Before we get into today's matchup, I wanted to ask the desk to relive a few of those top moments from throughout the tournament. So, Bala, I'm coming right back to you to kick us off. What was your favorite moment from Lock-In so far?
I think just continuing with the crowd theme, right? It was when Loud beat DRX, when they took to grand finals, because it was just such an electric moment. I mean, literally, as soon as RB whiffed these shots, sorry, Seth, as soon as RB whiffed these shots, Loud took the last 2 kills. It was crazy in here. It was just such an electric atmosphere. You could tell everybody was so happy.
It just meant so much.
There's such a chance here for a Brazilian team to take the crown on their home soil.
Look at that. I mean, so well deserved. The entire crowd behind them. My favorite moment of Lock-In was you making Seth relive that moment. Seth, what about you, buddy? What have you brought to the table?
Surprisingly, it's not a DRX moment here because I'm still a little bit scarred from the things that Bala just brought up. But it's actually the series between EDG and 100 Thieves because it was one of the most hyped ones that we had had up until we got into the semifinals. EDG, especially on this final map of Pearl, were pushing 100 Thieves to the very limit. It did. I mean, it took everything. Stellar being able to spray through the smoke, finding 2 kills to be able to get them back into this one, to be able to take this map, get into overtime, and then run it from there. EDG put up a hell of a show. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they and 100 Thieves can do in the future events.
An incredible series, to say the least. Mimi, what'd you bring to the table for us?
I want to narrow down to one specific moment. This also kind of centers around the crowd, but it was King when he won his 1v2 and he stood up and had that moment where he just like embraced the crowd in what he was able to do. Again, this is kind of a taste of, I think, what we can expect today. I'm sure there will be some insane individual moments, and I'm sure that the players will be popping off, just kind of feasting in the moment of being in front of the crowd, as King did here.
And when it comes to personalities popping off in front of the crowd, I feel like we got lucky with the 2 squads that we have taking to the stage today. Plenty of players who would be willing to take opportunities like this to show off, to throw that smack talk across the stage to their opponents.
I mean, especially the likes of Boaster. I'm expecting to see if he's got some crazy moments. He's going to be standing up, he's going to be receiving those boos, and he's just going to be thriving in it. So I'm excited to see what happens.
Before we break it all down, let's take a look back at how we got here. for Loud, it's been a fight. After a 3-map overtime banger against their old foes at NRG, they had to go all the way to map 5 to take down DRX.
It was such a close game here. It was incredible that Loud was able to come back because they started off, looked incredible map 1 and 2, but DRX did what they do best, made it a comeback, made it look possible. And then we got to map number 5, we got to Ascent, and Loud, they did not crumble. They proved that despite being tested so heavily by DRX, that they can still come back, come up with new ideas, and close out a close series like that under the pressure of this insane crowd.
And for a team with 2 rookies on it, essentially the two players that came in, they're the guys who actually made the clutches against NRG happen. They're the guys who led the charge again to stop DRX from coming back. Yep. It's those things that are so impressive with Loud.
Now, Achilles, on the other side, you've got Fnatic, right? Always the bridesmaid, never the bride. Choke Fnatic, they've heard it all before, but this revamped squad here has had a perfect run so far in Sao Paulo. Yesterday, they delivered a 3-0 over Navi.
And this was something that we had never really anticipated. I mean, across the board on the desk, we were all expecting Navi to be able to take that. Myself, Mimi, Hypoc, it just felt like Navi weren't able to find their footing whatsoever. Not sure if it was an off day or if it was Fnatic really just kicking them off the back of their heels. They're completely on the ground the whole way through, whereas Fnatic never really gave them much options or many chances. 2 close maps, 1 blowout, and of course that blowout was on Navi's map pick. Fnatic just looked fierce.
To me, it just felt like Fnatic being incredible. That was the moment we expected them to crumble. That was the moment we expect them to fall flat. And it was probably one of the most dominant games that they've played this entire tournament against Navi of all squads. I mean, Fnatic really is the EMEA super team.
They're making people double, think and rethink their predictions coming into today, I'm sure, with that performance that they had yesterday. Another really important note coming into this grand final. No matter who wins today, we will have our first ever 2-time champions in Valorant.
We've been hunting for this for so long. Every single tournament we think, okay, the defending champions have a chance to do it again. Are they going to be doing it because they look so good winning the tournament? But there's so much turmoil in terms of teams going into the next tournament. So to see 100% getting a second trophy for 1 player in Chronicle or 3 players in Aspas, Sadak, and Les is just incredible.
It's pretty cool to know that regardless of what happens, we're going to witness history today. Let's talk more about Loud, the hometown favorites. They're coming into this grand final as returning champions, but with a slightly different lineup.
Yeah, Loud does have the chance here to find the first ever back-to-back in Valorant history, but I think it's made even more impressive because this is not the Loud from last year. This is a Loud that came in, picked up 2 new rookies that most people doubted would even be able to match what the former players on this squad could do, but they've been able to not only break through that expectation, but make it to another grand final in front of their home crowd, and now for the first time ever, it could be an organization winning 2 in a row.
Run it back. Now I'm just hoping that we get a Phoenix on one of the maps.
We've had every agent played at the event. Reina was the last one to make it through, so hey, you never really know, especially when you have a good amount of tape at this point. You're in the grand final. Both teams have been able to study each other. Maybe something like that Phoenix throwing a curveball. That play was not intended. Maybe it could happen.
Put the kibosh on it before it even happens. Ball, if we're going to start working through individuals on that Loud roster, you start with none other than Sadak.
Yeah, I think you have to, because this is the guy who rebuilt this team, right? He lost 2 star players, 2 players who you really expected to have a say in this team in this year that continues, and he's just insane. He's IGLing and he's still fragging at the same time. He even took up some duelist roles this time.
I mean, remember the turmoil that happened when everyone found out that the Loud squad that won champions wasn't going to be staying together. Everyone said, oh, that's it, this org is done. Yep. They lost Sasi, they lost Pancada, that was 2 of their best players. Sadak's just big jelly. He's like, I don't care. I've got these rookies. I'm going to train them up. I'm going to make sure that this works. And so far, it is looking great.
And so much of 2022 Loud's storyline around building up that roster was we have Sadak, we have Sasi, you have the coach Bazooka. But this roster was just Sadak as the leader, having to rebuild, find new talent, and form something new. He's been able to do that, something that I don't think any other IGL has been able to do at the same level.
Achilles, it's going to be Sadak making the calls. It's going to be Aspas looking for the duels, though. Will he pop off today? That's one of the big questions.
He had a really rocky start in the first couple series, versus NRG especially, a little bit of a slow beginning, but then the guy just has been building steam, and then from the outset against TRX, he was crushing. If he has another hot start like this, then by God, they could be looking at a 2-0 start against Fnatic right off the bat in this set, because Aspas was absolutely tearing DRX apart initially.
Yeah, that he was. And this guy is the big match player of all big match players. in the grand final of Champions 2022. This guy is what pushed Loud over the line to win that. And here again, he's coming back into the fray, putting up similar numbers, has a fantastic team behind him again, and it feels like Osbos is on the verge of repeating history.
All right, Ball, let's move on to the other side of the matchup. Fnatic, a team that hasn't been to the grand final in quite some time.
Feels like almost 2 years at this point.
Exactly,
and
2 years.
Having another chance is great for them because I think a lot of people finally, when we saw the roster get put together, we thought this is a chance. This is a chance for Boaster and Durka to finally do it again. They've had opportunities where they looked like the best team in EMEA, but they just weren't able to make it through. So for them to have this opportunity is huge for them.
It was Masters Reykjavik the first time they found themselves with the opportunity to take a title, ended in tragedy, 3-0 defeat to Sentinels. But there's a weird amount of poetry going on here with their own run at Sao Paulo.
Yeah, I mean, still to this day, Sentinels, the only team, this original iteration of the roster, the only team that has made it into a grand final and taken a trophy without dropping a single map. Fnatic could do that today. I think it's very challenging, but I think rather than replacing the immaculate run, they just be happy to get the trophy itself.
Yeah, and for the core of this team, the guys that were playing on that Reykjavik stage, Durka, Boaster, their coach Mini, this means so much to them because over the last 2 years, since that happened, they have been through 5 different main roster players, have been trying to find the right mix. But here at Lock-In, it seems like they have the perfect recipe. Pick up a star-studded duo in the offseason of Leo and Chronicle, keep the great strategy and ideas that you've always had, and it's just working, Ball.
Yeah, and I think as well, something that's super impressive is Fnatic has gone through pressure stages multiple times. They've beaten Sentinels, crowd favorite. They've beaten Furia, crowd favorite. Then they go up and they face Na'Vi as well, and it's just ridiculous what these guys are able to do because that was the narrative coming into this. How are they going to maintain and go up against the pressure? I think the super team has helped Boaster and Durka do that flawlessly.
Trying to do to Loud what's been done to them. Let's talk, though, about what...
Lock-In is that they've stuck to what they know, which is coming up with really good ideas and having fantastic game plans. For example, you look at their Fracture, they're really trying to optimize things.
क्या दिक्कत है भाई?
Grabbing orbs constantly to have these really cool set plays around ultimates, always buying half armor. They've always
have seen Durka starting off really hot. Then when he moves over to something like the Raze, he's widely playing entry. He's still gaining it. Information for his team, but he's not putting up the same kind of figures. But when he is on that jet, especially,
yeah, maybe we won't get that today, but Durka is on pace.
Today on the grand final stage. We only got about a minute or so left before we get down there, so it's time to put it all on the line. Predictions from the three of you down the line. Mimi, I'm starting with you. Who takes it today?
I know that this is Loud's home crowd, and I know they have a lot of advantages going into this one, but I have to predict Fnatic. It seems like they are unstoppable right now. 3-0ing Na'Vi yesterday convinced me.
Okay, Fnatic call over here. Seth, who are you going with?
I'm going to differentiate. I'm going to go for Loud here, honestly, and that's because I was browsing Reddit. There's a nice little post there. And it turns out that the team that has eliminated an All Riot event since 2014, the team that has eliminated Cloud9, has then gone on to lose to the inevitable winner of the
this
tournament.
man put his predictions in the hands of Fnatic. What you got? What you got?
Fnatic, and I think this one is probably the toughest match to predict the entire time, but I'm going to go with them for specific reasons. Their adaptability, they've already played up to the pressure. I think they can take Loud with the home crowd still here, and Boaster's going to lift the trophy.
Couple converts from yesterday's series, but we do have a split destiny today, which tells me we've got a great matchup ahead of us. It's time to get the match started. 30 teams have fallen, and after this best of 5, only one will remain. Today, we get our champion. It's Loud versus Fnatic. The Lock-In Grand Final starts right now.
Yes, bye, yes. Let's go.
Loud have done it! What can't this squad do?
Cara, nunca senti isso na minha vida. O que me imaginaria numa final assim tão rápido.
A 3-0 for Fnatic. Stunned. Every day since then, we've been clawing and trying our best to make it back to that.
And the pursuit of greatness persists for Fnatic. And now an opportunity to be the first team ever to lift 2 trophies in Valorant.
Eu sinto que eu nasci para isso.
It started out with 32 teams. And now it's down to 2.
Loud, they're the favorites, but we're coming to win. This time, we'll try to end it.
Fnatic ain't here to mess around. We're here to play.
Eu quero deixar o Sadak orgulhoso.
Eu tô aqui pra ser um exemplo.
अरे यार ऐसे टाइम पे हो जाता है बे
Que esse exemplo vai
In favor of Fnatic. Bolster with 2, Bolster with 3.
तू अटक जा भाई हाँ तू अटके ही रहना
Istanbul from Althea. So we're gonna have to return the favor.
Essa é pro Brasil, rapaziada.
Faz o N e vamos para essa final.
ऐसा देख के लगता है Fnatic ही जीतेगा अरे बाबा कितना अटकता है Oh my
looking for the back-to-back. Fnatic with the second chance. It all comes down to this. 3 map wins stand between our teams and being crowned king here on the stage in Sao Paulo. And there is no preparing yourself for the biggest crowd in Valorant LAN history.
And it is so fun to see not only the players on Loud play to the crowd, but also the crowd to be ruthless in their approach to how Fnatic walk on. Outbeer 17 years old, they give the most boos out of anybody.
Fnatic has played in front of big crowds before, but this is something different. This crowd does not want them to win a round. It is so heavily swayed in the favor of Loud, and for them, it would mean the world to win here in Sao Paulo.
I mean, the swings in volume in this arena, depending on how the rounds are going, depending on how the maps are going, is going to be completely and utterly stark.
Yeah.
1 round taken by Fnatic, a singular kill, and this place can be silent in a moment. Loud are looking to prevent that. They want to crank it up to 11.
Not that I would suggest this, but I'm pretty sure you could watch this series with your eyes closed and you'd still know the way it's going based on the crowd noise. We're diving into the map. Vito's Bala, I'm coming to you first as we wait for the reveals.
Yeah, I'm super interested to see what Loud Vito here. It should be Haven. They've not been playing this map. And also, Fnatic should be sticking to Pearl. I think that's such a big advantage for them throughout their entire tournament. Every single team has been relying on Pearl, Loud included with that Harbor Viper comp. That's a big advantage.
It is, and both these teams will ban away their opponent's strongest map in one way. Haven out for Fnatic, Pearl out for the side of Loud. We head to Ascent as our first pick here. Loud, this is interesting to see them choosing into this one so early into the series. I almost expect them to maybe try and show something special in the Lotus, something they cooked up, but not to be. Fnatic go fracture the second.
That they do. I mean, just fresh off a victory. This was the final map of the series just yesterday versus Na'Vi. Granted, it was a little bit closer, 13-11. They're able to get that win. They're still feeling confident in the fracture pick. And
a double duelist for both sides, and I really don't know how those
Big question about what Loud wants to play there. Map number 5, we will land on Icebox. Fnatic, historically one of their best maps, but here at this tournament, we've seen Loud come out with that Harbor composition and look fantastic there. I think Fnatic is super happy that even though Icebox has historically been one of their best, this is the place where they had Harbor Viper. This is the place where Loud can lean into the strengths that they've been working on all tournament long. So we start with Ascent where they get that Viper, but we still don't get that Harbor. It's a little weird because, like I said, they're getting out of Pearl. Loud has been using that to their advantage the entire time. And I love this Viper composition we saw from Loud last time. The ideas they had combining the snake bite with other utility, it was fantastic. But Fnatic has seen it now.
Map 1, Ascent, Prime Gaming Agent Select. Let's see what the teams have brought to the table.
They've seen it, and that's why I'm curious to see if they continue to run it. We'll find out in a moment here as we get ready to go into Sonic's pick. And yes, they are going to be sticking through with this. I thought maybe they would change it up, flash it once, get that win over DRX, then swap, but no, they're sticking through. I think this comp select right here, this agent select, sets the tone for the entire series. Both these teams are not known to be switching up comps too often. So to see this right off the bat, maybe that is a sign for things to come. Maybe we won't get any agent select changes throughout the entire series. It's going to be interesting to see, but we start this map on Ascent, Fnatic on the defense. This is a map where where Durka can feel so incredibly comfortable to take space, to op on this defense, and for the side of Loud, they're going to have to shut him down. Yeah, for me, it's still all going to be about this Jet v Jet, Durka versus Aspas. Let's see who comes out on top.
The teams are ready to load into the map, so we're about to send it over to our casters. As we do, we're sending love out to Pansy, who can't be here with us today. And as we do, we send it over to Brennan Sideshow for the call. Gents, take it away.
32 teams whittled down to just 2 right here, and the stage is set, Josh, for a grand battle between Loud and Fnatic, and without doubt, no doubts in my mind, we are going to see history being made here today.
It's guaranteed. There has never been a team to be able to acquire 2 titles in Valorant. No player that has lifted 2 trophies. But at the end of this match, we will have somebody, either Chronicle on the side of Fnatic, or that Loud core of Sadak, Les, and Aspas, who won champions in 2022. And what a way it would be. The crowd are looking forward to it. The desk has set it up. That Jet battle is what I'm going to be keeping my eyes on too. Loud and no slouches on the attack side, and it is a long way to earning that trophy for both of these squads.
Long way indeed. 5 potential maps. For both sides, eager to write that next chapter in their history books, but a pistol round is where it begins. This is a very cautious approach for now, but an explosion. Dog's going to be leading the charge. Aspas following right behind it, and nothing in their sights to stop it, but Nana swarms at his feet. Aspas moves one of them. Alarm bot spotted. Turret as well. That's going to be clearing the backside of Jenny.
And you're going to see Fnatic in general on this map go for set retakes. They don't like to flood in as the plant is going down. They like to be very structured, make sure there's nobody tree, clear out anybody that could be backstabbing, and they're going to realize here that all 5 players are towards site and A main.
So peace of mind towards Cat. Knife against it, flash up the top, can't detonate it though, suppressed. Fragment Nade going to be clearing a part of that one, and now here comes the waterfall right down and out. Fragment Nade finds it, and a fight's being taken. Fnatic laying claim to the map, laying claim to the site. It's all down to this. Less with the most to do, trying to spam it, and Boaster starting things off. Man's going to need a security detail with attempts like that, but a pistol round one nevertheless.
What a way to approach it. What a mentality that showcases heading into round 1. Boos echoing out in the arena, but that speaks to me that not only is Boaster dialed in, but he's willing to get up in Loud's face early. Fnatic are all, you know, laughs and jokes, smiles when it's outside the server, but you can tell in those interview pieces, when Boaster's talking, his whole Valorant career, his life for the last few years has been focused on getting this title. And the trophy now is within touching distance, but like I said, the journey there to earn it is going to be an arduous one today.
So close, you can almost taste it. Okay, crossfire setup. Lovely opener here for Loud, but a return from Durka. Paranoia matches onto his face, might have been friendly fire, but okay, Aspas completely separated from the rest of his team now. Just getting a little bit awkward still. Bit of spam through the walls. You've handed the rifle over to Aspas with the Bulldog. This guy can make short work of many targets.
Awkward for Chronicle too. It's a good 0 point. It finds both of them at close mid. But Chronicle, if he had committed to that fight, would have been in dangerous territory if they had turned on him. It's a weird situation with Boaster committed. Everybody weak on Loud, but you can't afford to give this round away if you're in the Fnatic camp.
All it takes is that one reaction. Crosshair onto the head to be found, and
Alfier's missed it.
Advantage turned around, yep, and the timing is missed. Alfier none the wiser. Contact is the name of the game, and well, the angle's watched. Alfier falls, and it's up to Chronicle. Turled up, bides his time, waits it out. Here's the plan, but denies. Now he's got backup, teammates helping him. And it should be safe hands. So much to do for 2 years. Spike in his hands with 6 seconds remaining. Absolutely unwinnable unless Boaster gives away his life, but no. Scurries away, tail between his legs. But it is that round win that he was hunting for.
And what a difference. Boaster immediately forced to make an about face on his mentality from round 1 to round 2. Goes for the knife swagger kill in the pistol. And like you said, Brent, forced to just escape with his dignity intact. Look at that record all time from Loud. I said no teams won 2 titles, but Loud are different. They've only ever lost to 2 squads. The old crew, the current NRG core. They've only lost 4 series ever. 34-4 the record. Here comes Durka.
Tiles crunch play, but no one to receive.
अरे यार.
Down into the back of the site in hell. It's Alfier, and up close and personal, just the way he likes it. But a trade nevertheless. That's going to be the return of fire. And do they want to try and get aggressive? Doesn't look likely. Paranoia might have set something up. A bit of spam now.
Equal damage exchange on both parts. Les is on the lurk as well. He's got a pinch coming from Catwalk. And Boaster might not be ready for this.
Going down so low. This last layer, final element to it. TP into the site though. It's a faster play by Fnatic still. They want to try and take this one before they can set up. Loud anchoring the positions. Kawazine unknown. Did not know where the players were coming from still. Doubled up in hell.
Here comes Les.
And Loud are just demonic.
तो भाई क्या crowd support है बे loud के लिए home ground है ना भाई full
Great backstab play by Les there, and Fnatic committed to the round. That is not a bonus in round 3. Look at him coming through the pinch. I love what Boaster does on these retakes, the way that he always is teleporting into the smoke. But that means that he's not there to watch the pinch coming through, the backstab, the lurk play. Les is good for it, and that applies pressure early. Fnatic drop down onto an eco. That's all of the damage that was done in round 2, coming back to bite them.
So answered in kind. Trying to be taken here. You can see that util once more clearing the way. So Loud are feeling quite comfortable grabbing that orb. Steady as it goes.
Loud love to put a focus on these A-site hits. They're very drilled with them. Even when Aspas didn't perform his best, their attacking protocols and the set plays, the teamwork, it's all really good.
It's their bread and butter. And look at this. 3 of the players allowed just funneling onto the one side of the site.
They always have multiple players facing. It's very difficult to anchor the A site against them because when you swing from Dice or Generator, you're going to be facing 2, 3 players from Loud, all just slowly getting into the site and watching for you. Here's Les again.
Oh my goodness. Shots going a little bit wide, but Swarm in the position. Doesn't clear the corner. Oh, Leo. Double spray down. Tries to pick up a bit of an upgrade. 18 bullets. And my goodness, it gets hairy, but eventually closed out. Safe hands from Sadak, the IGL of this squad.
A small limiter onto the economy, but nothing that Loud can't shake off quickly. And this map, of course, the first one in the series, is favored towards Loud. They've looked better, and it's one of the teams that's been the best of all time with the former roster, and they don't look like they're slowing down now, versus Fnatic's Ascent that was really dodgy in the past, but has just been slowly refined with the addition of Leo and Chronicle. Leo fighting here with Durka in mid, looking to break it off him, perhaps. This Viper Orb that gets bloomed is really tough for Durka because it can drop at any time. It is not like an Omen Smoke. And he just, just gets out the way.
They seem to know, though. He know the position and the dash into the wall. What a blunder. Loud quick to capitalize, and look at the squeeze that's occurring. Leo has to back up, has to back away, and he does claim the one. Still Seekers now. Used to try and take that market position. Loud wondering what's going on, and Leo goes for it. Okay, Hunter's Fury up close, and a flash play! What is that? Fnatic cooking up plays out of nowhere.
Incredible coordination. That's such an unorthodox position to ult from, but that's Leo to a T, isn't it? Always doing something new on Initiator. And now the pressure on these final 2 players from Loud. Barely any health between them. Spike in hand, that's about the only saving grace. What is going on there?
Clear, the players are low, still Leo just not quite ready for it.
Maybe looking at the mini-map or looking towards tiles, communicating, not focused on what's going on in front of him, and it's opened a gap.
Oh, they've cleared their way through. Look at that, Viper wall up still, the angle's not watched for, and Alfia this time will not be caught unaware.
Great stuff. Very diligent. And what a set play from Fnatic. They were throwing those out many times in the semi-final against Na'Vi. Not necessarily on this map, of course, but on Fracture we saw such awesome set coordinated aggression. This team has now taken all of that set play excellence from Boaster, from Mini, and added to it the intuition of players like Leo and Chronicle. It's a dangerous mix. It's working so well for them at this tournament.
The ability to cook up plays like that on the fly. No hesitancy. Well-earned round for Fnatic now.
So Chronicle's moved his way over to B, playing with the Odin there to look to deny Les's lockdown, I would assume. A bit of a passive setup too from Alfia, but it's the A side of the map that's getting tested, and that is really common for Loud. They're going to end A frequently. Mid control, A splits, A bursts. They always have enjoyed that side of the map. Feels to me like that's where Sadak is the most comfortable.
Oh भाई क्या transparency दिख रही है ना
2 years in an advanced position. He has his ult to reposition at a moment's notice. So not too worried about him just watching now, but it looks like setting up now for bit of that tree control. Trailblazer. Once more, Aspas is the one who's making sure that he can claim and vacuum up all that space. Revealed though, still has to hug the wall. Paranoia goes so wide. Durka tries to go for a bite of the apple, but he's pushed back nevertheless. Now we see it. Viper's Pit drop down. The strength of this composition comes from this big ultimate. We saw DRX getting faltered time and time again, but this time Fnatic are not going to be deterred. They want to try and take this one, jumping down onto the site. Up top, and it's Durka who claims it first. That Jet head-to-head, manifest.
Tuiz has ulted behind them, and the spike is not inside the pit.
But it is chaos. It's anyone's game right now, anyone's rounds. Tap of the spike, seeing if they can force the positioning. It's Chronicle, unaware of any sort of players in his sight lines. The pit drop down 2 to 2v2. And Bosa's taking it, half of the defuse, gets out of his life, and Leo, what is that? 3 in a round, and he just closes it out. It's more than safe hands at this point, Josh. The man's pulling them ahead.
He's unbelievable. This 19-year-old player, the prince that was promised of initiators from EMEA, has just made such a difference to this squad. He's their best player. He's the best player in this tournament from Fnatic. And that is a very, very tough bar. When you're playing it with players like Durka, Alfia, Chronicle, being the best player on the squad is absurd. 11-4 currently, dominates Haven, rules Ascent. 35% clutch rate in the tournament, by the way.
Ridiculous. Almost unheard of. And what is the answer gonna be from Loud?
This is bold from Durka. The Viper Wall makes it very difficult to challenge this position, because if it goes up and down, anyone could be behind it.
They're crawling. A lovely one claim, still shock dart, Chronicle, bit of a bailout. Hold down a mouse one, and they all come tumbling down.
And you saw there as well a gorgeous shock dart. Ooh. To be able to knock Kawanzine out of his Trailblazer, I mean, Leo's got it all, the utility, the game sense, is all there to match. And what does Tuiz do in this position?
The arena holds their breath. Praying for that miracle. Not handed any easy ones. Alfia quick to shut it down.
Fnatic have so many ideas on the defensive side. Leo's frequently going to be throwing these really deep darts that inform rotates, and when you have a team like Loud that loves stacking on one side of the map, running a lot of 4-1 executes, those darts get really good value. And so far too, we've just seen fantastic coordination between, especially, I want to point out, Bren, the 2 new players on Fnatic. The Hunter's Fury and the Flash, that's Leo, that's Chronicle. That's not the core players on Fnatic. This round too, the shock dart to cancel the Trailblazer, and then Chronicle spraying everybody down with the Odin. Those are the 2 new guys. And when I looked at this Fnatic squad, and to be honest, the Loud squad too, I thought both teams would need more time to win a trophy. Because each team had made 2 roster moves in the offseason. But I've spoken at length about Leo. Chronicle, though, I want to wax lyrical for a second about this guy, because he has been so close to winning 2 trophies before. He was widely regarded as the best player in the world at the end of 2021, when he won Berlin and almost took champions in the same year. But his 2022 season was just miserable. He got denied that LAN by 2 milliseconds, if you remember that game. Dreams crushed under the weight of political forces out of his control. And he was just left as a loose end after LCQ. But his individual impact is insane for Fnatic. And he's close to being the only repeat winner in Valorant history. Chronicle has an unreal story that it feels like he's close to a culmination of some kind of arc in this tournament.
Loud going to be doing everything to deny that. They've got their eyes also set on a similar goal, that back-to-back title, a trophy lift for them, especially with this Loud core. Early presence. Once more, it's a similar approach. Loud, they do this time and time again. If you've been watching their games, they love to play heavy and hard here for this A main control.
Suppression onto Kawanzine. They're normally going to follow the Trailblazer if they this side of the map. Durka's operator doesn't really have a great way of being cleared. Seems like a good position to play, in my opinion.
Durka, but not dissuading him. Going back for more. Darlining him up. How does Fnatic claim that one? But it's an even fight. Made a bit less so. Fnatic are returning fire. And a bit of a pause in the round. Boaster teleports behind them. That's with the smokes here. Weapon out, flash connects. Oh, trying to return it. Spray down. Boaster with the backstab.
It's amazing stuff. 2 ults used, but they're both perfect. Boaster never overstepping, never overflanking, just causing chaos in the ranks, pulling less back, and then he's exactly there when his team needs him, playing anti-flash, ready to swing. What incredible value Durka got with the operator too. It's one of the major factors here that other teams haven't punished Loud for. There is no Sova in this comp, right? There's no drone to be able to go in, there's no recon dart. The Oppa can hold that angle for a long time.
Yep, certainly. Trailblazer's not going to be pushing you off that angle. Now emphasis placed. Look at this. Durka wants to take the fight straight down mid.
Now this is harder because he's going to have smokes in his face, guaranteed.
Indeed he does. Loud not messing around though. Knocked down to the weaker weapons. And here we go. Anything but patient. It's fast. It's rapid. They want to take control of this one. Stun onto Boaster. Where is he TP into? Cuts across the angle. There's a smoke in his way, and they are none the wiser. Loud getting silenced here. A tap of a spike. Rotates around. It's a little bit awkward, but guess what? It's a triple for Boaster. Durka. All reliable. And 2 at the end, that's the cherry on top.
Fnatic looks so good. This was supposed to be Loud's best chance of being able to start the series out on a good footing. They're insane on Ascent. You saw the stat earlier? Nobody ever beats them on this map. 1 loss all time. It used to be Fnatic's worst, but they look so prepared. And the teamwork has just kept building on Ascent with the addition of Leon Chronicle. Everybody else looks so much better too.
Louder steadily running out of room here in this first half. 3 more rounds going to be standing between them and the end of it.
And their defense side is very good. Their defense side is normally better on Ascent, but Loud still needs some breathing room.
Because right now, leaving no room for error with the start of this best-of-5 grand finals here in Sao Paulo. Same play as before. So Dog to clear, counter spam from Aspas. No rewards gained from that one still. It's now a contact play, and this is incredibly risky. Thought he was looking to inquire about pushing that smoke. No, backs away.
I think something like that might be a good idea, though. From Loud's perspective, they need to break down these defensive protocols by Fnatic. Throw something new in there.
Trying to reclear. Boaster's on a high ground angle here. Spots just Kawazin. Now to Seekers.
Great spam.
Again, Boaster. It's good for it. Knows that there could have been a player pushing up behind it still. Field going to be active now, the Seekers. One after another, layering that util. Pushing forwards, and they want to fight for this. A bit of running goal, Lovely job done. Still need to deal with Leo. Ready and waiting. He's been performing miracles. Jumping, hopping around the side, but Les is that extra guy. And he's making it so damn hard. Still, the jiggle with the movement out the air, traded. Down to Chronicle, and how does he want to play this in a 1v3? Odin's not ideal for it. Money in his back pocket, though. Could play this if he wants to, but so many angles watched, and a cautious tail from him as he tries to clear it, but Loud to get that additional round.
And that is what I wanted to see from Loud. Make the pathing unusual. Pushing up there towards Heaven is great, because those players on site don't quite know how to react. 2 players in Heaven, Boaster didn't realize they were pushing towards him. He assumed it was an A split. Throwing in a little curveball there is excellent from Loud. It gets them back in, build an economical
अभी
cushion.
just एक round जीते इतने हारने
And now
के
you can
बाद।
hit them with some kind of fast A hit or an A split that ends in a Viper ult. And if you manage to get 4 on the board, this isn't a bad attacking half.
Tarak bhai मार ले।
Fnatic going to be aiming to stop all of that and more.
Durka keeps looking for these opportunities in mid, despite the fact he's got the Viper orb in his face. And Boaster, what a bold play this is.
Surely, oh my, timing is everything. Didn't quite have the window of opportunity. It's up to Chronicle to see if he can, again, push them away.
And the unforced errors creeping in here from Fnatic are going to let Loud back into the game.
Leo, anti-flash position, turret. At his back, broken though. Now to Util, dodges it to the side. Leo though cannot withstand it. Up to Alfie, two-player swarm his position, claims a second. Not too bad, but it's Loud all day long. Sailing away in this round. Pop flash play, Chronicle not allowed anything additional.
काफी सारा रे Loud।
Well, after the misstep from Boaster, all the rest is excellent from Loud. Sending that flash in and dealing with Leo, who's normally good for one in that situation, but it's the punish onto Durka that I really love. The awareness to know that off Leo's contact, Durka's going to updraft and go for some kind of knife play. I think that's an excellent idea from Fnatic, and Loud are already one step ahead, and they have turned this. Round 10 and 11 have made this a good half.
They'd be loving it if they can get the final one. 5 rounds
नहीं
on
भाई
a second
मत जा
attack.
आगे मत जा।
Beautiful beginning.
Look at how difficult it is for Durka to be able to get any space in mid or B main. These are normally areas where Jet Oppas thrive.
But as the wall fades, it gives him the sight line. Durka quick to meet his match here. Lockdown going to be placed. Hunter's Fury from the back of the site means that is taken care of. Answered in kind with an ultimate over the top. That's Aspas dashing. Once more, Leo's there. And it's a bit awkward, it's a bit strained, but 2 years is out on an island. No help from the rest of his team, down to just 2. It's looking all but sealed for Fnatic to get that 8th round. Tarak, reset, lovely job.
Is that a bit of an overheat from Leo, perhaps?
Tries to find it, but it is just left up to the IGL, and he will be denied any opportunity of making the most of that. 8-4, that's going to be that scoreline.
Very good half from Fnatic, but I do think Loud recovered it. It's back into winnable territory here. Having said that, Loud are expected to win on Ascent. It's their best. Has looked a bit dodgy in the past from Fnatic. It would be a fell blow for Loud to lose their home ground early. Pistol round is going to mean so much.
Absolutely will, but the first half locked up here, and hopefully a very long grand finals. Let's send it down to Yinsu, who's down on the floor.
Thank you very much, Brent and Saisho. I'm joined by Buzz from DRX. It's great to have you in the venue today, Buzz. What did you make of the first half we just saw?
I think Fnatic played really good, but I think the Loud showed their weakness because they play with the 2 smoke storm. So the attack of 2 smoke is not really good, but Fnatic really played well. They retake well and everything was good, but I don't know how it's going to be in defense, but the Viper is one of the strongest agents in defense, so I don't know how it's going to be, but I don't know, yeah. But Loud could win this, I think.
Oh, well, obviously you played against Loud already and in front of a crowd that was very similar. They were not cheering for you. They were cheering for the other team. So what was it like to play in front of the home crowd here, and how much pressure do you think the Fnatic players are under right now?
Honestly, I really enjoyed a lot with the Brazilian crowd, even though they are not supporting us. But it was a really good experience and it was really funny. Even though we lost, I also enjoyed so much. But I think the Fnatic players, they enjoying as well. So I don't worry about them.
How difficult is it, do you think, to just ignore the crowd? Like, what did you do?
I didn't ignore the crowd, but I just enjoyed, like, even they're not supporting us, but I okay, they're supporting us, yes, you know.
Oh, you gotta pretend, gotta pretend. Yeah, well, you guys heard it from Buzz here. He thinks Loud, they have a chance in the second half as they move to their defense. Brandon, Saisho, I'm gonna throw this back to you.
It's always been their stronger side. Now Loud going to be in comfortable territory as we look towards that second half. Map 1 in our grand finals here in Sao Paulo.
The defense side is unusual with this composition as well. Sadak uses these snake bites extremely well. And that is exactly where I was going to go with this too. Fnatic are yet to drop a map at lock-in. They have been perfect so far. We'll see how the pistol goes, but I'm pretty sure everybody expected this finally would be the time where Fnatic met their match.
Brave from Aspas. He almost looked like he wanted to take the fight to them. But no. Dodges around, plays around their own Viper Orb.
हाँ भाई अटक जा कोई 8 टाइम मिलता है ना अटक
Losing that round, obviously quite difficult to get through though, if it is an A split.
Fnatic seem to have the read of this one though, still. Look at this setup. Potential trap play, less if you're going to be taking contact, or at least the turret is. There's going to be a flash on the backside of this one. Turret sees it, flash play, and it's a double swing! Collapse! 2 fall. Fnatic left to scramble.
What a great trap. I love that play by Loud. Adding something that we didn't see throughout the entirety of their game on Ascent. A brand new play that Loud bring out for the pistol round.
Snakebite relieves that.
The spike is on Boaster.
Mid. Wow, that's an important fight to win. He's still here, he's still waiting. What is occurring? It's pandemonium! The knife kill from Sadak, and he's still alive, he's still kicking. Time running low though, 12 seconds. It has to be fast, it has to be loose. Paranoia, not gonna have that tool in their back pocket for this one, and the plan has to be stuck inside the smoke out here, covering. They don't have control of the back of the site.
They don't know if anyone's here.
That's why they're trying to clear it. Still seem to be a little bit more comfortable now. Sadak's so low. One stray bullet would have found him. Could have evened up this battle, could have evened up the fight. And Boaster, maybe a little bit too overexcited there. Alpha, how much can you do? Viper's Pit around the side, flash blocks, Paranoia though, layers on layers.
Well played, well played.
How does Loud recover that? What did I just witness? An insane trap play off the rip to make it a 5v3, and then this. Sadak's bringing a knife to a gunfight in Catwalk, who comes out on top.
Unbelievable.
Leo's left rattled. Boaster should have done enough to equalize, but that is an absurd round. And Loud are back to their classic defensive setup here. The Killjoy utility will pivot from A to B, but you see the Viper Wall used for flood retaking, set retaking over on the B site, and these snake bites very difficult to get through.
That's brutal. What are you going to do, disrespect it? Sadak is up close, holding the angle. Backs away though, just in case there was any sort of presence.
And the whole reason that Sadak is close there is to check and see if Boaster has TP'd across.
Dart flash reclearance.
This setup, though, from Loud doesn't have a great ability to retake A main in the mid-round. There's no KO there to be able to reflash it. So now that Fnatic have taken A main, they probably have it for the rest of the round. So they can leave, and Loud will probably never have great information about whether or not Fnatic could re-hit A. I like how Boaster's playing this one, but you've got to remember, Fnatic are still at a fairly heavy gun disadvantage here.
Absolutely. Not favored when it comes down to any of those duels, any of those gunfights. Game plan seems to be just farm up the orbs, take control of main, make sure that they can build up these ultimates for a future battle where they're going to be a little bit more even.
And Fnatic have been very diligent about that. Mimi on the desk was talking about it when it came to their Fracture gameplay, but they do it on all of the maps.
Almost there. Triggers. No play off of it, but it's just that spam.
It's
Down
a fake.
20 seconds.
It's going to be an A split.
Spike is leaning towards A, but they've got to deal with Sadak. Dart at his back still. He's cool, calm, and collected. Removing the util. And they're running out of time. This could be a disaster for Fnatic. Overcooking this one. Can't be saving these pistols. Not into this round. And Sadak will answer kindly.
Very clean round from Loud. Prime game and flawless. Puts them into a position to start this comeback. Have they got some kind of bonus round cooking here? You know, it's not like Sadak was able to build up to his ultimate there, even with the eco kills towards the end. So there's nothing major to craft the game plan around. Okay, we're back to the A Viper wall, favoring it a lot more than they did against DRX.
Possibly just worried about Fnatic doing their homework.
So this lineup from Chronicle is going to clear out Wine really heavily. And what I noticed watching the Fnatic attack is that they are so lineup reliant. All of their players have lineups for everything, but it means that they start their executes a long way away from the site. And that gives the defenders just a brief extra moment to react.
Drawing through a timing. The potential is there for Boaster. Looks like he might want to go for this one, but no. Viper wall in his face pushes him back. Jump spotting from 2 years. No one in his sight line. It's so delicate from Fnatic. Waiting around, a bit of presence shown though. Alarm bot's cleared. Knife in, Boaster. How do you win this one? Well, his team's going to be helping him out. Choke point contained, doubled up position. Aspas. How do you bail yourself out? Dash active. A bit of help for them, but already the damage is done. Fnatic have claimed this site, going to start to get this plant down. Still, play to be made. Dashes forward, cuts it up. They know Alfie is here, and he loses the battle. Handing over a rifle. Aspas is deadly. Vandal in his hands. Flick of the wrist, dodging, weaving, and buckling underneath it. It's Fnatic though.
Fnatic.
Come out on top.
Decent round from Fnatic, creating some mid-pressure by breaking that alarm bot. And economic damage against Boaster's team, it doesn't really do too much. This Fnatic squad is so committed to running light armor in pretty much every round to avoid having to eco as much as other teams. Definitely something to keep your eyes on. Maybe you can spot those moments where a Phantom headshot potentially does more than it otherwise would, but overall, it means that when they come into rounds like this, even though it was a decent bonus from Loud, Fnatic is still looking pretty. That is a big push.
He's alone, he's isolated, stunned up, that is disgusting. No right to win that one. Could barely rattle off any bullets, yet still he does.
It's a massive opener. Kawanzin using one of his flashes and peeking behind it to clear tiles. 3 players are still going to be leaning A on the defense because of all of this information that Kawanzin is getting. But at some point, he may overstep. I mean, look at these players from Cat. They're going to see him.
All about that fight. Overstaying his welcome in tiles. Kawanzin, he did get good information, but pays for it with his life. Fnatic, massive advantage heading into this round, and the Stampede is going to start rumbling its way over towards the B site.
This has got to just be a save from Loud. You can't get the B retake working, especially with Sadak's wall committed on the opposite side and the IGL himself in the spawn queue. Fnatic are going to get a freebie here. And Chronicle one away from the null command being online. There's a few errors creeping into Loud's game here, right? Aspas is not having a great game himself. 5 and 12 currently, and looked really timid in round 15 when he was taking that fight with the Spectre. Just dancing around, not willing to really fight anybody on even footing. Of course, with the inferior weapon, but I normally expect Aspas to be more confident and aggressive than that.
Brimming with it.
And now in this round, you know, you should really be able to take Alpha out like that. Fnatic's individual prowess, the EMEA super team, the brilliance exuding from each of these players is carrying them over the line in moments like that.
Raw skill. It's been a clear difference maker, as we've been mentioning before. Fnatic, seems like they broke barely a sweat at times. Listen, don't get me wrong, pushed here and there on a map or two, but not dropping a single one to make their way all the way to this grand finals.
The weaponry is not great here. Kawanzin with the Guardian, Sadak with a Spectre. Aspas still taking the operator over to A main.
Patience.
I would imagine here that Chronicle's going to want to claim this ult orb at some point in the round. But the A-main setup is difficult to break with the one-way, with the snake bites. Risky for Cowanzine, but he does a lot of damage thanks to the Guardian he's got on board.
Goodness me. Yeah, Alpha, yeah, walking away, a bit wounded, limping. Dash though from Aspar, starting to fade. Seems to be aware. Boaster's up to no good, and he's lurking, creeping, crawling in mid. Is that a fight that's about to be taken? Smoke to block off some sort of angle.
I mean, this
Still
is going
held.
This looks like it's going to be a B hit here. With Boaster going down, it's all up to these players in B main.
In that 4v5, Seekers instantly lights him up, and wow, an easy target. Less, basically, we have paper mache standing between him and the bullets. He's no longer living. Plant's gonna go down, no command, pushing him back, so no abilities to go for that fast flood retake here.
Yeah, but here's where we get to see the Viper Wall in action. How do Fnatic set up in the post plans to still support each other?
Oh, alarm bot, you can see them trying to get the warband kill. To cute play, Alpha yet spotted, 42 health. And now he can just bide his time, he can wait it out, he can be a bit of a nuisance for them. Still Loud looking to try and take this one. Players are low though, and another dart revealed. Leo set up, and how do you clear him out? Just absolutely bunkered, time running low, Spike. Barely any time left to play with. What is that? Sadak making the most. Leo, how do you hold on? 33 health, but he's done enough. The players are loud, trying to vacate, trying to save their weapons. They will do just that, but purely consolation, Josh. It's Fnatic who win the round.
Badhiya.
And Fnatic get themselves up to an 11-6 lead. Knocking Loud's economy back down again. And 2 rounds away from taking Loud's home ground. I think Alpha does so well in this round too. Once he gets spotted in mid, to just delay, because it burns so much time off the clock, and eventually the clock was Loud's biggest enemy. Fraud is going to have some words with his team here. They're giving up early picks, losing those initial battles. And then not quite able to hold on to the site. We were taking a look at the Jet head-to-head early. You expect Aspas to be able to get into more positions where he can control the map. It feels very much like Fnatic are choking him out. 6 and 13 here. Didn't play incredibly on an individual level when Loud went up against DRX, but that time Sadak's calling, the game plan, bailed them out. It is going to have to be a masterclass on the defense side to recover this. And it's a big blow. It's a BO5, so a long way yet. But Loud should have been the favorites in map 1.
Oh yeah.
And things only get more difficult for the Brazilian hometown squad after this.
Not a great start to their hopes and dreams of trying to grab that back-to-back title, to lift the trophy once more in front of that hometown crowd. Fnatic are going to be joyous though. This is a great lead for them. 11-6. Knife at the back. Kawazine, no chance of him using any util. This is fast. Okay, Fnatic not wasting any time. Moving forwards though. This Viper Wall is awkward. How do you maneuver your way around this one? Still 2 players anchoring it to the back, so Loud comfortable for now. Still hot flash play, and there's the response. Chronicle there. Judge in the back line. Fearless from Boaster.
7
Takes the fight anyway. Doubled up though. That is going to be nice. Making it easy for them. And Leo, a minute left. But the game plan has crumbled. Whatever timeout Loud has taken, paying dividends.
Leo's ice cold in these situations. It's a very difficult one to win. But you can see that he's happy to be patient, disciplined. See if Loud are going to make any mistakes and give him a free one.
30 seconds, off angle by 2 years is far too good. No way! The movement from Leo doesn't make himself an easy target, and now he's found it down to that 1v2. Spike in his hands.
And the defenders spread out. They didn't realize the spike was down.
One less problem to deal with, but a swing off the turret. discipline.
Well played there by Loud. A necessary round to get themselves back into things when their economy was looking poor too. Only a judge on Sadak, but he still made things work.
फॉरवर्ड खेलने का नहीं था रे.
Sadak now with Pit too. So getting that into a crucial position, maybe this can be leveraged into a little run, a little spree of rounds here. With how disciplined Fnatic are in the first 30 seconds usually, you know, all of these lineups to clear different areas and give them information. It does feel difficult for the more aggressive players like Aspas and Kawanzin to get their value early.
Trailblazer used, sets him up on the angle, Alfie is spotted.
But a smoke from Boaster, really nice to bail him out.
Yeah, relieves it. Free to cross. Now you start to see that Viper's Pit. We were talking about this earlier. That is a difficult one to bypass.
It's horrible. But at the same time, Fnatic could group up and go for an A pop or a B pop, and they just don't have to deal with it at all.
Drone use close. Aspas. Disrespect shown. There's no shot, man. He's still got the dash, but all that util lobbed at his face. Has to back away now to the rest of the site. Lockdown placed, not in a spammable angle. Nothing to this one. Hunter's Fury leads the charge, leads them in. Jumping, skipping, straight past the Nano Swarms, but Dirk has taken so much damage, and wow! Aspas trying to avoid it. Anchoring into the back of the site. It's a lovely collection of utility, but it's still Loud with the edge. Plant down, though. B main control held by Leo. Boaster, a close corner. Loud are going to have to clear this one.
They have a flash, but do they decide to put it in that place? No, doesn't quite catch him.
False information potentially. Does Sadhack still clear this one? Knife against them. He does. Runs out. No trade in sight. Still, Les is there. And Leo's made it dangerous. But down to Chronicle. 1v2. Can he do it?
Time is ticking.
Time has been bought. No util in his hands. Back of the site cleared. Finds an easy fight. Down to 2 years. And this is so dangerous. Has to stick it. It's the percentage play. But the running gun forwards. And Fnatic find themselves on that map point.
Incredible stuff there from Leo from Chronicle. Just the amount of pressure that Fnatic are under and still able to generate these rounds is absurd. First of all, great ult combo there, right? Baiting Aspas into the corner, knowing that they'd left a gap and punishing. Love to see that. And then Leo tucks himself into logs, gets a snake bite at his feet, and still manages to get value from the position and set up Chronicle for the 1v2. Loud now with a massive ditch to dig themselves out of.
Durka, he's not wasting any time, is he? Overstays his welcome towards main, though. That was contained nicely. Still, Leo, God, man, this guy's util.
He almost got two.
He's knocked him down quite low, hasn't he? Nana Swarm. Moving forwards, Boaster, that's a TP close. Clears a lot of it. It's all going to be closed now as well, so the site given up, but Loud are setting up for a faster play, and it has to be a win.
What is the plan here from Fnatic to counter the lockdown? They must have known that it was available in the round, but they didn't have anybody backstabbing towards Catwalk. This round feels a little rushed from Fnatic.
Yeah, they don't have the foresight quite. It's given Loud this opening. Spike being defused, half on it already. If your plan is to spam, it's not a particularly good one. 2 years already gained half. Still, he gets taken down.
Flank as well coming through.
Down, and here's that reflank out for you. He might be the difference maker. He might just shut it down, but no. Kawazin, the trust in his teammates, extends the play for but a moment.
And that is a classic Loud retake. Very aggressive, leave one player on the spike. They did it with Tuyis, and then Kawanzin to get the other half. But that one's brutal. Everybody on Loud falls. Their economy is in no better spot. Each one of these rounds is blood, sweat, and tears just to get 1 point on the board. Steal one round away from Fnatic, who has sat still at map point with 4 future rounds, future opportunities to convert.
No room for error. That's what Loud are dealing with.
But for Fnatic too, they can't rush things. That round was sloppy. Durka just looked like he wanted it over. He was already thinking about Fracture.
This time it is Fnatic who are taking their time with it. No funny business, no hard fight towards A main. Loud instead, just waiting. 3 players anchored onto A. Covers in jump spotting as well. Getting that information in the mid-round.
Now, why do I get the feeling we're about to see something silly from Boaster? He's picked up the ult orb to get his Omen ult online, and the spike's headed in the opposite direction. Is this just him controlling A main and applying some pressure and meeting back up with the rest of his team? Very possible.
Seems likely. Pixel angle. Sadak doesn't have the gun for the job, does he? Spectre. Barely even a tickle, no damage done. But backs away now. Help from the rest of his team. TP in play, and there's that ult that he picked up. Dash forwards, cutting it across. It's a coordinated play. It's a coordinated strike. And Fnatic turning the arena into a library, but Loud have got to do the most now to try and upset that. Knives in Aspas's hand. What is the Q he's waiting for? Dashing to the side, spots a player, pings it out. 1 kill found, still got the knives. An upgrade in the weapon.
Les has cleared out B main as well.
But it's a 2v3. Make it a 1v3. Aspas just nigh impossible to keep them in the map. On their favored stationary ground, still held down. And that 13th round is claimed. Fnatic off to a fantastic lead.
First blood in the series for the EMEA Super Team, showcasing here in Sao Paulo that home territory means nothing. Home ground advantage means nothing. They battled against the crowd, and they've battled against Loud's favored map pick, and come out on top, still undefeated. Still yet to drop a map. Remember that they got 3-0'd the last time that this team went to a grand final. This is their first opportunity since our inaugural LAN in Valorant for Boaster to lift the trophy with Durka.
All the way back, 2021 of Reykjavik. They got their sights set on that trophy to lift it. Is that dream come true? But obviously, any more maps left to be played before they even start thinking about it.
And I think you've got to give such incredible credit to Leo. He's been their best player in the tournament so far, my bet for tournament MVP, and he was the difference maker in so many of these rounds.
Top of the scoreboard, that consistent factor over and over again. These highlights just iterating it. Fnatic have come prepared for this fight. A little bit bloody, but still looking comfortable. That's going to do it for map number 1. We'll see you just after this for the continuation of the series.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Booster, do you think? कि एक टाइम में वे 50 से जाके आता हूँ.
Hello and welcome back to Sao Paulo, where Fnatic come away with a massive map 1 victory over Loud in 13-8 fashion. We're going to break down all the happenings of that map, but I'm sorry, can we start with the fact that Boaster went for a round 1 knife in the grand final? What is wrong with that man?
Trying to put the fear of God in him, you know? I think it might have worked.
I mean, what a way to set the tone for the entire matchup. But what a game from Fnatic. They keep their flawless streak. They send Loud to have their second ever loss on this map. And the way they played was absolutely fantastic. I think this Viper comp is definitely something that can be a little hard to play around, a little bit hard to think about. But Fnatic called against it perfectly.
Yeah, the only other loss was against Optic in their very first Grand Finals appearance. So this is their third now. And you really did expect, Josh and Bren were mentioning it, the fact that they should be favored on this map. But I think Fnatic came out with the exact same ultimate prowess that we saw on Fracture on this map too. This round 5 from Leo was phenomenal. I'm surprised that Loud is giving them the space to have this sort of opportunity. The pause in the approach was really what killed them here, but Chronicle and Leo are working so well together.
And that was what was fantastic for Fnatic this Leo with Chronicle, like you're talking about, that coordination was on point, and the quickness at which they come up with these plans is so impressive.
Yeah, Fnatic playing with fluidity from the very early rounds, Achilleos, and
refresh करना ही पड़ेगा.
The cast, this guy has been an absolute treat, a front runner for MVP, and he kicks off this series just absolutely crushing. 329 coming out on this initiator, a 3.0 KD. Kaosin on the opposite side. We didn't see the same sort of impact performances from him, the same plays that we've seen from Kaosin in the past, but Leo was all over this map.
I think part of it is because this game was not relatively close, and I think Kaosin is the guy who is able to actually help Loud when it's in chaos. For Leo, his first Grand Finals appearance here, he does that. 23-12, top fragger on the server.
19 years old.
It's Finals MVP level stuff if he continues this type of run. And he's already had a tournament.
Yeah, he very much is on that course. It is incredible to watch this guy play. And for Loud, it puts him in such a tough position, because even when it felt like they had these good ideas, when they found the key back in, Fnatic has that star power. They have Leo, they have Chronicle clutching up in those late rounds.
I think the biggest concern for me is that in addition to Kaosin obviously kind of getting blown out of the water there compared to Leo, as far as just those individual players are concerned, we weren't able to see him setting things up for Aspas, who ends up bottom fragging in this lobby. This is that Jet stomping ground, and unfortunately, Aspas was not really able to step up to the plate here.
I think one of the pitfalls of that comp is just having a Sky. They don't have a Sova to actually drone in Aspas. Like Josh was mentioning, they don't have as much tools to get through. All you really have is to flash Durka off an angle. So you're really reserved to doing that, and I think that is where Aspas struggles as well. Another note as well on the Sky compositions in general, Loud actually has been struggling against Ops. Early on that defense side, Durka did start to get going, and I think they need to start fixing those issues, and I'm not sure where in the map pool they're going to be able to do that.
They really will have to work on that, because they are very much dedicated to these double controller comps, the Harbor to the Sky. It's one of their main game plans thus far this tournament, and I think it is a worrying sign that Fnatic has found that that solution so early on. On top of that, also, throughout this game, what I was impressed with was Boaster and the way that he was playing. This guy has wanted to lift a trophy for so incredibly long, and the plays he was making on Omen, it's clear that he wants this to be the final.
Looking for Loud to step it up in this second map, but it's going to be a difficult thing when you've got Fnatic Fnatic firing off the way they are. We had him being a difference maker yesterday for Fnatic. The question is, will he be the same today? As we take a look at Alphayer warming up in our AIM lab, a shoot-around a little bit earlier. This guy didn't have to do too much work, if I'm being honest, on map number 1, and that's the nice thing about the way that Fnatic's playing, is that now he can look to step up map 2 and really shut out Loud.
Yeah, I think not having to do much work is maybe an understatement, because I think his role allows for him to just do what he needs to do, and that gives room for Boaster, that gives room for Leo, that gives room for Chronicle as well, and Durka as well to just be there as an anchor. Alphayer, I think, did quite well. I think the flanks could have been a little bit better, though, on Ascent.
Yeah.
Next, we go to Fracture. Mimi, talk to me here, because we already have Fnatic taking Loud's map choice. Now they go to their own.
This is a map we have seen from both these teams, and it's looked good thus far, but I am a little bit worried about Loud. This is the second map out of both Split and Fracture that they're going to be playing, or at least we expect them to play into this double duelist composition, and I think we saw in their semi-final appearance versus DRX, a lot of the weaknesses of that composition get exploited a little bit, and Fnatic thus far, the way that they have been playing, it seems like they've been doing a really good job at giving space and then going into these really well set up retakes, which I think could continue on their defensive side here on Fracture.
Yeah, I think one of the weaknesses, even going back to the semifinals, that I thought throughout the first stage of that alpha bracket was Sadak leading on that race, and how he actually has to get impacted with that too, because he is not a star player. He is a very good player, but he's still the IGL.
As we hop into the Prime Gaming Agent Select for Fracture, Achilleos, one of my concerns here for Loud is that this was the map we cited when we talked about Fnatic's coordination, their control of the orbs, and so it feels like they're even more so in exactly the place they want to be.
Yeah, but they did just play it yesterday, so plenty to watch there from the side of Loud, who, granted, did suffer a loss to DRX on this map. DRX are incredibly well drilled at it, so I don't think you can excuse it. For me, the big people to watch here, still, it's going to be Cowanzine, and then it's going to be Chronicle on the opposite side. The breaches, determining what the tempo of these pushes, these attacks coming into the sites is going to be. If Chronicle and Cowanzine can have a similar impact to each other, this could be a really close map.
In this first half, I'm looking at the post plants and the retakes. Fnatic fantastic in these posts, but Loud plays forward in their retakes. They're great at them.
We're ready for map number 2 to get underway. Can Loud strike back and bring us to a 1-1 as we send it back to our casters of Brennan Sideshow for the call?
There lies the question, doesn't it? Fnatic striking that first blow in this best-of-5 grand finals, and we'll see if Loud can answer in kind, returning fire on a map pick that's not theirs as we head into Fracture.
And I think this is the moment where those players that have been to 2 grand finals before, I'm looking towards Sadak, I'm looking at Aspas and Les, the veterans of this squad, to really step up and act as examples and role models to Cowanzine and Tuis to show them how it's done and how you perform when the pressure is on. Especially for Aspas in his role from going rookie to veteran. I think he's been great in these high pressure moments, but this is how he's having to shift. No longer the rookie superstar of the team, now he also has the responsibilities of leading his team mentally at times.
Early presence there from the utility. Nade up close, and look at that. Swarm into position. Les is in trouble. Leaps and bounds away from the side and barely gets away with his life. It's a faster play. Still Loud. Look to try and fight them. From the back entrance there of Arcades. I was seen so low. Leo still holding a close corner. That's lovely. Util responded with, though, with the flash. And they do deal with it. 2 years. Fantastic play. Still Durka. Traded. 2v3. Fnatic players doubled up in tower. Vital pistol round. Really getting down to the bare bone elements. Aspas, do you want to try and take this fight? A bit of damage. Molly at his feet. Space to the fuse. Alphayer. Pressure from the back. Don't want to go for it. No time being played. Running forwards. Alphayer. An absolute madman. No health left, but no time either. And it's Loud who will be shut down.
Big opener for Fnatic. Starting out strong here on Fracture, their map pick. And I thought that Loud had an opportunity to win that one. When Fnatic had sent all of their players arcade, and you saw Les be able to wiggle out into stairs. Tuis gets 2, Aspas with the trade. Both teams playing that pistol very well. But just not quite able to apply the same pressure and get somebody on the spike to defuse it. And Fnatic's positioning rewarded.
They are looking unfazed. They command that first map lead here. starting things off on the right foot once more. Pistol round for them, looking to see if they can convert.
And it is really interesting that Loud picked defense side, because that was where they were struggling so much against DRX. When DRX shut this down, this double duelist idea, it was because they couldn't really contest enough on the defense side. So there's got to be a different idea here, maybe some kind of anti-strat coming out from the mind of Sadak.
Maybe just some heroics. Weapons aren't good. Loud forced to try and take some unfavorable fights. Alfia is on one right now. Bullet through the wall leaves Aspas very injured.
And Alfia is very close to his ultimate too. It's another big thing to keep track of when you're watching Fnatic on this map, and frankly any map. Bit of sound bait, draws 3 players to A. Nicely done. But yeah, keep a track of those ultimates. You heard the desk talking about it too, but they are very good at being able to fight for space.
It's Leo who's trying to sell this one. He's dragged them all towards him. A lightning rod. Attracting that ire of Loud. He will fall, and he does hand over the gun, but the space was gained. Fnatic, that was their goal.
Yeah, and it was only a stinger, right? So it's not like it's a major weapon for 2E's to use. Should be easy cleanup here for Fnatic. But they're going to try and keep as many players alive as possible. They've got 2 Bulldogs and a Vandal to hold off into the next.
Turn in his face.
I think another big thing here, though, Brent, to keep track of for the people at home is that it's not just about them picking the ult orbs up. Oh, hello, 2E's.
I get a bit of confidence back, why not?
Yeah, that's decent. It also takes one of the Bulldogs, presumably, out of the hand of Fnatic. They're going to keep a Bulldog and a Vandal into the next. But what I was saying, Fnatic are not just going to be able to get ults online, but the plans that they make with those ults, the machinations of Boaster's depraved mind at times are truly unfathomable. If you're going into a ranked game and you see, oh, there's a Killjoy ult, or oh, there's a Brim ult, normally you have a good idea of what the opponent's going to do with that. Against Fnatic, they have so many unique ideas. You saw it in the pre-show, the desk showing you the C's into Boaster's ultimate that they ran to trap players over defending sand. They have so many unique ways of being able to combo them, and it makes coming up with a game plan to prevent that very tough.
Even weaponry. It's Loud who look to try and fight back.
कहाँ पे जाता है बे?
They have the guns, but do they have this idea? Look at this, creeping. On the north side, a drop, that's Fnatic. Sees over the top, latches down. Caught catching these players! Wow. Durka, fast engagement. Dives forwards, taking point. Low enough still. Now you see the orbital strike, and what is that? Kawazin, the absolute difference maker. A triple when he really should have got nothing. Spike in the hands of Chronicle, looks to make a play, pushing into the spawn. Loud doing the most, no way, not a chance in hell. Leo, he can't be doing this. And indeed he doesn't, but listen. God, he made it precarious.
What a round from both of those players, Kawazin and Leo. That was the head-to-head, actually, that the desk was highlighting. As 2 players that had varying amounts of impact on the first map, but my God, whenever I watch Kawazin here on Fracture, it seems like he gets 3Ks constantly. This map is certainly going to be a battle between the 2 IGLs in terms of game plans, but there are plenty of opportunities for individuals to make their mark. And Loud look like they want to try and push out Dish. This is removing one of those ult orbs, clearing one side of the map, giving them some useful information. And Loud are now going to realize there's probably people under tunnel or pivoting into B.
Yep, it's the re-clear through Arcade because they anticipate this. The lockdown play in tunnel.
Do they go to break it?
Looks like they're just giving up the site. The entirety of Loud are grouped up here on the north side.
And the Nanoswarm there to defend it as well.
Still. A little bit bloodied there, Boaster looking for the right angle, and here is the go button. Rolling Thunder cuts across, but stuns on stuns. No one can really gain any ground. Boombot is there. Durka pushed back away from the nade. Boaster's got his ult online. How does he want to use it? Right here, right now. Catching, connecting, Stinger as well. Lets it rip and wrangles the beast. Left into the 2v3. Loud. Farm bot place. They know nobody's pushing, but waves of this utility are now going to start to come through, or at least Chronicle stun out in the open. Leo, a swing to bail out his teammate, his compatriot. 3-1, Fnatic taking this lead.
It is very difficult to beat Fnatic when they have ults online. The game plans are just immaculate with it. And over the course of this whole tournament, I have been mightily impressed with Boaster. The addition of Leo and Chronicle seems to have freed up the IGL to not have to macro as much, to think more about his own game. And Boaster's decision-making, ultimate usage, and fragging has all gone up as a result. I'm constantly impressed. A play like that where he uses his ult, swings around, grabs another. He wants this trophy. You can see it in the way.
Never been closer than this, with the exception of that first LAN event.
And listen, he didn't get a map then, so this is already closer.
Starting off much better. Spike stuck, second guessing themselves. There was util sent flying. Loud were looking to disrupt, but they guessed incorrectly.
And these are dangerous moments because Fnatic have two players close to ults again. Durka and Chronicle, you don't want to be feeding them. Loud would love to try and keep the economy in check, but it comes at a cost.
Loud were looking to try and fight this one, but listen, never favored. Slight angle, crouch, still Durka.
Something went wrong.
Chaining all of this economical advantage into an ultimate advantage.
Replay.
Sure, Loud have players that are close as well and have some big ults online. But as the attacking team, Fnatic are normally going to be able to take command of the round early and impose their game plan upon things. Unless you see large, breach ult into spawn or Sadak doing something crazy with that. Fnatic at the end of this timeout called by their opponents are going to be able to concoct a strategy that revolves around Durka taking space with a showstopper, maybe Leo's ult combined, Chronicle for a post-plant. There are just infinite varieties of things that Boaster can cook up here, and he's been given even more time to do it now with this Loud timeout.
We're looking right now at a very off-balance Loud. Off kilter, looking to regain that balance any way or form. That's what the timeout's for, but it's just so difficult. Just talking about Josh, listen, Fnatic, there's no one who does it quite like them so far at this lock-in event, at this lock-in tournament. When it comes to coming up with those cheeky ideas, anything to just throw off your opponent.
And isn't it absurd that this team has only been playing together for the last 2 months?
It is. They look insane.
They played some show matches and stuff over the course of December, but after talking to Mini, their coach, they weren't even practicing seriously for those. They were just turning up and playing them because, yeah, it was just a bit of fun in Japan. Why not?
Yeah.
Oh, they are looking like they want some more fun in Japan in a couple months' time. You saw the flash of the trophy there. This team is on a warpath. And Loud stand in their way. Many more maps potentially to be played in this series, but Fnatic are in command currently.
Oh, here we go. Similar play that we've been seeing from this Fnatic squad. That's a seize. Only so that Durka can't be punished. He's leading it in with his showstopper rocket. Will it find it? Guesses incorrectly. Less to the re-swing. Narrowly escaping, but he is being threatened. But the crosshair placement is immaculate. Leono! How does he do it? Raw potential made manifest. The backside of Horse there, still the spike is out in the open.
Like a little gift from Wingman, isn't it? Dropped into the laps of Loud. And a pretty big breakdown in terms of the coordination there from Fnatic. Had a long time to talk about how the ults were working, but Alpha was not tight enough to Durka. What is this with 50 seconds left? Calling the long rotate.
Heavy
all
rotate.
The way through spawn.
And look at this, knives out, not worried that anybody could be lurking.
Why would they be? The spike sat in front of them, no Omen ult to worry about. Tui's watching for it. He knows there is a slim chance this play has been made.
I believe the turret might spot them as well as they come around this corner. It does. 2 years is ready. Does he expect a second? He hears it. Leo jiggle of the movement. Once more left.
He needs the ace.
So much to do. Spammable. Less in that position. Shot not found. Oh my goodness! And it's down to this. Time pressure is there. Nightfall. No more sound cues. Top of the plant. Leo is struggling and he just can't collect it. Aspas steps up. And he finishes it.
I cannot believe that. I thought he'd done it. I thought Leo had that. So much damage done to Aspas. In some sense, the duelist for Loud is lucky to get away with it. This 2K to start things out. And then all of that damage done while Aspas was up a drop. Literally 1 HP.
My.
A single bullet.
It would have done it.
But Aspas stands strong and delivers when his team needs him. That's what I mean by being the difference maker, by making a statement.
Oh.
Being an example.
Oh no. Is it Loud who want to take the fight? It is indeed. Rocket went flying. Sadak will pay for it though. 1 for 1 at that. Aspas still.
Sloppy from Fnatic. Ulting Leo as Aspas finds a pick on the north side too. Loud definitely feel like they're applying enough pressure so that Fnatic, the cracks are starting to show.
Struggling.
This
No
is now
dissuading this one, Josh.
two rounds in a row here where Fnatic themselves have been making the errors to allow Loud an early advantage.
Positioning known. Still, sight not getting cleared here. Third down and out. Post has worked himself into a very advanced position. Smoke found. Tries to take the fight. He doesn't wait it out. Punished nevertheless for it. Still.
Rough timing.
Advanced crossfire. Leo making sure nobody can find him from behind, but it's Loud who are converging onto this position. 4 players, and look at it. It's meticulous. No gap left on sand. Still reason. No way! And just like that, shoes on the other foot. Kawazine, you can't even handle it. How did Fnatic do it? How did they pull themselves from the brink?
Hi.
Leo and Chronicle continue to put the super into super team. Fnatic look insane with these two firing on all cylinders. Any round is winnable. The plant out in the open is awesome there. Just perfect territory for them to set up crossfires. The look on Sadak's face says it all.
Yep.
Mini's not needed in some of these rounds.
Oh my.
Pure brilliance.
Been singing the praises of these Fnatic players over and over again. Loud can't catch a break. Molly at the feet, anchoring hard onto the site. Despite the pistols, looks like they were able to get that kill. Rifle drop down, knives, Aspas, quick reactions. Meets his foe, the opposition that is Boaster. Lockdown's being used here. This has to be pushed. Loud know it. They move forwards, looking to try and fight this one. Right round the side! And it gives it the perfect angle. Chronicle. How does he remain calm in these situations? 2 years. Weak. Gets out of his life. Spike reclaimed though. 50 seconds still left to work with in the round. Do they want to slow it down or do they want to take it? Looks like the plant will start to go. They're weak though. And that spacing is not good.
Alpier trying to play directly on top of the body. And Kawazine looks to shut it down again.
My. 4 in the round, a thrifty as well.
But yeah, भाई ये छोटे-छोटे मिस्टेक कर रहे हैं ना Fnatic भाई.
It's all of the new players to the grand final, isn't it, Brent? They all are desperate to write their own story and add a new page to the history of both of these teams.
Loud are going to be pleased. Momentum was shifting in this map. The scales tipping in the favor of Fnatic, but they respond. Now just 2 away from that even scoreline. Fast again. That's the play. Spammers also catching. Alfie is so low inside the smoke. We're going to be spotting this one. It's a battle on multiple fronts still. Oh, the timing! Aspas doesn't let it rip there, but a Rolling Thunder will catch him stunned up. There's no way he gets away with it, and indeed he does not. But look at this, Fnatic fast to try and bail him out. They don't expect the backstabber 2 years. Flash in the face of Leo. Reaction's not there to dodge it.
Boast has made it winnable with that kill. He knows where the last two players are. Spike down, obviously, but a minute to play with. He can threaten misdirection in a lot of different ways.
Does he still want to take this? It's a 1v2. Spike dropped down. It should be favored for Loud. Kawazine and Tuyas, the two newcomers, against the man who's had his eyes set on that long-term goal. Open yourself up. And Kawazine, there's no re-swing. There's no readjustments, but a misstep. Kawazine, always the closer.
Great recovery in this map, isn't it, from Loud? 3 of the last 4 rounds going their way has brought things almost level. Definitely some shakiness in Fnatic's play. They're kind of patching it up with the individual brilliance coming out from Chronicle and Leo, but overall, I think this timeout is absolutely needed because Loud are looking like the more diligent team. And I was saying that I was looking towards Aspas and Sadak to really step up in this double duelist role and show the rest of the squad how it's done. But Kawazine, he hasn't been to a Grand Finals before, but he's got that LAN experience from his time on NIP. 17-year-old player, showed incredible promise when he played at previous global tournaments. And just think about this. This 17-year-old guy was asked to fill the gap left by Sassy, the most veteran presence in Brazilian Valorant.
Yeah, the right-hand man of Sadak.
And I think Kawazine's brought his own spin to the role. He hasn't just filled the shoes directly. He's been playing Sky and Breach, fragging and supporting, I think, in equal measures. And you're seeing it demonstrated here on Fracture. He's helped them out in so many moments. I think you're right. He's still got that same flair where it feels like he can be that safe pair of hands, but he's willing to get active in a lot of spots.
Sometimes you need that, somebody to fight dirty. Throw a bit of a curveball at them, why not? Take a swing in a fight. Loud steadily regaining their footing.
And Loud have been fighting aggressively for an area of the map at least. Pushing Dish, pushing Tree, making things easier for them on defense. Fnatic haven't been great at stopping that so far, but they've thrived in the chaos.
The goal for them now to try and play into this. Prowler. Oh my goodness, a bit of a misstep there. There was an open opportunity. Aspas could have really put a stopper to that one still. Satchel up to the high ground now. How does he manage that? Rattle off the shot. Buddy up in his hands. This is a call to be made. Look at this from Fnatic. 3 of them grouped up in this morning. 4 of them actually. I correct myself, leading for that late lurker of Alpha Year. They've completely flipped the map.
Does Tui's have any idea about this? He's got to get the call, and he's forced to take a risky approach and clear out Tree.
It's an injection of chaos. Fnatic looking to see if they can really start to drive a wedge between the rest of them. Still, they contain. Kawazine, so disciplined. 1 kill, backs away, doesn't give away anything else.
Very diligent cloudburst there actually for Aspas as he repositions to get rid of Alpha Year. Can Durka make magic? It doesn't look like he's aware.
Doubled up, rifle spotted. Louder in control. What can Boaster do? 4 players meeting them. It would have to be a monumental play. Blinded up though, spam in the box, right to his back. And the man's gonna file it underneath him. Deep breaths.
And that round, it felt chaotic because of the decisions that Boaster had gone for and pathing Fnatic through spawn. But actually, the responses from Loud were really good. Tui's adjusted to it perfectly. The rest of the Loud players coming through had a nice backstab play. And even Sadak was ready to get the punish onto Durka. They dealt with that chaotic round very nicely. They've come back into Fracture, looking super strong here on their defense side, making nice adjustments after the DRX game.
Quite sublime. 5-5. 2 more rounds, 2 more opportunities to gain that narrow lead. Boombot in the corner, poster. Dodging, weaving, seeing if he can avoid it, but he did end up having to break it.
Durka has his ult online. It's Durka and Chronicle over at Dish with 2 ults to work with.
And how will this fight get taken?
I mean, I think Loud just have to give the site here, right? You can play back in. I don't really think you want to be using 2Easy's ult to deny the plant.
Whoa,
that's a long-range one.
Sailed across the map. No kills found, those. Durka was dropped down quite low. Plant now. Orbital strike and the stun. Chronicle. Goodness gracious me, man. Be hopping away. Survives for now. Now the Rolling Thunder, and it's a collapse. Fnatic want to fight. They don't want to make this easy. Taking back their space. Nightfall on. Lion and Plant will go down. Not too many problems. Molly missing. So many angles to watch for. So many angles to watch for. Yet it's Aspas. Consistent. And where is the layers? Where is the play? 2 years holds it down. Defending the lockdown. To his dying breath, but he will not fall. Left up to Leo, and he just cannot maintain.
Loud looks so in control at this point, baiting Fnatic into the A setup. And I thought that they were going to use those ults to go for some elaborate retake, but they just squeezed. They applied constant slow pressure until these Fnatic players were forced to take unfavorable fights one at a time. Look at the reaction there from Fraud. His team's got life in it, and this is why you can never count a team out. Even after they lose on their map pick, it's a BO5. There are so many moments for teams to go back and forth. A final like this is often such an emotional roller coaster. And Aspas holds his nerve this time.
That is pure disrespect. Just fully confident. Waits to see if somebody would peek behind it. Fnatic spam. Oh, they know. And that probably gets used. Leo brought down to a sliver of health. Double satchel though. Durka clearing out the site, but look at where this util is. Panic. Ever so slightly. Nanoswarm popped off, but it's a closer plan, so Poster won't be pushed back. But guess what? Pace injected. This is Loud looking to try and take the fight.
Is Leo fast? Leo?
Close to the corner, Leo! Real difference maker! You can't get the third, but maybe he's done enough.
Certainly made it very difficult for 2Easy and Aspas. I'm not sure they know about Alpia's position, and even if they do, how do you break this crossfire? The plant position's so good.
Util cleared, Orbital Strike wasn't even waiting for the tap. More time being purchased. 3v2, Aspas in 2 years. You got to make the most of this one. It's the last round and a half. A tap of it, forcing the fights, but look at the discipline, look at the patience. Fnatic not giving them anything, not a thing in the world. And they've got that extra element. Alpha here in the back pocket, that's 6-6.
And it certainly feels like both teams are fighting tooth and nail here for Fracture. Really diligent post-plant play, but Loud have also shown us some excellent stuff over this half so far. The double duelist comp has just got to find value on attack.
Maybe they've done enough, but before we head into that second half, let's send it down to Doug, who's down on the floor.
Thank you so much, Brent. I'm sure you can hear it. I'm sure you can feel it. This crowd is electric. I'm standing by with Sugetsu. I gotta ask you about this double duelist comp from Loud on Fracture. Do you like it? Do you not like it? What are your thoughts on it in general?
I mean, this combination of agents is very good for attack side. Like, I can't imagine what they will do on defense. Like, I have no thoughts about this, but on attack it's strong enough.
So if you think they're half,
फिर से अटका क्या दिक्कत है भाई तेरे को?
8-4 maximum, and on defense they could do something with pushes probably, like C side push, city side map, I mean city spawn push, you know. So
like करो guys, तो channel पे जो भी नहीं subscribe करो भाई.
And it's been a very good match. Again, it's a 6-6 half. I want to ask you about Fnatic in particular, because you think about their history, and they always get to big moments and then they fall apart. But it feels like this team is different. It seems like they have more confidence. It seems like they're far more level-headed. having played against them, what makes them so good?
I mean, we were always losing to their new roster. Like they were creating new roster, we're losing to them. After we're like taking revenge, we can say. So for me, this roster is like kind of the same as they had like 2 times. So even if they will, basically we need to see when they will lose at least 1 map, how they will go, like in Fuser.
Yeah, last question, it's got to be quick. Who do you have winning this match?
Fnatic.
Fnatic,
Yeah.
You heard it. He's full on Fnatic, EMEA all the way.
EMEA,
let's
let's
throw
go.
it back down to the casters. Bren, Sideshow, she's all yours.
Well, confidence from Sagetsu in his EMEA brothers.
And why wouldn't he be confident? Fnatic's defense side obliterated Na'Vi, and I did not see that one coming. They had so many set plays.
Duo has 80%
But this
opening, dual
whole
success
map is going to
rate
play
at
quite
2.
differently in this match, because Aspas and Sadak are
Leo,
playing the
Leo.
double duelist, looking to get up aggressive in people's faces.
And we look towards Sadak to be that guy playing the Rays. He's got to have some of that impact. Currently sitting at 2-11. And the IGL Sailors team to a win here. Now to find out. Second half beginning here. Lovely bit of pressure. Fault line. Loud forced to give up that space that they gained. Bit of a jiggle. Oh my goodness, Boaster. Lucky man to get away with that. 13 health, still alive in the fight, but a dash forwards. Now the plant will start to go down. No clearance in tower. Not a worry in the world. Deny the plant.
बढ़िया नेट था बे नेट तो उस तरफ चले जाता है सर्वर
Sky running, skipping, hopping all the way through Canteen. Stun. Re-swing, not expecting it.
Oh
and Boaster, oh my goodness, damage being done. He was really being pushed to his limits. Aspas, how does he want to fight that one with his teammate up in tower, sticking all the way? You gotta contest this, and they don't. Fnatic, once more the arena. Sounding more like a library. They have stunned and deafened.
Such a good pistol round from Fnatic there. Being able to control that, but I think the crucial one is just that Boaster doesn't get cleared. The push deep into spawn should have gotten rid of Boaster, leaving Aspas healthy and Sadak alive. I think it's a great call from the IGL, but Boaster gets away with murder.
Doesn't get cleaned out on 13 health.
And that puts
just a difference maker.
That puts crazy pressure on Loud's shoulders here. Whoops. Bit of a miss there from Leo, and jeers fly out from the crowd, but massive economical disadvantage here for Loud. And I think some time for Sadak to think upon the game plan and what he can do to be able to bring this map back under Loud control after a pretty good first half. For Sadak, I keep thinking back to the quote that he had in an interview after the NRG game. That game that went to OT and pushed Sadak to his limits. He said that he almost broke down and started crying, trying to think of a solution to what was going on there. The pressure is just so immense for these IGLs to come up with the answer. And especially when you're on such a heavy fragging roll and you're supposed to be delivering big kills and space for the rest of your team too.
So much that lies on his shoulders. The mantle of responsibility. For now, it's Loud looking to claim anything they can. They'll be happy with a couple of kills going into this one, but steadily making their way forwards. Ground gained, but they want that spike down. They want to get into that post plant. Difficult to try and re-clear this. Stray shot to the body. Leo. Lovely trade, still less is there. Watching his teammates back, and time running low.
Shouldn't be able to get this plant down. A couple of players ready to push him.
Oh,
and he walks into Boaster, who's holding a very safe angle. 8th round on the board for Fnatic here. And these are the kind of moments where Fnatic were cooking stuff up. Pivotal economic swing rounds like this, they went aggressive. With often ultimates, although there's none on the board available for them now, but often going for some kind of, you know, Durka showstopper push into or through arcade, doing a collapse on the south side that destroyed Na'Vi. all of this defensive aggression. And if you look at the mini-map, Fnatic are planning it here at Tree. A massive clash on our hands.
Clash of wills, clash of that util. Push forward, Sturka. Oh my goodness, this guy is unrelenting. Haunt at the top in the tree. Does reveal the players, 3 of them there, and Alfie close, spamming it down. I was hoping for the second, but they don't quite walk into it.
Durka's so fast behind them though. Fnatic unrelenting on the flank.
And look at this, you have to try and play this poster. Will he stay alive? And he's being corralled, contained in the spawn, but post-plant setup looks quite ideal. 2 players deep onto the site for Loud. What can they do? And this smoke is difficult. Bit of spam just in case. Taking every precaution.
It's a lovely reposition. This fight, Aspas, no way! What was Aspas looking at? He had the timing, he had everything.
He misses the easy kill, and it's Fnatic cleaning it up. They're eating it up.
But the Killjoy lockdown, this is what I was talking about. The reposition from Les is gorgeous. Up into Dish.
One detained. Flash misses. Off to the side, time running low now. Oh my God! Rifle's not doing too much, but it is time that is the biggest enemy. Nana Swarm dropped. And all Les has got to do is survive. He knows he's claimed the round.
Fnatic look like that could have been a round 1 for them. But it's the crucial reposition that Les goes for, recognizing that if all of these players are flanking from the south side of the map, Dish is going to be open. A bold move, a good ultimate, online in round 15 as well, very early to get the lockdown online. And it makes all the difference there. Puts pressure on the Loud economy though. Bulldog and a Guardian brought up into this. North side crunch perhaps?
Looks like it. You're still waiting for some sort of contact, maybe off the boom bot, but holding it. There's the stun. 2 years. Unfortunate position he's been forced into, but a smoke at his back. A bit more peace of mind knowing that really Fnatic would have a tough time trying to get through it.
But all of that fighting forces Loud into a passive spot and gives the ult orb to Durka. And now he has his ultimate to deny a plant or go for a retake. As everybody on Loud, apart from Les, coalesces in Arcade.
Grouping up. Updraft dash, Aspas missing it. Aftershock making sure nobody can swing, yet it is equal trades. An even fight. And Leo, all the more powerful for it. Players weak enough. Oh my God, this guy's looking snappy. And 2 years. He knows what one of the players is, but that was 1v2. Can't keep putting these young guns in these positions. Pressure is mounting. Can he come up with it? Not going to be handed an easy one. So much to clear. And Leo, he's everywhere. Say it again. Man's everywhere. Safe hands. Again, pulling them forward. A 2-round lead.
You just can't give him those opportunities. He's at 21 kills already.
This is absurd.
In 16 rounds. And it's not like Loud played that perfectly. Leo was offered opportunity after opportunity to take 1v1s, and he wins them. But Loud got snarled up there. Really big communication problem. Maybe the pressure or the nerves getting to them. The weight of being 1 map down and losing control of Fracture, perhaps. But the timings were all off, and now they're just going to group and hope that Aspas can fly them through.
All 5 of them, util sailing right over the edge, and a fight to be taken still. Fnatic unable to give up any ground, unwilling to give up any ground, but it's afforded them the ult. Rolling Thunder clears and cleaves, but still there's layers to it. The Molotov at their feet, Gauzine burned to a crisp and a risky play indeed. Watched for though. Attracting the ire of Alfie, never really a comfortable position. And they know exactly where they are. This is Fnatic with such a commanding lead now, momentum behind them, looking to try and seal it and claim that second map here in our grand finals.
You just saw it there, Loud are going to take a timeout after this one. Another attempt at a thrifty. So their economy's still in an all right position, but they just can't get value from the duelist players against so much of the rest of the field, against everybody other than Fnatic. It feels like you're getting huge moments coming out from Aspas and very solid fragging coming from Sadak. Bala's right. Sadak hasn't been star, a superstar player on the Rays, but he's, against most teams, been very solid and putting up decent performances. Here, he's getting himself in good spots. His brain's working, but 3-16, not able to find the duels. Against the individual talent of Fnatic, at the moment he can't hold a candle, and Aspas isn't quite dragging them through these rounds with his brilliance either. Loud are in a really difficult spot.
Just being outclassed. Comes to those individuals.
And what a statement that is. It might sound superficial, but Loud itself is a Brazilian super team. Maybe that would apply more to the former roster, but even so, Kawanzin, hot prospect, Tui's star duelist player. Adding these guys all together with the Argentinian IGLing of Sadak. Some of the best the Americas has to offer. The best in terms of lock-in. For them to be losing on an individual level is absurd.
Speaks volumes. The expectations.
Oh my
yeah, that's what you got to be careful of.
Wow, that's so close. So close. It's the same kind of stun ult play that we saw take out one of the Na'Vi players previously.
So good for it. No kill claim though.
Lucky,
honestly, as well. Still has a bit of armor intact. Chronicle, this angle is so goddamn cheeky.
Let's go.
And Loud feel like they're just struggling for answers. They use an ult in kind, look to try and take some space towards A hordes, but they're shut down before they can even grab their footing. It's a noise fake. You can see them. They were charging their way over towards B, and the goal of this is to try and drag those rotations from Fnatic.
And it has opened a gap. Chronicles looking back towards the north side of the map, dropping down into a very safe anchor position with Alpha Yet. Unless they get caught in transition here, just jiggle peeking, they're still going to be able to put up some resistance.
Navi spotted him. Watching for it. Flash through, forcing out the cloud burst, blocking the line of sight angles. The players flooding in, but a Nana Swarm, it blocks them. They can't follow up, and they're left stumbling, grumbling, faltering. Right before they can even get through the choke.
What a shutdown that was. Fnatic are so quick to call for help and so diligent with their multiple setups. Look at how immediately this response was. Leo throwing a haunt down, Boaster there ready to kill Aspas and cover that angle so that everybody else on Fnatic can just face the choke point.
Unbelievable.
They are destroying Loud. Toying with them almost in some of these rounds.
It's a word we use frequently actually over the course of this tournament when describing Fnatic as that dismantling. Making some of the best teams at this event just look like they don't even stand a chance at times. This is Loud. Listen, they didn't have an easy path to get here to the grand finals. Theirs was full of issues. But there has been that raw individuality that sometimes sails them to calmer waters. Can they do it again in this round? The buy's weaker. Aspas was good to claim the first opening, but it was that instant response again. Left into a 4v4, tap of the spike. Hoping they can force out the util. There's the C's and the nade.
And this looks like a cancel from Sadak, getting fed information by less. But he's got to know that Althea is still around here. He can hear the turret, and the alarm bot's still up. It's a great shot, but just too far away. Althea survives on 5 HP, and that could be pivotal.
Absolutely brutal. Backs away, survives. Bit of spam. Les has worked himself into the angle, and despite being so low, making plays. Skipping a hop through. Fnatic are so quick to plug up any sort of gaps in the defensive protocols.
The help comes instantly, and Aspas on a bit of a lurk play, left to pick up the pieces with 20 seconds left.
Has to be the most. No time to waste. Spike out in the open. Spam angle, 7 bullets. And he just doesn't anticipate it. Clearance is there, but as soon as the shot's fired, Durka, confidence in bounds. And this is Fnatic once more crawling their way to that map point.
Steamrolling their way to that map point. There has been no chance for Loud in this half. Defense side, they put up some resistance. On attack, Fnatic's ability to control the map has just proved far too much for them. The ultimate cycling, again, always in favor of Fnatic. And a reminder, Fnatic obviously have still yet to drop a map at lock-in, and I don't think it's happening here.
It would have to be 5 rounds from Loud. Try and get a semblance of OT, and they just can't quite come up with the answers, because how can you against this, man?
Look how many different defensive setups there are, how many trap plays and layers. This team has only had a few months together.
They look so well put together. The firepower, the strategy, made manifest here on the brink of winning.
Nice.
Second map in the grand finals. Nightfall only tags onto the 1, pushes them back, but it just feels like Loud are hoping for anything. An unforced error, someone just gets into their sight line. Aspas is the man to watch for. Pressure applied though onto multiple areas. Door opened up, they're going to be able to hear this one. So Fnatic still uncertain as to where this is trying to land. Spike finally being picked up though, and Les has got himself into a forward position. Could be a real thorn in the side, but he's cleaned up nevertheless. Spike has to go down here. Lockdown in play. Fnatic might be looking to try and close up this map. But right pretty both. Oh my goodness.
It's a good nade though to take out the lockdown.
3 players left standing. Loud trying to hold on. Any sort of grip they can get onto this series. Aspas is good. He equalizes it in a 3-on-3 fight. Flash dodged. The Fnatic are scaling, taking that space onto the site now. How does this get taken? Stun across. Chronicle! 2 found. Aftershock pushes them away, but it's all too little and all too late. Out for year with all the time in the world, and that is just brutal. Second map claimed here in this grand finals.
A warpath being carved out. Scorched earth here as Fnatic bully their way through. No resistance from Loud in that half, none whatsoever. 2-0 up in the series and 1 map away from Chronicle lifting his 2nd trophy, and the rest of Fnatic finally getting that sweet title that they've been going for years at this point.
The job's not finished. It's a best of 5. The tide of battle could change at a given moment. Loud still in this one, but they've got to claw their way back from an unbelievable deficit.
And once again, Leo, the best player in the server. He's got to be on for tournament MVP at this point. Mini's reaction to some of these plays from Leo from Chronicle are all absurd. Loud have to step up to start to match this.
Fnatic firepower and spades. Strategy book seems to be bigger than the Bible. That's going to do it for map number 2. We'll see on the other side of this break just how far this series will really go.
No one can beat them, Fnatic, by I say. They do. Impossible.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
दो मिनट टाइम है भाई लियो को क्या कर After game. Static 2 help. हाँ भाई उनका क्राउड भी नहीं है भाई बेस्ट फिर भी खेल रहे भाई
You knew that this was coming. Tried to fight it, but you denied it.
मेरे को ऐसा प्रेडिक्ट लग रहा है भाई लाउड कमबैक मारेगा अभी स्प्लिट लाउड जीतेगा क्या चल रहा है भाई इधर क्लेम बडी तो क्या होगा दे रहा है क्या है how much is consuming spot really
You knew that this was coming.
क्यों पे हैवी लोड है बे ये देखेंगे कौन है हैवी इनपुट बढ़िया भाई as predicted
Welcome back to the Valorant Lock-In Tournament where Fnatic is playing the Librarian as they reduce Loud to a whisper here in Sao Paulo and putting us on series point.
I just love how the crowd erupted.
I know, it was poorly timed.
He did that.
Thanks, guys.
This is still, though, a very dangerous spot for Loud. They are now in a position where they themselves have to reverse sweep. They were the team to shut down DRX, stop them from being able to be the first team in the big VCT circuit here to be able to do that. I don't know if Loud's going to be able to do it, though. They need to be able to run it back, and it has to start on split.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, especially after this map number 2. Fnatic came in, and on their attacking side, they played a similar game plan to what we've seen in the past. Put an emphasis on getting those orbs, have great preset executes around your ultimates, and I felt like Loud was going to have some preparation for that. I thought they were going to be ready, and it looked like they were. It looked like they had ideas on their defense to shut that one down, but Fnatic still had such great plans and such good decision-making on the fly that they were still winning out these rounds.
Yeah, they have it all. They have the ult coordination, they have the decision-making on the fly, and I think a big part of that goes to Boaster. This guy is on the verge of getting his first trophy, which he's been trying for so long. You saw the lockdown, you saw Loud stay out of the lockdown range and retake this tower position fast, but Boaster gets the plant down, ults them out of tower, so they have time to hold on, and he gets a 2K forward. That is really just prime Boaster, and he's in his element.
Yeah, that's the exact situation, right? Because Loud knew what was going to happen. They were ready for it, but still, Fnatic win that one out.
Yeah, I think not only is this the best iteration of Fnatic that we've seen so far, I think it's the best iteration of Boaster. The way that he's having impact right now in these games is just utterly phenomenal.
Well, speaking of it being the best iteration of Fnatic that we've seen, it was round 7 that will be our Verizon high-speed moment for the day. Leo and Chronicle linking up Bala together to prove their worth and then some as a duo.
This was a 2v4. This was the moment where I'm like, again, this is such a big super team. But for me, Leo is the initiator prince that was promised, but now he has the patronage of the once and former king of Chronicle. It is so good to see these two play. The duel and the way that they actually approach situations like this and their ult coordination, their utility coordination, you just see it over and over and over. It's so amazing.
It was the second layer that Fnatic has needed for so long. And I mean, you can see Loud cannot believe some of these rounds that they were pulling off. It was miracles for the side of Fnatic, but that's what shut Loud down. That second half, Loud only won a single round. The way that they cycled between different calls for Fnatic was fantastic, and every individual was performing to such a high level.
I just love that when if we go back to that post-match interview that we had with Chronicle, he just said, like, I'm not bad, guys. I'm still good at the game. He is absolutely proving that right now, definitively, that he still has what it takes.
Fnatic sitting pretty at 2-0, so let's talk about what needs to change here for Loud if they want to get back into this series, Mimi. We asked in that map for Cowanzine to step up. He did top the leaderboards for the squad, but it wasn't enough.
Yeah, it was a fantastic game out of Cowanzine.
It's set का भाई फिर से भाई निभा रखेगा भाई
Pass. They were really getting shut down on this one. The defensive side of Fnatic knew when to play back, give that space, and pinch back in, and they were also doing a great job of when they did take those early fights, shutting down Sadok in particular. And this worries me, because we go into Split next, where Loud has to perform a reverse sweep, and this is another map where they play this double duelist composition.
Yeah, it was my concern coming into this map, and I don't think the concern got super alleviated, but it definitely wasn't the lowest point for Sadok at all. And I think the lowest point for me when I watched this was on Split. So that's where the concern continues. It was on Split against NRG that was like, oh, he's really not comfortable here. He's really not comfortable calling. And, I mean, they went to map 3 off of that one. It was really difficult for them to actually even do anything. So, yeah, it comes down to that. And if there was any comp to change, I think it'd be this one.
And guess where we happen to be going on map number 3? It's going to be Split Achilles. It's got to start here for Loud.
It really does. And I'm right there with Bala. The raise right now from him is not inspiring that much confidence, but I do at least favor the raised Jet on Split as a double duelist compared to on Fracture, but it's still going to be rough around the edges here unless Sadok can level up his performance. He cannot be hovering down around the bottom of the board.
This map is going to be wild too, because Fnatic also play a double duelist composition here, and that's going to be the first time I think we're really seeing these two comps really match up against each other in that mirror here at Lock-In. But what's difficult is for Loud, it is going to require that reverse sweep. We've talked a lot. It is a very, very hard thing to do. And for Fnatic, I'm sure they are feeling so invigorated, one step away for the first trophy for this core.
We eagerly await Prime Gaming Agent Select to get some answers to the questions that we have when it comes to what compositions each team will bring out. Will it be the double duelist? Loud, it's important to remember, is starting out on the attacking side. A lot of times people cite double duelist most effective from that attacking half, but it means they need to have a hot start if they go for it.
Yo, it absolutely is, and I also think there's threats for Alphayer here as the Cypher. He could really get a lot of lurks off on Loud, not only on defense, but also mostly on attack, especially as you get those double cages going. So that's definitely a threat for Loud.
There we have it. We're matching the double duelists across both teams.
Yeah, right now, for the side of Loud, if they want to get themselves back into this game, they need to start off hot. They need to clock Fnatic in the mouth, catch them off guard, and get that momentum building, because they need to swing this around, not just in this map, but in this entire series.
It's all or nothing at this point for Loud as we turn our attention towards map 3 Split, which means it's time, once again, to send it back to Brandon Sideshow for the cast.
Map number 3 now entering the turning point of the series. Joy and horror is going to be across both stages. A swirl of emotions for both of these teams, Josh, as they edge ever closer to the potential goals.
And you see the trophy between both of these teams, both metaphorically and literally within touching distance here of Fnatic. And what a long road back from Loud if they want a chance of being able to lift this and become that back-to-back title winner. I'm right there with the desk. I'm looking towards Sadok. I think the comparison between the two IGLs is so apt. Boaster, everything's working, so he can focus on his own game. Sadok, 0 and 6 in first kill to first death on Fracture. He just simply has to do better.
Has to do the most for them, Durka! Just an absolute menace to society with a shot like that. Scattering the hopes and dreams of an easy execute there into A heaven. Still wants to take the angle, still wants to take the fight. Damage being done, rattled across. The bullets fly. And it's Fnatic once more laying claim to a couple more bodies.
And look how happy Fnatic are to rotate 4 people onto A defense.
Holding for it. 2 years, less. Crossfire watched 4, turning it into that 3 on 3.
The Viper Wall doing so much there, allowing Loud to stack up multiple players. and breaking Fnatic's crosshair placement. Now the pressure really does get applied to Fnatic.
It's a soundbait though. They look like they were
Check
trying
करो guys,
to
और
fake
चैनल पे
towards
जो
that
भी नए
presence in
subscribe
mid.
करो.
I like this push from Alpha, yeah. I think repositioning here catches them if they rotate back to B and lets him help A.
Okay.
Still, almost getting your head taken off there. Boaster has to back away. Leo returns the fire. Does not get out unscathed. Spikers entered the side. It's up to them. Kawazim with the plant.
Dweez has a start, but he's got to fend off Alpha, yeah.
And this is it. It's all about the timing, which Alpha, yeah, he knows exactly. It's handed to him on a plate. That 1v2. Fnatic, the potential is there for them, and the crossfire just immaculate. This team is sailing their way. Obviously, they've had some rough waters to navigate over the course of their entire history, but taking this pistol round one step closer to the hopes and dreams.
4 out of 5 pistol rounds going the way of Fnatic, playing these situations so well. Incredible stuff. And as we get closer throughout this map, I mean, that is what's going to be running through Boaster and Durka's head for sure. They haven't had to do the most in this series so far. Leo and Chronicle really stepping up for them, the new additions, but the history is just going to come to life as they take these steps closer and closer to lifting their first trophy together. Sage wall planted in mid here. Really good on the anti-eco. Going to take a lot for Loud to be able to break that, but they do very quickly. And that speaks of a heavy commitment towards the middle of the map for the wall to be broken so early.
Just one portion of it. Smoke to plug up the gaps. Close angles. That B main control still being held for now, but look at this, Durka. He's not shy. Willing to take that fight, but he's being met face to face there. Classic right click doing a lot of damage. Claiming that kill, but it's responded with. And the cam. So many of these setups by Fnatic. Well thought out.
Yeah, really good. Alfia's got many of these where the cam gives information in B heaven at the same time as B main.
Dash away, nade against the wall, rebound, slow as well.
Gonna be a pivot here into Boaster, but he's full health with a Bulldog. Oh, and maybe even a cancel.
Okay.
Loud don't have too many chances of winning this round. Fnatic are surrounding them on all fronts.
Nothing left open. It's gonna take a miracle and more. Lovely crossfires by Fnatic. Noise being made with that jump down. 20 seconds left, and these trips have not been dealt with. Alfia doesn't even wait for the timing, doesn't even wait for it before he strikes. 3 in a round, a triple claimed. It's Fnatic. Lights out performance.
And Alfia is going to be very crucial on this half of the map. Fnatic got to choose the defense side, and the trips are going to be useful. I mean, often going to be broken, though, by Sadak with his blast packs or updraft dashed over. But that little mind game of how Alfia decides to anchor the sites, whether it's A or whether it's B, and where he gets information with his cams is going to be crucial here. We've seen before, actually, the way that Loud ended up losing this map was hard anchoring a site and then flooding retakers in. Now they've got rifles in hand, though. Favored here, but only ever so slightly. The buy's still good for Fnatic.
Exchange of fire, straight down mid. No casualties. Damage was done. You're gonna see a delayed wall here. Good discipline from Loud to break that. Look at Les, taking his time with him. Nade gonna be used in response again, pushes them out of heaven. And Loud really finding it difficult to get anything done. This cam position, Alfia maneuvering his setup.
Really good pressure in B heaven has pulled Durka away from the A site. It's only Alfia here.
Yep, he's alone, anchoring.
The cam position is still really good. It'll give him enough time to react and pop his cages and play hard. Anchor back site.
Seems like Fnatic have got a Util will it get cleared? Skipping a hop straight over to Trips cages though. This is throwing so much into the mix. But eventually he is dealt with, cleaned up. Still crosshair placement not ideal for Durka.
And a good kill from Sadak. That's going to get some confidence going. Nice shot hit. Game plan working. Tui's in an awesome backstab position. Everything left to Boaster.
So much to do. One fight taken. And one. Sees the second player, guesses incorrectly. And so Loud answer back.
That's a very good round by Sadak, and I'm not just talking about the flick shot that he hit, but the manipulation of the defender rotations. Fnatic were just starting to get the read that it was heading into A as he decided to pull the trigger and execute into the site. He gets the spray down on onto Alpha, sorry. So they trade 2 duelists for the 1 site anchor. I think that's, or rather 1 duelist for the 1 site anchor. I think that is exactly how Loud would like to play things. And they seal it up. I'm looking towards Durka here, over towards A ramp. He's not going to find many opportunities to get aggressive, but depending on how bold he is, he could just try to ego this Viper setup. Kawanzine in the previous matches was always using his Trailblazer here, and now they're just contacting.
Here we go! No cue given. Durka left so unaware, but there's a paranoia and a nade. And Sadak's left reeling from that one. Still, it's Aspas carving his way forwards, cleaving into the top site. At least the top of A, a path has been found.
Very nicely done. Plant for heaven too. Barring any heroics here from Leo, the round should be sealed up. I mean, 2Es is also just the final line of security if they even need it. I don't think there's any chance Leo's going to see this one coming.
They're going to hunt for these guns.
Definitely. And it's going to apply serious stress to Fnatic's economy. Loud have looked good on their attack side playing this comp. The only team to punish them for it was DRX. Playing that flood retake style with a very heavy single site anchor. But if you think about how this round worked, all of the anticipation of the crowd just dissipating in a moment.
Exiting but returns.
Both of these comps are really quite similar. You've got the double duelist, but it's almost like the 2021 version played by Fnatic versus the 2023 version played by Loud, where you combine it with the double controller and the Sky Flash. And it's quite singular in its purpose. It's going to burst into sights, overwhelm you with utility and aggression. On both sides, honestly. Whereas Fnatic's is a little more able to play the slow game, despite having 2 duelists. Maybe a little more labored on the burst plays once we swap sides. Loud grouping up in B main here. They've got Seekers, Viper's pit for post. Alpha Year is not here to anchor. Everything on Boaster with only a stinger in hand.
Yeah. Paranoia, push back, and a nade, and the slow orb. It's bought him time. Critically, moves forward, a closer angle to be found.
Sage Wall hasn't been broken in mid, so none of these B players are worried about a B Heaven backstab. Kawanzine reflashes, spots the wall. Got to break this, but they could always still go for a B re-hit. They're actually leaving that area, though. So it is possible that Alpha Year is going to once more be tested.
Onto the complete opposite.
The Seekers are going to be so useful here. Aspas and Sadak can follow them into sight and just essentially spam them as Alpha Year plays inside his cage.
And here we go. Seekers offloaded. Durka stays alive, but he's bloodied, he's bruised, and he's got the most to do. What? Shuts down Sadak under so much scrutiny. A re-swing! The confidence. Oh, it's boundless. It's all the way there, and it's crumbling beneath them. Loud. They just can't quite do it. Magnificent by Fnatic. An instant response, weaving in and out, playing off of each other.
And Durka gets away with murder there as well. After taking, I think it was 140, a Phantom Dink to begin the round, he's down to 1 health, 1 HP.
There's no shot.
It must have been a 124 at that distance with only light armor online. He's still able to pick up 2 kills. I feel for Sadak. He's having a really rough finals already. And to spray and pray like that, and your praise be denied, the deities of Valorant spitting in your face, it's got to feel dreadful.
Scriptwriters have got something else in mind, it seems. Today, Fnatic laying claim, laying waste to the opposition. And still holding it down. That first kill onto Les is going to sting. Durka overstays his welcome.
Punished this time, and that's so important. That's the second time that Durka's been taken out going for something aggressive, but he can't be allowed, from Loud's point of view, to abuse this Viper setup. You need to have that conditioning that there could be people behind the Viper stuff.
A fight to be taken, shots rattled.
Honestly, if I see Leo on a site at this point, I am running the other direction.
You leave it. Nice enough time though, Slow was there, now you see it. What is the play being made? Rocket the showstopper.
0 damage.
Gains nothing, and Leo just couldn't quite dodge the flash. Still, the execute continues. Loud looking to try and pincer this one. Boaster, he's under assault from so many different angles. The counter spam, the punish. It's there.
Strong round from Loud. Alfiev can go for some kind of exits, or just keep the weapon online for Durka into the next, but either way, Loud are starting to find some success. This composition is quite attackers-sided, I would say, but Fnatic themselves, you know, similar scenes, arguably.
Still could be anyone's map.
It absolutely could, but it has to be Loud's for the series to continue, for them to have any chance at winning that back-to-back title. Alfie just looking to save the gun here.
Start to feel the heat here. Couple of seconds left for him to try and survive. Do not swing out, son.
You think about how Durka's been playing this tournament so far. These kind of plays have always worked. But the frustration on Mini's face tells me that there might be a stern talking to coming. Fnatic have taken a timeout, and both Mini and Boaster will be cautioning Durka not to overheat. You cannot allow the moment to get to you, the crowd to weigh on you, and a feeling of immortality to hit. But at the same time, a fine balance must be found. You can't allow that Viper utility to always go uncontested. But picking and choosing your moments more carefully may be the secret there for Durka. Because that's the second time in 3 rounds that Loud have won where Durka's offered them an opening.
Loud not the kind of team to go out easy. They want this just as much as Fnatic do. Chronicle hunting for that 2-time trophy. Boaster hunting for his own when he's been so close yet so far in the past.
You saw the historic video, the tears that were shed towards the end from Fnatic. Just another minor character in Sentinel's story at the beginning of Valorant. But now they have firmly made that their own. Looking to do the same as was done to them. On pace right now for an undefeated streak through lock-in. But Loud are there to challenge, and so far it's looking so good. Durka with knives in his hand. Now Fnatic's defense didn't look like it had as many set plays as their Fracture when we saw it earlier in this tournament. I didn't see them cook up big game plans around Chronicle's ultimates, for example. A little ping there as they look to see, is there a camera? Is there some kind of trap play? But no, not this time. Loud are allowed mid for free.
Durka might be feeling it sometime soon. No, instead the players that were creeping and crawling, possibly through ropes, they instead decide to take their presence towards mid still. Crossing, using that Viper wall.
This is all still really fluid from Loud, right? Sadak at any point here can call a B split and an A split, just based on what he hears and what's delivered to him by the rest of the team. And the key, from our point of view, is less. He's starting to move over to B. This is going to be a commitment.
Chronicle, smoke in his face. Boombot tags onto a target, and whilst all that's happening, the rotations, the attempt, everything's being thrown into chaos. Moving forwards, Leo does not win it out, yet still, look at that! Main can't be contained with time on the clock, bleeding low. Durka with the most to do. Cosmic Device splits across, right click does not hit the Storm. And he has to back. Just a shorty.
So close, that could have been everything.
Weaponry's not good. Cloudburst forwards, pre-fire. But less punishes.
Durka's looking to retrieve a rifle here and still go for it. Or maybe he's required to save with the money on Alpha Year and Boaster being so low. Lauda being given a lot of the map here, and Durka finally calls it off.
Feels like, Josh, it's been a long time in this series since we've seen Loud with an ever so slight lead where momentum's been on their side, but making steady strides.
I would argue the 6-6 half on Fracture on their defense, it looked promising. I could see really bright spots.
Yeah.
They just weren't able to do anything on the other half of the map. And that, I've got to admit, does worry me a little bit here. We've already seen Loud's attack side be very good, and especially with how passive Fnatic are playing them, offering them the whole of mid, very safe Sage walls from Leo, even getting Loud into B Heaven. I would expect Loud's attack side to be good here and rack up 6, maybe even 7 rounds. Doesn't mean I'm not concerned about them on the other half.
Boaster attempting. Smoked across, Judge in his hands, a potent weapon indeed, yet a fight taken and a fight lost for Chronicle. The call is made here. Waiting it out, but Loud, they don't overstep themselves. Okay, we got a kill, let's slow it down.
This is tough from Boaster. He was worried someone could have gone A-ramp, but now he's in the position to win the round.
Smoke will fade at any moment, you've got to be kidding me! What timing was taken there?
Just off the smoke.
Instinct at its best. And he's handed a cheap one, he's handed an easy one, Durka's there as well. Bailing them out. Pressure being applied into the corner of the site, but it's Loud who are struggling to get in. A dodge and a flash, up close and personal. That's where the judge is favored. And Boaster, he's going for more. Tap at a spike, Kawazine can start to feel it. In this situation again.
Kawanzin's going to get Seekers off the back of this. Doesn't seem like he's going to be offered a great opportunity to use them, but maybe 2Es can be the playmaker.
He's going to have to be.
Does he hear any footsteps? I don't think so, and it's not planted for Heaven.
And he doesn't have any stars to delay. He's dealt with, final player known. And what is the play? TP across, and that's that crossfire setup. Boaster happy to be the sacrificial lamb, especially if it secures him that round.
What a great round from Fnatic there, and from Boaster especially. Preternatural timing on the read with the judge. Exactly as his smoke was about to go down, you saw Kawazine getting ready, I think, to flash through it. And he just spams, grabs a kill, falls off. Good for another as they get into sight.
You can tell how much he wants it, Josh.
Yeah, he's playing like a man possessed. A man that can feel and sense his dreams of the last 2 years becoming manifest.
It's been a long journey. But the job is not finished. Oh, crossing through the choke. Fnatic might have got a glimpse of that one. Trailblazer pushes forwards, pushes past. Not sure if it spotted anyone, but look at this. Fnatic eager to contain, eager to take the fight. It's Aspas with the knives though, and look at this. Seekers push forwards, it's a right click. Won't have any more to throw at him. Pound for pound, anchoring at the back. Boaster vulnerable. Ultimate online, TP's back to safety. And Leo, he's watching for it. Sadak, maybe just feeling like he has to create a play in that moment, but he overstays his welcome.
Les will have ult.
And so this is what it comes down to.
Alpha, yeah, though.
On the Heaven position.
Yeah, he's getting ready. Here comes the ultimate.
Neurotheft, everybody spam, that's the game plan. Boaster though. Overshot it a little bit, didn't quite take the correct timing. Left it at 2-on-2. And this is hard. Leo hoping to spam, hoping to kill, but he will not claim it. He will not get it. Shut down.
A major round win. Signs of life here from Loud still. They have not given up hope. And so far, this attacking side has been marvelous. They're finding those moments, both teams with a great game plan, but I love the way that Aspas was already ready to outplay the Neural Theft. He knew it was coming and went for a play right before the first tag came through. Very smart stuff. They look super prepared here on Split. And they put Fnatic into a difficult situation. 3 rifles online. And it is very difficult for Fnatic to control the outskirts of this map. They're pushing forwards in B main, but surely Boaster doesn't get more with the mini judge.
Leo repositions. Smoke. Oh my! Shots going wide. He does fall. A difficult task to try and break through and take the side, but nevertheless, it's done. Taken care of. Watching every avenue. Smokes making sure that Fnatic don't try something tricky of their own. The rifles have to save. And it's Loud who are going for the hunt. They do not want to let anything slip away from them. Any advantage they can get. Hunting. Alfie. Dodge peek, crossfire setup. It's now turning it. Hunter becoming the hunted. Aspas caught with a util in his hands. A bit of a disaster for Loud. Hoping to try and do some damage to the economy, but handed a freebie.
An overheat maybe, because all of these kills matter far more to Fnatic than they do to Loud.
Confidence for Sadak.
And not just that, but a bit of damage to keep Fnatic's economy in check as we head into round 11. Final 2 rounds, Fnatic should still be able to buy even if they lose due to the loss bonus. But maybe, you know, without that full utility, maybe a bit of a scrappy buy towards the end. But yeah, that confidence is so key. The game plan is working, and Sadak's finding some moments. He's not lighting the world on fire, but he's doing enough at the moment. Wow. So, Durka and Alfie both making the play this time. Instead of Durka being on his own, they are together.
Alfie is going to bait him! No way! A triple for Durka.
He's just supposed to be the bait there, the tasty worm on the end of the string.
And they don't expect this. Alfie strikes and Alfie claims. 5th round for it. One step closer to that even scoreline.
What a response. What a response immediately there. How does Durka manage to get 2?
That's nasty. That's just nasty.
Ridiculous shooting.
No shot. And yeah, he's just supposed to be the bait. Take a fight, dash away. They don't expect Alpha yet.
But sometimes when you have players of this quality, the plan becomes immaterial.
Loud forced into a fast play. Double satchel, dash across onto the site. No control of A, Heaven. Same play again. Trying to clear it. Smoke on the edge. Less. No way. Making a bit of noise. Backs away as the orb fades down. Maybe hearing the presence there, but this looks like it's going to be that 5-on-5. Nade at the feet. Less. Bit of chip damage.
There's a reflank happening here from Tui's, but he's going to hit a trip unless Alpha dies.
It's all about that timing. Durka. Straight bullets. Meeting their match. Trying to take the fight. Wider swing, and Less is dealt with. All in their face as well. This is starting to get panicky. Trips dealt with. 2 years! Oh my goodness!
Close, very close.
More than strained, but still they collapse. Easy sightlines handed. But Alfier with a moment of his own. Let's see what he can make of it. Time running brutally low, and it's Aspas with 3. 2-round lead for Loud as they close out that first half.
Finally seeing Aspas come alive in the duelist battle, the Jet head-to-head. What a round from this young fellow. looking so clean out there and powering Loud forwards. That should be their favored half, though. 7 rounds. Is it enough to fend Fnatic off and give them another map, another shot at continuing the series and winning the second trophy?
It's a hell of an attack side for Loud, claiming 7. Unbelievable scenes, but let's send it down to the desk to break it all down so far.
टाइम आउट हुआ बे Fnatic की तरफ से शायद.
Thank you so much, gents. Loud has come alive here in Sao Paulo. They find themselves a 2-round advantage, the best first half they've been able to mount here so far in our best of 5.
Yeah, giving something for the crowd to cheer for, because it was looking rough, even at the beginning of this game, too. To see them come back, to see them have a chance is super important. This is a close game. We still might have a series.
Yeah, and this is in the game where it matters. They were on the verge of elimination on a 3-0 loss in this grand final, and they have woken up. And the biggest question coming into this is, how does the double duelist composition perform? And thus far, it has fared far better than on Fracture. Sadak as an IGL has been varying up the calls enough to keep Fnatic on the toes, and the individuals are stepping up. And this is the perfect time, right? Because the trophy is on the line. Fnatic are still just a half away.
I love where your head's at, Mimi Achilles. We had asked who needed to step up, who needed to be the catalyst for a comeback here for Loud, and it was Sadak that we put the responsibility on.
Yeah, we have, and so far, it's been looking decent. Stat-wise, still not going to be near the top, but he has been guiding the squad and still putting up some decent numbers. He's entering for them widely. Aspas has been going for a couple more lurk plays and has been able to find some really explosive moments throughout this. You can see he's once again lounging back, trying to maintain some composure as they get ready to go into this next half.
Yeah, but I think as well, this second half is going to be where Sadak gets strained the most, where Boaster also gets strained the most.
Yeah.
Because this game right here, this map, is the first time we're really seeing that battle go head-to-head. The rest of it felt like Boaster has been in control. This time, it looks like there's actually a battle of the minds.
This is going to be a half about the IGLs. The crowd is back, Loud is alive, but is it enough to keep them in this series?
We'll have to just wait and see. So far, Loud 1-5 in pistol rounds. Can they go ahead and put up a second one on the board? We need to see that.
A small advantage for Loud, but can they take it over the finish line here in map number 3? That's the question as we're getting ready for the second half to get underway. Back over to our casters.
The pistol round to begin. Loud of a chance to extend their play in this tournament, in this series, the grand finals.
It's going to be a crucial one. You heard Seth talk about it. Loud have not been winning them. And it's previously been such an incredible strength for this team at Champions and at Lock-In.
Creeping, crawling, it's Loud who make the first blow to strike. It's an easy claim there as Durka will fall.
It's a huge first pick to get.
Massive.
Durka on the defense side, when he was falling, opened up gaps. But look at this gap. Boaster all the way through on A.
Oh, he's not wasting any time. Look at this.
He's got
pushed all the way up.
Massively deep here.
It all has to be used to replay. I mean,
he
so fast.
He knows that Les is around here too because he heard the wall being thrown. So that kind of stopped him from going deep into screens.
What's a call to be made?
He's got a bit of a feel now that the defenders have been pulled towards A. I think this is going to get into some very strange mid-round territory. We can see that there is a path from mid to B open, but I don't know how Fnatic would read that.
And look at Boaster. Attracting all this attention. He's the man of the hour. A lightning rod for it all. And he's pulled these players. Loud are so uncertain of what the play is. It's a reclearance from them through into ramp, and they've got to be aware of this now. But Fnatic, they've been gifted a timing. Can they strike? Can they take it? 25 seconds left. Boaster still in the back lines, behind enemy lines, and still he claims one. With Aspas falling, it's that 4-on-4.
Sadak has nade.
Can he get it to deny? Plant starting to go through. Pull. Nade has to be stuck. Leo, oh my goodness.
Just a bit off there.
Yeah, anti-synergy, but it's Loud who want to flood in. No time wasted, and no time like the present. Dropping down into hell, waiting for some sort of call. What is it? Sadak taking space now, making sure that they're not going to be caught in a really strained position. Loud watching for it. Happened to the fuse already. It's not planned for him. Chronicle struggling. Gets off the spike. Happened to the fuse still. Not all the way through. It almost was shambolic.
Crazy by.
But we asked Sadak to deliver at the beginning of this map, and he couldn't have found a bigger round to have that level of impact. Boaster, look at the minimap there, was on bind during the middle of all of this. And Sadak read the play coming through due to the paranoia. It was all scrambled from Fnatic, and he comes through with an extremely pivotal clutch. Loud have a great chance here at being able to respond.
Leaps bound, striking, and that crossfire is just excellent.
This is deadly. Loud cannot afford to lose this one.
Yes. Takes the fight to them anyway. A push through the smoke will make sure the Fnatic don't get away with too much.
Alpha, yeah? Doesn't realize he's getting reflanked here.
And the frenzy's good. Eventually traded. Limits it now into that 2-on-2. Weapons in the hands, though, of these Fnatic players. And how do they want to play it? Chronicle low. Smoke to cut across. Poster moves his way into it. A bit of spam fire. He falls. Tiniest of margins, tiniest of gaps.
6
with
8
health and the most to do. Chronicle, it's all about timing. It's all on this. Judge, wait for it, but a flick of a wrist.
A bit too close for comfort, perhaps, for Loud there. And it's going to make that bonus round toothless. But man, that's going to be a bit of a learning moment for 2Es, I think. I was just asking the question, how were 2Es and Less going to be able to hold on in their anchor positions? And he gets caught in astral form.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, look at the comps. Fnatic are going to be running double duelists. They're going to be in your face, bursting into sight. Yeah, maybe they don't have the same level of flash utility, but they are still going to be quick. Durka and Chronicle are no slouches.
Alfie, yeah, that's an early fight taken, but no appetite on his behalf. And presence still being showcased into mids, making sure they let themselves be known. And speaking of it, all the way through, they've taken the front side of B. Nade, util, use, Sadak's in the air, and his head's been ripped clean off still. 2Es.
What is that? Collat Sheriff kill.
The bonus was supposed to have no bite, but when it's in the hands of these young players, anything could happen. Not willing to make it easy, though. Fnatic. Sturka on the high ground off angle. Beautiful kill to find, and still the weapons are not that good.
Aspas on a flank. He can updraft over the top of this. Wait, he can jump around. No, can he?
Wow, he does. The trip's no good. The roar of the crowd might just be hiding all of it. Right from behind, Alfie none the wiser. A decision is made, a refight, a reswing, but no way in hell. The bullets go wide and the crowd goes wild.
To think that it's Leo that lets that one slip after he's been putting on a masterclass, a genuine greatest of all time performance prior to this in the BO5, eclipsing 10s from original Reykjavik. You'd think he was good for that. But my God, Loud, pull out the bonus round.
Oh. The fans are not happy with this. Fnatic, they need to cool off, cool down, and reconstruct exactly how they want to take the rest of this map.
The way that Fnatic run their economy, they are still going to be able to buy in round 16. It's not usual. You would normally see teams take an eco here, but because Fnatic don't invest into that heavy armor, they have Durka's Bladestorm, Chronicle's ult, it's actually still going to be a dangerous round. And frankly, I shouldn't have counted out the last one for Loud. If 2Es is hitting shots like that, anything's winnable.
Anything at all.
And also think about Aspas already getting the read that he can go for these flank plays. The Fnatic are going to be grouped up enough and relying on trips on the flank so that he as a Jet can just run rings around them. Even if that trip had been good, he's going to be able to updraft over it and take a small risk in getting heard. And yeah, the players have got noise isolating headphones, but there's only so much that you can block 7,000 people out.
Reverberations and rumbles echoing out. God, that's cheeky. Durka, was an attempt made.
Tried to take Kawazin's head clean off, but Blade's going wide here. This is Loud, that 5-round lead. They're looking comfortable. Aspas on this angle. What tools the Fnatic even have to push them away? A cage. Might give it away, but no, still holding it. The paranoia is no good. Flicking a wrist over to the side. It's a dangerous situation. And Aspas, he tries to skip and hop. He tries to jump to safety, but it's Fnatic who are coming up with all the kills.
Massive 2 entries there from Fnatic. And Durka responding with another.
And it's Fnatic filling up the feed.
Loud are going to be in a really tough position. Their economy's good. But I don't think there's any chance of them pulling off this retake. Alfia's in such a safe spot. And that just shows you the danger. The explosivity of both of these teams. Is that deliberate?
Mistake. I'm not too sure. I mean, time was running so low there that it felt like they had no chance in hell of being able to save that. Tears could do some proper damage now in this 4 position. Yeah, no one aware of it.
Durka wanting to save the operator too. Seems strange to me actually, because the explosivity of Durka and Chronicle together has been what's caused Loud so many problems, but yeah, are they going to go with it for the operator saved into the next? No. So yeah, I like that decision, because look at the value that Durka's getting by going aggressive, by putting pressure on the site anchors, by taking space and collapsing on all sides. Nobody from Loud is being... Nobody on Loud looks comfortable in those spots. They've been able to recover the rounds in different ways, but the actual getting into post plants has been working fairly well for Fnatic. Fake TP from Boaster, threatening some B main control. Is Aspas scared about it? Is he? Hell.
He's ice cold. Not a care in the world. Flash re-clearance, no overstep from Kawazin, but they do take that B main control. Good information. It's going to be gathered here in the mid-round for Loud. Pings on the map from Fnatic. Look at all this space as well. Trailblazer spots out so much.
And whereas Loud were prioritizing mid-control, Fnatic are just going for bursts. They've got a 4-round deficit right now that they're looking to make up by bullying 2Es and Fnatic. 2Es and Sadak on the A side.
8 at the feet, slow warp, pull, Durka! Left, right, and center, the man's just fighting off swaths of the utility.
Cute wall play as well for Leo to get an angle, but nobody bites.
Contact, they know Alfie is there, Les strikes back! And will he get the 4th? Yes, indeed!
Loud are fired up, they can feel it. So difficult to get yourselves back into a series like this when you're 2-0 down and didn't really have a chance on the first couple of maps. But here on Split, they are demonstrating a better understanding of what they need to be doing. Stopping the site hits from coming through, and the Fnatic don't have a second layer to their game. We're already into round 18 here. A push down mid, very aggressive from Loud.
Another fight taking place, and I can't see a bloody thing. And it's up to Fnatic to contain, to respond, resurrect, used. Space has to be found. You have to try and weave your way around, and look at all that damage. Supposed to drop down to just almost nothing.
And mid control is just never in favor of Fnatic. Loud are piling so many different things in. But Fnatic do have a player advantage right now. And it looks like Les is going to get pressured. I don't think he's going to have the time, particularly, to ult.
All over the place. Ult to the back, Sadak. How did they spot that? Possibly just from being pinged out. Boaster's own ultimate giving that all that information. It's up to Les. Positioning's known from the neural theft. The spike is going all the way around, but just that much easier. Cosmic Divide splits a side tap, fight still being taken, and this is no good from Fnatic. They're falling, dropping like flies.
Les is repositioned fantastically here to even try to deal with Leo, but it brings it down to a 2v1.
Leo somehow getting 3 in the mix. Wall, plant, for position, and Tui is just running. Knife out, not expecting it. Fnatic, not out of this map just yet.
A really good response, actually. Fnatic's coordination falling down a little, but I just love this individual decision-making from Leo to go all the way through screens, because it creates such a pinch on that player on site. His raw skill demonstrated there, right? In terms of how he takes that fight. The pull just not quite timed early enough. Unless he's going to invest his ultimate early on, instead of saving it. I really don't think he's ever going to get a chance to reactively use this Viper's Pit, because Durka and Chronicle are playing so quickly.
So he removes an additional avenue that Fnatic might have been using.
And mid has just never been in control of Fnatic. Loud have dominated that area.
Cam spots it.
What is this from Les?
I mean, Les could just be overheating.
Why on earth is he so determined to take this fight?
Wide out in the open, backs away though. Viper's Pit, regenerated, and guess what? Gotta clear your corners. Boombot didn't do it for him. Durka, there's a match there with a Jet head-to-head.
And with Aspas controlling the avenue through to A, Les can continue just looking forwards. Trailblazer's going to spot a couple of people in mail here, and there's still 3 players ready to collect on B. This round looks very difficult for Fnatic to convert.
Tyron and Lodo, and a call is made. Commit. That's what they want to do. A rocket lands and finds the target. And Loud are in control. One more step, one more round, and they'll be on map point. Contacting in, and again, it's the off angles, but he's run out of knives.
There's
no
15
more ammunition.
seconds.
Time running low. Both the TPs. He cuts across. 13 seconds left. Paranoia helps. Unless it's forced to back away. It's all on this. What can Les do? Wading into the util. Poster will get that plant down.
How has he managed to concoct that situation? What a great mid-round pivot from Boaster. And they've actually got decent post plants. The problem is the flank is coming through. Whoa, from Sadak. All good though, still giving the information to Alpha, yeah.
Still that 3v4 though. Alpha, yeah, do you really want to take that fight? Sadak, none the wiser, and he just didn't have the crosshair placement. Looking dangerous, 2 years, good response and patience, discipline. Showcased the bait and switch on the ropes. All up to Boaster. 1v3, finds one. No! We're in sight. And no kill to be claimed. It's Loud approaching map point.
Fnatic are forced to scramble in this map and really pull some unique mid-rounding out to have a chance. I mean, you're seeing how stressful it is for them to be able to take mid. And, I mean, Leo is rough to die in that position. But Loud are playing so well here. This is what you were looking for on Ascent, honestly. But they are looking primed to make this a series. And we saw in their game against DRX that going up 2-0 does not mean you're guaranteed to win the series. That one went all 5 maps. Perhaps this could do the same.
Loud going to be trying their darndest for that. Aspas, no sound cues. Paranoia, TP across, but this time Boaster's managed. Percentage play, just bordering from insanity to genius. And of course it doesn't work out. High ground position! And the clearance isn't there. Fnatic, how did they do it?
Another crazy TikTok wall coming out from Leo. And Durka's going to keep this position for the post plant.
Spike planted, nade. That's troublesome, that's dangerous. Yet somehow Leo survives on 19 health. And his crossfire. Good luck containing it. Sadak just wades right into it.
How many of these set plays do Fnatic have in their arsenal? We've seen now a couple of different flavors, some very unusual mid-rounding. How deep does the strat book go? Do they have other ways of being able to generate rounds without that mid-control?
Do they have enough?
Even this, I'm amazed that they get it back, with Cow and Zine doing so much anchoring A. But they eventually brute force their way in. Loud are going to take an eco round here. So things are going to close. The gap getting smaller. But at any moment here, Loud can push it across the edge.
Across the finish line of the map. That's what they're hoping for.
And take us to Lotus of all places.
I know. 2 years. Not gifted with it, not that time around. Maybe one collateral. That's all he's going to be getting in this map. Plan's still down. This is looking really odd. Fight's being taken all over the bloody place. Still, 3 players of Loud remain. They won't take the fight. Not eager to drag the weaker weapons into the next round. Of course, this was the half buy. Smoke, though, pushes them away. A while until that one fades. Couple of rifles are going to be salvaged in the middle of all of this. Do they want to play for the retake?
Looks like they're going to commit to it.
Smoke fades. An open sightline. Snake bite. Off to the side. Alfia watching, though, and it's immaculate. Great crosshair placement. And Boaster, he was a safety net. And so, Josh, it's creeping and crawling ever so closer.
The gap certainly closing, but Loud remain 1 round away from breaking the longest undefeated streak we've ever had at a global tournament. And yeah, we keep making comparisons to Sentinels' run at that first inaugural LAN, where they defeated Fnatic. Well, Sentinels went 10-0 there at Masters 2 Reykjavik. Fnatic are currently 11-0 on an absolute dominant run through lock-in. And Loud are poised to challenge them. 1 round. Eyes on the trophy, but still a long journey from that. Focus on the present. Everybody in the arena willing them forwards. 1 big moment, 1 superstar play, 1 good call from Sadak, and we'll be headed to Lotus and make a serious series out of this.
It's the sole goal, but you got to take it 1 round at a time. 3 opportunities.
So Loud are taking a timeout here, and I'm curious about the defensive adjustments that they're going to make. Because Fnatic have not been fighting too heavily over mid, but they have still been throwing it in occasionally. And you don't want to allow them mid control. Loud's comp is so good at denying it, you never really want to give it to them for free. Aspas is going to get posted on B main. Big dash forwards from Fnatic.
Yep, skipping and jumping all the way over this utility. It's a good call by Loud. They take that space into B main. So an exchange in terms of the territory that's gained in this particular round.
Everything
down
on
post. Picks himself out. Flash catching, but he TPs across. A hard reclearance, but the spike was planted in the middle of all of this one. Loud. Starting to squeeze, you've got to find these kills.
Look at the push. The B main players from Fnatic are wrapping all the way around. There's flanks on flanks.
A pincer play, a pincer maneuver. On top, on the angle, and Aspas, he watches for it. 2 remain, make it 1.
Oh, bye.
Loud proving that they've still got what it takes to stand toe-to-toe with the greatest in the scene here in the grand finals. That resilience, that grit, they pulled it forwards, and they've earned themselves that 4th map.
It's going to be a strange one coming up. We have not seen Loud on Lotus yet, and they're going to need to win it to take us to a 5th. But they're starting to heat up. The individual performance is slightly better, but I think just overall a better game plan, a better understanding of how to work this map. Really solid teamwork. Very nice help for each other too.
And I think we're pushed and pulled all the way to the brink, but as I've already mentioned, the series must go on. And so with that, we're going to a short break. On the other side of things, the continuation and Lotus will be coming up.
Okay, bye. और एक break होगा. maybe देखना तो मैं
incredible. Do all the talking you want. I don't want to hear it. Whatever you say is incredible. Me and the losers are just not relatable. Don't call my phone cause I'm still unavailable. I've been the greatest, it's still undebatable. Breaking the records and make them unbreakable. Blazing the spot, mad clean. Hate it or not, game 7, game tie, vaccine. I'm taking a shot, I'm way up, could never be under you. And I never move like a sucker do. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. Look at my stats, I got too many W. I got way too many W. Came out the mud and it wasn't because of you. World. Yeah. Prices keep on going, world. Y'all still need to get your world. Nothing left to say, I'm world. I'm world.
Fans around the world are out in force today as Loud pushes the series to map number 4. We've got watch parties in Buenos Aires, Mumbai, Los Angeles, and London, just to name a few. And their nights will extend just another hour or so at the very least, as Loud has handed the very first map loss of the entire tournament to Fnatic here, Bala.
Yeah, it's not going to be the undefeated streak that we might have thought after map 2, after Fracture, and we're going to map 3. I think that was a ridiculously good comeback for them on Split. Just the fact that Fnatic even came out on that looking pretty good still. It looked like Alpha was going to start having a game with the anchors, and they adjusted very well in the second half.
Yeah, they really did. And for the side of Loud, it really felt like they were just like reinvigorated in this game. The individuals started stepping up a lot more in the second half. We started seeing more of the clutch situations, and it reminded me a lot of some of the previous series that we've seen from Loud. One of their strengths is that when the going gets tough, when the pressure applies, they are fantastic at coming up with these miracle rounds in scrappy situations, like the pistol round here for Sadak. Whereas on the other hand, for Fnatic, I feel like in these situations, they start to crumble a little bit. And in this map, we saw so many moments where Fnatic was making mistakes, not clearing corners, missing out on a trade, all these little moments that are kind of reminiscent of some of the previous issues this team has had.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some roughness here from the side of Fnatic, who were definitely not looking like themselves from the previous two maps. They finally give up an advantageous half to the side of Loud for the very first time, and then they can't get that bonus round win in the second half. Dropping that gives that major momentum swing over to Loud and really stop Fnatic from getting themselves back into that match.
I got to give credit as well to Les, especially on that second half, for him to maintain composure, shut down a lot of the rotates that Boaster was calling that made those rounds chaotic, like you were talking about, Mimi. He thrived in those situations. That 4K at the top of heaven holding ropes push was phenomenal, and he has been a rock for this team. And he also was the guy who shut down Optic's little comeback in the last Grand Finals that we had just in Champions 2022.
I mean, Les, he owned the leaderboard in this map. Aspas not too far behind him either, though, Mimi, and that's another player that we've been wanting and waiting for something here today.
Yeah, the first two maps were a little bit slower for the side of Aspas. Game number 1 in this series in particular. But here on Split, with this double duelist composition, he really came alive. On their attacking side, this team did a fantastic job, I think, of varying up their executes, making this double duelist composition feel like it has a lot more dimensions than maybe we've seen them throw out in the past. And Aspas, as an individual, did great in varying up his play, going different directions, and still finding impact consistently.
That's a pretty steady ramp up. Game 1 to 2 to 3 there for Aspas. And so if he starts getting cooking for real here, Seth, now I'm wondering what he can pull out on Lotus.
So that's what you want to see. But the big question is, Lotus.
Right, yeah, exactly.
Is it just going to be a similar situation where we have, you know, this raised jet coming through once more, but with Lotus being a spike site map, it feels like that really limits the amount of utility that you have. I'm really curious to see what they put together.
Yeah, I mean, given what we've seen on Pearl from them, on Icebox from them, and now we're going to see what they go for Lotus here. This is a map that Harbor can work. I think this is a map that we've seen the team try Harbor on at this tournament, and I think very much so that Loud is going to maybe try for that. And that's why I was saying Icebox pushing all the way back towards the map 5 for Fnatic is kind of staying away from that strength, that rock that has been there for Loud in these Harbor comps.
Yeah, and I think that in this composition, I'm wondering if they're going to maybe try and pull out a double controller composition. Omen has had quite a prevalence on this map. The power of those teleports to get across to Rubble, get early space, find those paranoids as well is fantastic. But on the side of Fnatic, they've ran a comp unique from most other teams in this tournament. No Omen, no Breach. Instead, they're playing this double controller composition where they're kind of putting an emphasis on the fade raids and on Durka instead.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see too many adjustments. I mean, Bala was kind of talking about it before. These are two teams that don't really like to shake up their comps too much, so expecting to see that Viper, Raze, Astra, KJ fade from the side of Fnatic, but Loud is the big one that has to go under the microscope. What do they do? You're talking about liking the Harbor on this map. 2East is going to start with it.
Yeah, Prime Gaming Agent Select, we're already getting a look at the Harbor. It's an interesting situation where Loud has evidence of what Fnatic wants to play on this map. It's really a question mark what Loud wants to bring out.
Yeah, and the game plan looks similar to what they've brought out on their Pearl, where they're playing this double controller with both the Viper and this Harbor in the mix. So they're going to have fantastic stall on that defensive side. Also, good retakes with all of those smokes. On the attack, though, that's where they're investing in the Aspas Jet, which I'm a little surprised by.
Yeah, I think here, showing this comp from Loud is a sign that they're prepared. It's a sign that they're going to be comfortable on this map. If we saw anything else, I would have been very scared.
And for Fnatic, what they need is adaptation. They can't have prepped this map. They don't know what Loud is going to play, so it has to come down to minis, timeouts, and boasters to come up with a plan.
Loud is picking up steam here in our grand final. They've already brought us to 4, but the question is, can they bring us to 5, Seth? It's all going to come down to this Lotus. It's a scary beast that you're up against, taking a look at the scoreline that Fnatic posted on this map just a day ago.
I mean, like I said 2 days ago, you're able to stop a reverse sweep from happening versus yourself. You want to hope and believe that Loud can push this further, can take this all the way to a game 5, give us that truly just goated 5-map series here in a grand final.
And for Loud now, that momentum is starting to build. The crowd is bringing the energy back. They're getting excited again. Loud, they want so badly to win back-to-back, to win on this home stage in front of their home crowd.
I mean, if there was any conditions for something like that to happen, it would be with Loud. It would be with the crowd. It has not happened. DRX is literally the only team to have even gone the distance to attempt it. So it's a long task ahead, but it's the conditions. Yeah.
And Fnatic,
I gotta get that in there.
Yeah,
Give them credit.
Yeah. And for Fnatic, this is like their first real test. Like you were mentioning earlier, first map they have lost this tournament. First time that they've been in a position where they're in a series where, sure, they're still in control. They still have a map up, but they're a bit more at risk now.
Yeah, I mean, how do you deal with taking a punch, right? That's always the question when you're looking at a fighter, and this is Fnatic taking the first punch of the tournament.
I think, though, their split is one of those maps that are super more disorganized than you're used to seeing from the rest of the comps. This one we just saw against Na'Vi the day before is a lot slower. It's a lot more coordinated.
Well, the sixth man is fully behind Loud here. The question is, can this grand final go the distance? Can we get a map 5? Here's Brennan Sideshow with the call.
Will be a dream come true for us, I think, but for the competitors, listen, Fnatic are going to be putting everything on the line to stop Loud in their tracks. The desk was hammering it home, Josh. Momentum is behind them. The crowd's starting to get their energy back. And this is a potential dangerous situation for Fnatic. You need to close it out here.
I think part of the danger also comes from you have no idea really what Loud are going to bring to Lotus. You've seen the composition before on Pearl, but it's going to play very differently just because of the map. So where's that utility going to go? It's going to put strain on Boaster to figure this out, put strain on Mini. Prior to them losing on Split, the closest Fnatic had come to losing a map was Furia throwing a weird composition at them on Haven. So definitely, this team being one where they like to know what they're going up against.
Yeah, the counter-strategy and prep. It's a big part of their game plan. And
what is that?
Might be seeing glimpses of it. Maybe they just knew that Leo was going to be posted up on that angle. Spam brings him down, and now a fast play right into the... Oh my!
Wow, what a play. Snakebite into the pull, and Boaster sprays 2 down. The frenzy is so good in those moments.
And you ain't surviving that. It's thrown uncertainty into the mix. A tap of the spike. A bait, perhaps, of the positioning. They want some of these Fnatic players to give an opening, a shot, a freebie.
It's a big post plant. It's very open. We've seen people win 1v3s with the spike planted in this spot.
No way. Miscoordination, the wall falling. Maybe just not commed, maybe just not called, but traded down to 2. Loud need this pistol. They need it desperately. Running and gunning, that's the name of the game. Beautiful one to land, and Aspas with 21 health. Chip stacked against him. Tap of the spike, Boaster sticks it. Feeling confident. He knows his team's got his back, half on it. Don't want to give away anything for free. And a pistol round claimed.
Diligent from Fnatic closing it out. It's the opening 2 kills, though, that really made the difference, right? I mean, it's a 3v5 right from the beginning. And we don't even get a sense of how Loud are going to play this kind of comp necessarily, because it went wrong so early. But I am interested to see where different teams commit their Viper utility. The wall that Fnatic throws cuts through that rotating door on A. So it actually allows them, more so than any team I've seen on Lotus, to fight for tree control on defense. But it does also weaken, you know, slightly the B-C areas of the map. And Chronicle showcasing there that the Snakebite is imperative to holding. Another 2K, sure. Boaster blessed by God.
2 away from the Cosmic Divide. It's farming up these players. Fnatic so comfortable in this round. Throw a bit of chaos into the mix, the rotating door. It's going to mean that Fnatic are like, okay, well, are they pushing B? Are they still C? Game plan from Loud, though, seems to be claim the ult orbs, build up those big ults.
Yeah, playing hungry hippos in round 2.
Cows in with a contact play here. What is a Q? He's, just got right past it. All that util that was otherwise going to dissuade. And crosshair placement's not quite good enough. Boaster spots it out. He knows his position is compromised still. There was a chance, a glimpse at a head or neck shot. Chronicle, though, contains.
Doesn't look possible here. Boaster's just going to tighten the net. The Sadaks just getting swarmed from all angles. Yep. The coordination from Fnatic in these moments is still really good.
I love this discipline that we're seeing from them.
Prime game is flawless. And now we get to see whether, you know, all of that from Boaster is actually going to result in something interesting this round. He's 5-0 right now, and you called it out. He's 1 away from a Cosmic Divide. Really useful for retakes. But it just seems like their default setup again on defense side. First round that Loud can really buy rifles, and I'm assuming they're not going to lose 2 immediately, but you never know.
Up to Loud to answer back. Patience. Waiting it out now. It's a slow creep towards B main.
Althea broke the door immediately at the beginning of the round to go and help the A players. They're leaving B just off the turret contact. And this wall is also really interesting in terms of its application for B retakes.
Turret's going to be revealing quite a bit.
Durka just has to contain here. Doesn't need to peek.
And he's just not looking.
Punished for that one.
With him falling, High Tide rips its way across. Trailblazer has to clear a lot there of the side connection, but now the Cove lets down the free plant, but Boaster getting that kill has now got his ult online.
Yeah, that's pretty huge.
Cosmic Divide, now he's going to be using it. Why not throw it into the mix? And alongside it, fight's being taken, and it's all coming up Fnatic. A kill feed of green, and it's vibrant. It's looking good. Well, if Kawazine and Sadak have got something to say about it.
Winnable for Sadak.
Instant trade. Sadak repositions here. Is it going to be known? The answer is yes, and that's so well played. Dodging, juking, weaving in and out, using the Cosmic Divide, never giving an easy target.
Yeah, really solid movement. Very nicely done. But from Loud, I expect Aspas to be able to win that duel. I expect Aspas to be able to take out Chronicle. And I certainly expect Tui's to be able to get a trade. These are the moments that have been seriously letting Loud down in big rounds. And if you want to start an era in Valorant, if you want to get back-to-back titles, lift a second trophy, bring Kawazine and Tui's into the fold as, you know, make your mark on the Brazilian scene, you have to see Loud winning those rounds. You have to see Loud winning those moments. And everything has gone the way of Fnatic apart from Split so far.
Unconventional miss from Durka. But this isn't unconventional. He went for a second peek.
He's always aggressive. And that's one of the things that's so exciting about watching Durka and Aspas play, actually. They're really comfortable on both of the duelists that are meta right now.
Cascade. Attempt there to push them back. The Nano Swarm at Alvia's feet knew he was not going to be swarmed.
But this is what's different about Fnatic's defense on the map. Every other team just gives tree there. And this team is very happy to fight. It is so difficult for Loud to get through that door.
Opened up. Dog moving forwards, but it's exchanged with the Prowler, and I believe Fnatic should know there's nothing behind this one. And while all this was happening, again, it's a slow play. Just the Sheriff's in their hands. What can Sadak do with it? Space gain, spike nowhere near, and with 35 seconds left, this is looking a bit dodgy.
The push here, if
Boaster
Boaster isn't ready for it, he is. He spots it out.
And so aware that they've gave up the side, still, Chronicle, what was that?
It's a great shot by Sadak.
Plant's gonna go down, Cove. Defensive barrier, yeah. Not pushed away, not punished, but it does pull that spike to a bit more of a favorable position. Moving now onto the site, Leo. Haunt up top, close, spots it out. So now they know Reckoning, though, is used. That's a great response. Flash as well. This is really awkward and really dangerous.
And Aspas is coming on a flank here, too. He's getting in behind them. And the plant, because it got pulled, is going to be for him. Oh, the read on it!
How do you manage that? Kill found, but still that time is being bled off the clock. Still a danger. Still a situation. Fnatic, surely you don't do it. Boaster trying to stick it, does not claim half. Kills flooding in, and no more time. Prior work wasn't put in.
And what a huge round for Loud to claim. Kawazine's death does not go in vain. Rifle still saved. And Loud take a massive thrifty there. Off the back of Sadak too, a player that we've been criticizing, and I think fairly, for his lack of impact. He's found it difficult to get the read on the game as well, but after Split, this guy maybe with a bit more confidence. Found his way into a really tricky angle over at C and then hit a gorgeous shot to take out his Viper counterpart and open the door.
Huge round. Puts Loud on the board. In what was otherwise supposed to be looking like a 4-0 lead for Fnatic. But early days yet in the map.
And these things are never safe, are they?
No. Never.
So Cascade used here from 2E's, just taking a bit of space over at A. The door open, Cascade used again. No responding Viper wall here, which indicates, I think, that Fnatic don't actually have presence there.
Another tap at the door. Trying to throw a bit of misinformation into the mix. It's Loud, though, that are steadily gaining that position. Less attempt was made there from him. My goodness.
What a kill.
Great opener, and look at the rotations drawn. Fnatic are giving up all this space.
I love the contact play that Sadak has started adding in. He started doing it on split, and it's working so supremely well. Fnatic on defense are always waiting for the cue, and Sadak just isn't giving it to them.
Plant drop down, powerful post plant position! Leo, what is that? Spray control finding two. And now it's dangerous. Spammable angles though. Les has done his homework and he's got the lockdown online. Could be the difference maker, and I think it will. Chronicle forced to take his own pace, really run him down. 4 seconds remaining. Due to be detained, 3 bullets, can't get it, and not a kill in sight.
Coming into this game, Bren, coming into the grand finals, I had 2 people in my head in an MVP race, and it was Leo on the side of Fnatic and Les on the side of Loud. I think Les has been the best player for Loud over the course of this tournament, and rounds like that demonstrate why. Finding the opener in a lurk and closing things out on the opposite side, huge level of impact, really intelligent repositioning. And after Leo's been a bit quiet on split, maybe Les has a chance here of being able to impose his will upon the series.
Take that fight directly to him. Leo was leading the charge on almost all of the prior maps.
I mean, the first 2 maps, he was putting on genuinely the best performance we've ever seen in a grand final.
Tough to beat. Present showcase, though. Neutral shot down, dash forwards, but no one's clearing. At least the tree area. Door trying to rotate around and spamming it. Really smart by Les.
Good clearance.
Yeah.
And now it's about just being safe. You know, making sure that the flank coming out from Boaster doesn't catch anybody. It's very claustrophobic post plants here, actually, from Loud.
Yeah,
they're all stuck on site.
All grouped up, and that could cause some difficulties.
But the weapons
Port
just
laid down. Weapons
surely
are
aren't
good
good
for
enough.
it. Spraying it. Here with just the one. Is that 2v4? What is he waiting for? Recall star at his feet as he opens up the door, maybe? Waiting. Pops it up. Up close. That's Boaster's domain, but nevertheless, it's Loud who take the round, draw it even, 3-3.
And thus far, the actual gun rounds have been going the way of Loud. I mean, that one, a bit of an anti-eco as Fnatic take a half by, but I've been liking the way that Loud are working the map. I think they're putting a lot of heavy emphasis into controlling A early, faking towards tree, using Les as a lurker on the other side of the map. And Fnatic are going to take quite an early timeout. I suppose we're halfway through this defensive side for them. But this does feel like coming up, round 7 could be a massive turning point. Fnatic are 1 round away from having to go down onto an eco, and there are huge ultimates online for both sides. You're expecting both teams to invest extremely heavily. And it's tricky. If Loud get into post plants, they have the Viper's Pit to work with. But both teams are loaded with absurdly good ults. I'd say over the course of the tournament, Fnatic have been better at constructing game plans around them.
Certainly have. This map on that knife's edge. The advantage that we've been placing in Fnatic's hands, that we've been singing their praises for, could rear its head once more.
Just because Fnatic have 2 maps already does not mean that they are favored in the current map.
It's true.
Momentum doesn't work like an avalanche. Mostly just a mental thing. And Loud look like From my point of view, it looks like they're back on track after split.
Finding that presence in the server.
And of course, we hadn't seen Fnatic's Lotus until they demonstrated it against Na'Vi. It looked excellent there. But again, just because Loud have never shown Lotus does not mean they're bad at it. We kind of learned that lesson yesterday with Fnatic.
Yeah, not much showcased, but the map pool was deep.
So Chronicle uses his Viper's Pit to completely lock down C. They're committing Viper and Killjoy to C, completely controlling that. But Loud could run a fake here into B and pivot A, or just go for some kind of pick.
Door broken.
They have so much map control.
Yep, it's an opening. A squeeze now into the B site. Looks like that was a solid goal, Durka. Let him rip that showstopper. Nothing to show from it, and now a Viper's Pit of their own. Lays it down. The toxic fog rolling deep.
I think Leo's ult is going to be massive here. Nightfall into this and follow the Prowler. You might be able to get inside this pit and still win.
And there it is, Nightfall. Tagging onto Aspas. It's going to be a Prowler at his back. Maybe he can't quite hit anything. Wall, everything on this one, Boaster. Good positioning for him, but still. Time's time to be bled away. It's down to this fight that's being taken place. Alfier dealt with, traded, Loud in control, but for how much longer? The pit's fallen, Chronicle spamming, he will fall. Down to the 2-on-2. Nana Swarms, buying him time, Cosmic Divide. That's forcing the issue. And Leo, he's holding the ground, he's a stalwart defender. But Boaster gets half, waiting for the repush. No more time, backs away, and that's Loud once more.
Every round feels safe with less involved. It's a Red Bull clutch for him technically, but I mean, the Nana Swarm has just delayed so much time. And then he's so diligent at being able to trade out Leo there. Very nicely done. He knows it. He knows he's put his team in a position to lead the half now. Loud have won one of the most crucial rounds. I said it was a pivot point, massive ultimates invested, and Les is one away from having another lockdown. They need to navigate this aggression over towards Rubble though. Fnatic have 4 players pushing this one through.
And there's no eyes on it. It'll be Les who is tasked with containing this. A deeper push. Turret's not even watching for it. Smoked off. Moving back. Off angle held. Tap, tap, tap. ADSing looking like yay out here. Certainly doing the damage.
So much done. I mean, the round already over. The big gambit from Fnatic fails. But it was only an anti-eco that Loud have managed to repel. Having said that, Fnatic have only really won pistol round, the follow-up, and then the bonus. So Fnatic have demonstrated one round, essentially, round 3, where they had some form of rifles in hand and were able to put a stop to Loud. Other than that, this composition that Loud have showcased, that Loud have invented to apply to Pearl, also is working wonderfully as an ace in the hole here on Lotus.
Maybe evidence of just how reliant Fnatic are on that preparation, the counter-stratting play. But when it's taken to the limits, map number 4 of Lotus, the unknown quantity. Loud steadily but surely claiming that lead. And maybe even running away with it.
It's another really important one for Fnatic to get on the board in order to halt this. I was talking earlier about momentum not, really mattering too much over the course of a series like this, just being in the players' heads, something that true competitors are able to shake off. But within the game, momentum is massive, and the economy's blooming, the ults are cycling. Loud are firmly in control. Durka goes for aggression off the back with Alpha, yeah. Sadak does not look like he's ready for it, but he still picks up one.
Getting the 1 kill there when he was really just being assailed from every angle is just magnificent. Still they do all that. Bullets flying through, not enough to claim the kill through into Kawazine. But he takes a forward position. Dog clearing through, spots the 1, Cove. A safe plan offered. And this was such an important round for Loud to win. It's going to put a strain on the economy once more for Fnatic. Boaster, desperation. But what options is he afforded? They have to respect the lockdown. They have to back away.
This round looks like it's over already.
You just got to save.
When both of these teams are so good at their fundamentals that they're trading, rounds can be over based on such a small thing. And I said at the beginning there, Sadak didn't actually seem prepared to deal with the aggression coming out from Durka. But Sadak has woken up in this game. And the shot that he hit, startled, reacted, took out the star player. I mean, look at it from his point of view. Is able to deal with Alpha instead. And that, because of the trading from Les, from Kawanseen there, just leads to an eventual 3v2. And Fnatic can't hold on. Loud are so quick to trade, whichever team ends up getting the early footing, it often just flows that way.
Fnatic not gaining any ground. His rifle, V-rifle rounds have not been going their way. Loud taking charge, taking position, maybe even taking names off the back of this. Look at all this control.
So Althea has been breaking this door frequently. Not every round, but frequently. And this time, Loud are taking it and using it for themselves, threatening that they could be going into B. The turret removes so much information from Fnatic's defense. And look at how they've isolated Durka on A.
Completely separated. He's gonna have to perform a miracle, a magic trick. And he's been up for the task in the past. Reckoning though, that'll push him back. Can't withstand that one. The water burst, the water sprouts, just making it incredibly difficult to stand your ground and take the fight to them. Cove, unconventional. Places this one down, and Kawaseen's offered an opportunity to collect this one. But it's counterplay, lockdown used, pushes them all the way back. Loud are forced to just really Rico, oh my! The IGL making the most of it. And Leo's there as well, a helping hand for surviving, and the retake looking sublime.
There's Fnatic leaning on their strengths, getting the ultimate rounds working for them. Is it too little too late? Perhaps not. If they can make this a 6-6 half, there's definitely all the chances in the world for Fnatic. We have no idea how good Loud are at the defense of this map. Your guess is as good as mine at home.
Such insane parity. These teams are pushed to the brink.
Les has picked up the operator here, expecting some kind of peak early on. And certainly, Boaster has been jiggling this.
Smoke's going to be a bit delayed, though. Orb gained. And space. Cascade as well, going to be threatening that there could be a push coming through onto B, but I think the turret, deep in his position by Alpha, will be making sure they've got a full knowledge in the back of their minds as to where these players are holding. Great opener. With Boaster falling. Fnatic no choice now but to run their way out of there. And this post plan now that Loud are getting set up into, it's a brutal one. Still counter spam, a faster play indeed. With Aspas falling, there's a possibility, a chance.
Possibly an overheat there from Aspas, looking to take the fight a bit too early. This is going to be a standard Pearl C post plan. Everybody playing off site, just spamming from sand.
This could be nigh unwinnable if you are trying to retake into this one. Sadak holds his ground, stands his ground. Kill found, Leo the off angle, unconventional. But all they got to do is hold the sight line, and it should just be gifted to them. Alpha, so much to do. Time still running, taps it, force the fight, can't hit the shot, 7 bullets, and he knows he has to stick it. It's the only percentage play, but it's shut down nevertheless.
It's a great post plan. It's really difficult. I don't think we've seen any team properly dismantle this. You know, from a theory crafting point of view, I think teams will eventually be looking to do big flanks through the attacker's spawn to try and deal with that setup and put pressure on those players. But at the moment, the map is so new, teams are still figuring out how to respond and whether they have the time and the space to go for elaborate stuff like that. Final round of the half. Loud on the precipice of making this an exceptionally good Lotus attack. They're so quick at applying pressure around the map. There's 125 still left on the clock, and they're pressuring C, they're pressuring B.
It's got Fnatic a bit discombobulated. Players rotating this way, that way. Push, pulled. Player spotted though. It's up to Boaster again. Pull, that's good. Locks Aspas and pulls him right back into the crosshair. And that's really stunted this attack now. Out. What do they do without the spearhead? Call's made once more. Wall goes up, but a snake bite. Just to push them away, just to push them back in case that contact play is there. Cosmic Divide. It's a cacophony of ultimates being used, and that really does invite moments like that. Chaos. Nightfall now. All the senses dulled and deafened.
Very close from Chronicle.
Does the spike get down? Tapping of it. Raw spam. Satchel pushing him back. Fight needs to be taken. Sadak needs to win it. He does not. Pit down, dropped. Rocket to the side. No one is capable of standing up to that. And so it's down to less. But even he can't withstand it. 5-7. Fnatic making it just that much more respectable.
And they have battled back in this half to make it feasible that this could still be the final map in the series. They could get crowned here on Lotus as the top team from Lock-In, the top team to start the 2023 season. But it's going to put so much emphasis on this pistol to draw them back a level in the map.
So much emphasis indeed, but before we get into that, let's send it down to the desk to break it all down.
Thank you so much, Bren. Loud find themselves yet another 2-round advantage going into halftime here. Already mounting more rounds than we saw Na'Vi able to put up an entire map on Lotus against Fnatic just yesterday.
Yesterday was domination. This one is a different story. This is what I was talking about. This Harbor stuff for Loud has been crucial for them throughout this entire tournament run. And they finally bring it out. For the first time we see their Lotus, it's quite good.
Yeah, it really is. And similar to what we saw from them on that Pearl composition, they have been really good at playing into some of these retakes. But the way it started out for the squad actually was with Fnatic being really incredible in some of these retakes, right? They are able to get back into this A site. This was the case from their game versus Na'Vi as well. But later into this half, it became a story of Loud and how they were playing in their posts.
Yeah, the real amazing thing about both sides is they were really working their strengths. The C retakes were really good for Fnatic. They went 4 for 6. The A post plants, with Les the way he was playing, they went 3 for 4. So as soon as you started seeing that, both coaches were saying, let's lean into that.
This guy right here, Achilleos, 300 ACS on Les. He topped the leaderboards on Split, and he's looking to do the same here.
Yeah, he is. I mean, he put up a strong performance while he was feeling under the weather versus DRX. Now he is right back up into tip-top shape. We saw him on the walkout popping off, really just reveling in the crowd. A little bit of a slow start, much like the rest of Loud, but in this map, he is looking incredible. But we still need to see these incredible performances. This Harbor finding value as they get ready to swap sides. Prior to coming into this map of Lotus, 61% win rate for the attackers. Fnatic are definitely not out of this despite that 2-round deficit.
Yeah, in the first half it was about Les's lurks. Now it has to be about him anchoring, because Fnatic is very good on these side executes. They are not out of this game yet.
Do you believe in magic? Because Loud is pulling out all the tricks here in map number 4. Let's get the second half underway. Back over to our casters.
This pistol round going to have that vital importance for a team like Loud. A reverse sweep, that magic that is necessary. You're going to need more than tricks. Maybe even just a blessing, some divine intervention.
It looks like Loud are set up to try and contest Sand here. 3 of their players. Cascade and a Trailblazer stops you from being able to shoot that so easily. And they get a lot of information out of it and start loading ult orbs early. No, they didn't go for it, actually. I thought that was going to be the game plan there, but they're just clearing the area out and starting very quick rotates towards A. Already predicting where Boaster's going to be taking his team as a reaction.
Second guessing themselves, though. All picked up for good measure. Drag those rotations, so Loud trying to put a stop to this.
And Fnatic on their attack side were loading orbs into Durka. You'll see this all across the map. Durka is their focus for getting his ultimate online on the attack side. And then they use the showstopper to create space on B and on C. I don't see why they would deviate from that plan when it worked so well against Na'Vi. But now Kawanzin is really going to get tested. They cleared sand at the beginning of this round. How quick does the health come? There's still 4 players defending A.
Yep. It's Alpha here. He's really pulled the brunt of that all the way over. The defenders just swarming the position, and it's given over that free site. Leo set up for the plant. Nothing to dissuade him, nothing to push him back, and this is a call to be made. Look at this from Fnatic. 3 players. Look like they want to fight tooth and nail. Up close here. What have they got to play off of? Jump peek, wider swing, and the guns rain, but oh my God! The heads fall and tumble.
Oh my.
Twisting off the necks.
That's ridiculous shooting from Fnatic. And in a 4v1, Les just is not going to be afforded any opportunity.
Poster weaving in and out, no easy fight.
What a play.
And that is massive. The call to be made, but also how collected Fnatic were to be able to withstand that.
Look at the shooting here. And that's ridiculous. I think that's a Kalat headshot that
like
Durka hits.
That's nasty. That's nasty.
And then immediately follows up. Everybody on Fnatic is disgustingly, sickeningly skilled. But Loud have demonstrated in this series already that they have mental resilience. That they can take a hit and bounce back. We've seen it from them in prior series too.
They're off balance for now. Play made over towards the C section. Look at that. Orb gained as well. Counter spam. Goes in, you're lucky to get out. Even 4 health, but it's holding the flash. Pop flash play around the side, and readjustment is there.
Fnatic are going to be swarming into the A site here by the look of things. Les, only with a frenzy to hold them off. But for Loud, this round is not the one that they're playing for by any means. A couple of guns out of hands would be useful, I suppose, but Loud are going to be firmly thinking about the future of this map.
No clearance at the back of the site, Les. Oh my. Reaction. Alfia majestic with it. Alfia wants to be a bit more of a presence as well. It's a flank play by him with the Marshal, but he's going to have to aim for the cranium.
If he manages to pull this one off, be the most absurd play I've ever seen.
Won't be allowed. 7-7 for Fnatic. Drawing even.
Fnatic, let's go.
A back and forth game. The dance has been played by Loud and Fnatic. Draws so much more closer.
Putting serious pressure on the Loud squad that's playing in front of their hometown here. Sao Paulo, where these teams have been based for a long time in Brazilian Valorant. Lifting the back-to-back trophy here would be everything, but they need to convert on Lotus. And remember, Loud have only ever lost to 2 squads in the history of this team. They've only ever lost 4 series ever. They barely know what it's like to lose. It's the first time playing against Fnatic, and the heat is on.
Turned all the way up. Pistol out. Deals with that one. Got to respect the util though, so Sadak backing away. Loud also going for that reclearance today main. They've got a lot of information with this one. Trailblazer.
And it's a really heavy defensive hold over B. I mean, you've got a cascade in your face, a Viper wall that you take damage, or decay rather, as you go through. An alarm bot, nano swarms. B looks really difficult, but I told you they were going to load ult orbs into Durka, and here's where it pays off. Showstopper in hand, some kind of strategy is going to be crafted here, most likely around Durka's entry. B looks very difficult though. Even if Durka himself gets through, I don't know how everybody else would, and it looks like they're heading back to Aspas.
Holding the off ankle. No heads to be found, backs away. Bit bloodied, a bit bruised. That space is all going to be gained. This is really getting quite pressured in terms of time. Spike's going to be landing and rotating its way over towards C in the midst of all of this one, and it feels like just smoke and mirrors all over the map.
A regrouping here. Are they waiting for Durka, or do they want to try and use the timing off the A distraction? Looks like they wait, pause for a moment, and Durka's going to ult in.
20 seconds left, it's everything. Showstopper exchange, but look at that. Snake bite, nano swarm, reset, left with 4. Just magnificent.
And Sadak finding value from the grave as well. Don't forget that. Great shutdown, but really, Fnatic being their own worst enemies by playing the clock out for so long. They had Dirk's ult online way earlier in the round. But yeah, it's the Nanoswarm alongside with the Vulnerable that the Snakebite applies. Just shreds those players and sets less up.
No withstanding it.
And that's the entire game plan from Fnatic. All of those ult orbs that they harvested in the previous rounds, that's designed for that exact round to work. For that play, for Durka to entry, for space to be made, and a path carved for the rest of the team to enter. And now Fnatic, they're going to be pushed.
Going to be pushed.
Loud have taken the lead and Fnatic are forced to take a timeout. There aren't really big ults to make a game plan around. And so far, both B and C look off limits. I mean, when I'm looking at the setups here, the Viper combined with the Harbor and the Killjoy utility looks very difficult to get through on B unless you've already taken Rubble control and broken the door.
Yeah. Almost impenetrable. The defensive setup of Loud really paying off. Forcing Fnatic to take their timeout. Second one of the map.
When Fnatic played against Furia, there was a timeout taken, and Boaster said in the post-match interview that he just had a quiet moment to sit and think about how to break down his opponent, and he eventually came up with the plan, with the game plan that worked, and they were able to win that one in OT. The longer you allow Fnatic to ponder on it, they got some good minds there, experience too. But Loud currently winning the Pret battle, I would say.
Shoes on the other foot, Fnatic. Again, footsteps all around sand, making sure that they just pump a bit of noise into it, and it causes Loud to use a bit of that util in response. Still, it's a deep A main push, and Loud with these two players. You can see Aspas and Kawazin. They're disrespecting it for now, holding these angles. Prowl around the sides. In the middle of this, yeah, faking that presence. It looks like B was their goal, but this is going to be such a tough site to break through. Dog broken, and now they're alerted to it. Les will fall. Major, major pick. And none of that util is going to be helping them out to push them back. It's a fast pivot, a call made, straight into C. Sadak has to be the man. The man of the hour. Prowler latches on still, but again, Fnatic, they waited out.
This is such a strange move. Fnatic under time pressure again.
They're grasping.
They wanted to get back into C, knowing that there was no nanoswarms there, and now they have to re-hit 25 seconds.
It's so uncertain, but it's skipping a hop over it. No way! Shut down! Spray down! It's all Sad Hack. Angle watch for pure reflexes, pure precision. And the ace is denied, but I think he's okay with it.
इतना कंफ्यूज है VCT का भी.
What a potential turning point in this series Split was. I feel like the first couple of maps, Sadak was completely mentally overwhelmed with trying to deal with what Fnatic were throwing at him. But after Split, the preparation is all there. Sadak doesn't have to worry as much about countering his opponent's game plan, and instead can just get back to fragging as we expect from this guy. His individual form has improved so much compared to the first couple of maps. The team captain for Loud has truly woken up and answered the call.
Stalwart defender. Prowler misses from Leo. Maybe a sign of a bit of a blunder there, but...
So after Durka was having his ult orbs loaded up, he had that, you know, fateful failure into the C site with his ult. Since then, they've been loading ult orbs onto Leo. So there's going to be a play off the Nightfall in this round.
A delicate dance yet to have. Pressure now being applied. Straight into tree. Fnatic not messing around. Nightfall cleaves its way. Scatters across. Latches onto one.
And look at how they leave a couple of players back. Chronicle and Alpha playing very reserved post-plan positions. That's what I would have wanted to see Loud do in the first half.
The retake. Durga's position here is common to be pre-fired. He has to play this on an off angle as the smoke fades. It's only 1-for-1. But is it going to be enough? Damage certainly being done. Lockdown still in play. And this has to be respected. Far back enough that there's still going to be options availability.
And again, the important player here to deal with is Sadak.
And Sadak, anchor around the side, 2! Spike though, not being defused, but angles watched for Leo. He's still a threat into the 1v1, and no more time, surely, whatsoever. The top of it, and he is just far too clean.
Leo once again delivers them another round, but it's the time pressure. Loud having to wait for so long as Les's lockdown was triggered. Whenever there's a lockdown retake happening, you gotta clear that breakable door position. Sadak almost gave them an opening to be able to win. But look at Leo, look at how unfazed he seems. This guy's 19.
He was not worried.
Playing in his first grand finals against the defending champions of Valorant. And I've not seen a flicker of doubt on his face.
With 7,000 fans against you. Feels like he's been born, molded for this kind of battleground.
I do like that Fnatic have adapted to try and take Rubble early. It pulls people away from B and C and allows maybe a pivot back there later on in the round. Now, I mean, we can see that Aspas is set up on a really dangerous line with the operator. So Fnatic's best bet might just be to try and shove this into 3 defenders on A.
Layers of utility. That dog is spotting the most. And that's all the info gained.
Wow.
How do you get around this one?
They pop the Viper's Pit and rotate players to B, anticipating the pivot from Fnatic. It doesn't look like it's coming.
Lockdown, close into the corner. Anything to break this one, it will clear that Viper's Pit. Sadak really forced to respect this one. Has to back away. Rejoins the rest of his team, but the pit will fall off the back of that one. Nana Swarms, buying time. Seeker broken up close, that's Durka who wanted to take the fight to them. One round is ahead, Cosmic Divide. It splits them up, but Les has dropped down into the back of the site, into the pit. In the midst of all of this one, it's a pop flash play, and fully blinded up. Durka can't manage it. Loud with 2. Making their way across now, the scale is in action. The run and gun between the wall, back and forth. In the 2v3, Aspas wins his fight. And Chronicle, is it planted for you? It is, but it matters not.
Loud had to fend off a reverse sweep against them, an attempt at one at the very least. So recently. They know it's doable. And they're in control here on Lotus. Barring a response from Fnatic, it looks like we're heading to map 5. Fnatic are going to be forced to take an eco. Loud on the precipice of getting to 11 on the board.
That would be huge. Deep angle. Horn reveals Aspas. The disrespect shown, though. He still wants the angle. In fact, he wants a bit more. Look at him pushing deep up through C as Fnatic look to threaten the rest of A. But this gives good knowledge. Loud can force a lot of their players to rotate around, containing towards B and A.
I mean, what is going to happen here if the rotating door between B and C opens? Aspas retreats just a little bit. But I think the game plan for Fnatic is more so about getting ults online, to be honest, more so than anything else.
Door broken. Kawazine to hold. Lovely shot from Alpha. Pushing, lurking, waiting their way in now. Plants. Able to push this back, so it's going to get that extra money in the bank.
If Fnatic want to secure this round, they need plays to be made. Alfiez got himself tucked into an advanced position. Spraying 2 down with the Spectre would be surely more than they can hope for, but Boaster's ready to help.
And clears. Holds his ground, and the angle watch for. No funny business. 2 walls in Chronicle's face. It's not planted for him. And the defuse just being stuck. Full peace of mind for Loud, and that 11th round is theirs.
Loud are 2 rounds away from taking us to a 5th map. We said earlier their history was guaranteed to be made today. It was absolutely guaranteed. Chronicle either lifts a trophy as the second, the first time ever that a player has lifted 2 trophies, or Loud get the back-to-back. However, I did not see it potentially happening in also a reverse sweep.
Hopefully there's enough pages to record that kind of narration.
Fnatic is still going to have something to say about it. Their attack sides have been slow and ponderous so far. Boaster needs to increase the pace. It's all well and good having a meticulous game plan, picking every ult orb up, stressing the defenders out. But there needs to be time on the clock to actually get the spike down, get into comfortable territory.
Flash round aside. Positions known, and a cascade will push back Fnatic further.
4 players ready to collect on C.
Sadak getting away with it there. Spots it out. But a spike grouping up. Bodies there. Fnatic trying to keep their options open, of course. They've got players lurking through into B main, but now the util used. Flash, boombot.
30 seconds, Bren, again.
It's just running too low.
And they've not put pressure anywhere else other than C.
It's looking like Loud for the slam dunk to get that 12th round, to get map point. But now the pressure's applied, and now the call gets made. Move forwards. With the rest of the team spamming those common angles, but guess what? Ultimate's waiting, and Kawasi, no stranger to it. Running all the way around, running rings around them. Everyone drops, and everyone falls. Alvier just to survive with bated breath, but he is being collapsed upon. Unbelievable. Loud, pushed to their limits. Bloodied and bruised throughout this entire lock-in tournament. They find themselves up against a very demonic Fnatic squad. Claiming the first 2 maps, it was looking almost over, but they have wrangled it back into control. And 1 step removed from bringing us to that 5th and final map.
Dash said it. What do you do? What do Fnatic do once they first get hit? Once that first punch lands, do Fnatic have what it takes to be able to rally back? At the moment, Loud are swinging.
Pure desperation. 2 players fall. Containment. Flick to the side. Aspas might be good for 2. Jiggling the movement. Everything to play for. And every player falling. Loud do it. Outstanding stuff. Allowed to bring it all the way.
And I was asking the veteran presences from Loud to step up, to set an example, to show to the rest of the team that comebacks like this are possible. That the match is never over unless you believe it to be so. And Les and Sadak have answered the call. They put up an unbelievable performance there on Lotus, both in terms of the calling, the fragging, the lurking, the anchoring, the shutdown. And this is going to 5. This is going to Icebox. The territory that I have no clue where this is going to end up. A great map for both sides. And form swinging like a chaotic pendulum currently.
Oscillating wildly, back and forth on the knife's edge. Loud respond to the call. They've well earned that 5th map. Pushed to the brink here in the grand finals. Both teams fighting all the way to carve out that page in the history books. And my God, has it been brilliant to watch. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Even more coming up. And you know you're not going to want to miss this.
Welcome back to Sao Paulo, where just 2 days ago, Loud shut down the reverse sweep attempt. Today, they find themselves trying to complete it, and they are now just one map away from doing so. Mimi, they've taken us the distance.
That they have. What a fantastic rally from Loud. And for the side of Fnatic, they were asked a question in this map. We've seen what they can do. We know that they are a good team on Lotus. We had no expectation of what would be brought out by the side of Loud. And for Fnatic, they failed to adapt. They failed to find the solution to that game plan, and now they're headed the full distance, and the reverse sweep is very possible.
2 hours ago, Fnatic was looking at the flawless tournament run to end this, and it looked so good. It looked like it was a damn near possibility when we went to split.
It looked like a surefire thing.
Now they're looking like they might be the first team to get reverse swept in history.
That would go back to the original narrative about this team a little bit, though, would it not? But yeah, I mean,
the very identity they've been trying to shake this tournament.
Exactly. They still have an out, though. They just need to be able to rebound from this Lotus loss. They elect to go there. They fall flat on it. Loud able to look very strong on both sides of that map.
Bala, once again, it's Les leading the charge here for this Loud squad on map number 4.
Yeah, and honestly, he was the engine to this reverse sweep getting started, right? He was the guy on Split who brought rounds like this back into it. Then on Lotus as well, he continued that same momentum forward, and I honestly think a major reason why Loud is still in this game is him alone.
Absolutely it is, and if you think back to Champions 2022, it was Les who helped get this team over the line to help them win their first championship. And here again, when they're up against the wall, he is performing to a level that is absolutely incredible and keeping them in this series. His lurks on the attacking side were excellent. The way that he was anchoring on the defense was perfect. And for Fnatic, they were really struggling in that map. It felt like consistently on that attacking side, they were letting that clock run down. They were kind of folding a little bit under the pressure and then running into these strong setups and getting mowed down by Loud.
It just feels like everything for Les is just firing on all cylinders. His decision-making, his crosshair placement, his reaction times, everything is incredibly on point for him right now, and Fnatic need to find a way to shut this guy down if they want to walk away victorious and hold that trophy.
So Les, the consistent top performer for Loud, but we had also put some onus on Sadak to pick it up here in this map on Lotus, and he did exactly that. He picks up our HyperX reflex moment for the day. In the grand final highlight, it belongs to him and him only.
Yeah, I think the casters, Bren and Josh, were talking about it really well. This guy was asked a monumental question. Can he bounce back from the week 2 maps that he started off? The first 2 maps, very weak for him, especially Fracture, where he was asked to play the Raze, and then Split. He starts going back a little bit, the mind games start going. He looks like he has answers to Boaster. And then on Lotus, he looks like a completely new man. He's back to the normal roles, and he's calling like a beast.
Yeah, that he is. Sadak, he managed to answer that question, but now that same onus is being put onto Boaster heading into map number 5. He was the guy in charge. He was making the perfect calls in the first 2 maps, and now he's struggled to find that solution. And here on Icebox, which is where we're headed next, a map that used to be Fnatic's absolute bread and butter, there is that big question. Is it enough? Will Boaster be able to come up with a plan to win this series?
And I have to continue to bring back up Icebox for Fnatic against 100 Thieves, right? It was a amazingly solid start, and then it fumbled, and then it looked like 100 Thieves was going to bring back the entire map, and they had a miracle round to save it, but there was still the question, is there actually going to be Fnatic succumbing to the pressure? And I think right now, with this pressure of the reverse sweep happening,
Icebox, the decider, I think, again, both teams should feel confident on the map. It's more a question of the confidence they're feeling in the moment because it's the pressure moment. It's the biggest stage you played on. We're heading into our Prime Gaming Agents Select, Achilleos. This is it. All cards on the table here. You're making your final run. You're bringing out those strategies. If you got something special, this is the time to show it.
And there's so much pressure on both of these teams right now. For the side of Loud, you've got being able to pull off that reverse sweep for the first time here in front of the home crowd, getting that back-to-back trophy. For Fnatic, it's about not losing out in this series when you had such a strong, consistent start, not falling back into the trap of just being able to drop these series and not being able to win championships. There's pressure on both sides.
They go back to the composition that I think kind of defined this team in 2022. This was their best map then. They played fantastically on this map of Icebox. And now here, with a new roster, with the same expectation of winning a tournament, they have to prevent this reverse sweep, or Loud is about to make history.
Yeah, this one's really interesting. I think, yes, they started to lose that lead against 100 Thieves, but what we saw in that was a lot of strategy, was a lot of attempts from Boaster, from Mini, from the team to work on the executes that they had, and it was a lot of new stuff, not just what was happening in that old composition that Mimi you're referencing. So I think there's still a lot left in the tank, but they have to find a way to siphon it out.
History will be made here today. Either way, this is it. The grand final, map 5. The winner brings their region an extra spot at Masters Tokyo in June. Let's send it back to our casters. Here's Bren and Sideshow.
What a way this series has gone backwards and forwards. It's been on a nice edge at times, but ultimately history will be made here today.
Yeah, and this crowd has got every penny of what they paid for. I mean, an absurd match so far that can only end in an absurd outcome. It really doesn't matter which way this map goes. Like the desk was talking about, something historic is bound to occur. You either get the back-to-back winners in front of the home crowd, pulling off the first reverse sweep in VCT history, or you get Fnatic defying the choking narrative, hoisting their trophy, and Chronicle becoming the most decorated player that we have in the game.
And so here we go. Icebox is the staging ground. And it will be one final fight between both of these teams.
You couldn't find a better map for it. You really couldn't. Both of these teams have such great ideas here. Home ground for Fnatic, but it's been Loud that impressed me the most.
The decision's made. Pushing all the way deep. They want to take Snowman control. And a kill found for them with Boaster falling. None of that Viper util is going to be useful or used. How do Fnatic respond? Rifle, oh my goodness, sheriff shots ringing. No kills claimed, Dart. Late to be broken, but it is that pivot, and a wedge is being driven, it's up to Sadak. What a containment, and what a kill to claim. Loud taking the pistol.
And what a time to get a flawless pistol as well. Loud have been able to answer back with some of these towards the end of the series. At one point, only 1 out of 5 pistol rounds won. But they look absolutely immaculate there. And that's a demonstration of why I think their attack rounds have looked so clean. The way they use the Harbor and the Viper adds so many different layers into this. Sometimes they flash through the Viper wall. Sometimes they take deep control on the site. Many different layers.
Surely Durka doesn't get out of that.
I mean, they're just going for something aggressive early, but Durka is not going to get away with it.
Not a single misstep. Loud are hoping to have a clean closeout, but Boaster has something to say about it. Running and gunning, moving his way forward, still alive in the fight, and doing significant damage. Flash play into the back though, and it's corralled him. Loud with all the control, all the weapons.
Fnatic mentally have got to hold on in this series. Playing into the crowd is not that difficult at the start, when things are even or when you're winning. There's some satisfaction the players get out of silencing them. But at this point, when you in your own mind know you're letting the series slip, the crowd's response just serves to heighten that. It's not an external pressure, it's the amplification of that internal pressure that everyone on Fnatic already feels.
That nervousness. And this round has to be a big one. Fnatic, they're to prove that they can stand and go toe-to-toe, not crumble under those expectations and that pressure. This is the one to win, Durka.
That's a wide
wasted,
swing.
Really wide, and he doesn't give up his space.
He's looking for information because the turret went down. Les already finding value in the Killjoy head-to-head, winning a bit of the info game, forcing the drone to come out from Leo and pulling people away from A. Can Sadak find the timing to pull the trigger here?
Trailblazer held, Kawazin.
Moves forwards. Sage Wall, a bit of a gap in the play, but ahead taken clean off. Durka holding that high ground position now, a bit of maneuvering. Great dart, pushes them back once more, and you've got to be kidding me! An overheat in the moment, but still maybe Chronicle can salvage it. There was a flash play to set that one up, but running out of ammunition, running out of bullets, it matters not. 3 in the round, 2 years to remain.
And what a round from Chronicle that is. The play from Durka set up with his swing. And then Chronicle claims another. Already though, I think you're witnessing the level of confidence and swagger that Durka is going to bring. He considers this map his playground. And as the time ticks down on 2Es, Fnatic claim their first.
And getting that round on the board, so damn important. Dissuade those narratives. Fraudnatic, chokenatic, whatever you want to call them, whatever you want to label this team. Getting that one on the board is going to do a lot for the mental.
It definitely is. Look at this play though, using the distraction of Durka to be able to collect one, and then that spray control is immaculate. Immaculate from Chronicle. Everybody else on Fnatic is hunting for their first trophy. Chronicle looks hungrier than almost everybody, going for the second.
If Fnatic can do it, if they can deny the reverse sweep, they can claim that title. It's Chronicle who's making the history books. It's him that's going to be the first player to lift 2 titles.
Durka left on his own. A little bit of a flash bait. Durka is going to find it very difficult to get aggressive in the early round because of this cascade. Always going to be up in his face. We saw Buzz struggle with it too. But Durka not so easily dissuaded.
Out in the open, my goodness. Shot connects, but that's an instant reply.
Insane confidence though, isn't it? Loud need to look to punish him early so that Durka starts to play a little more passive. With Kawanzine falling, the threat of a flash through the smoke, a flash through the Viper wall, is not there over towards B. But the pivot, called by Sadak, everyone returns to him over on the A side.
Presence shown, Util drop down. Loud are making it more than aware that they are scaling into it.
Aspas is so far away from this hit.
Yeah. All the way back on B. He's going to be that last final piece of the puzzle. But a spike denied, there's no time left. Good 12 seconds. Spike in their hands, and it is Aspas who has to do the most, and he does. Distraction in the play, and the pieces get picked up. The round gets salvaged with the spike down. It's a post plan. Chronicle move forwards, can't quite take the fight and win it.
Alfia's still got a chance here. Sadak and Les are very weak. Does the lockdown get invested? Yes, it does. Huge investment from Sadak. Alfia, he's got half.
Sticking! Nothing afforded, no time! Half onto the fuse! You've got to be kidding!
What is that? What an absurd round. How Aspas got that much value on the flank, I'll never know. And how on earth does Alfia get that and bring things down to milliseconds, the difference?
That's how close that was. Hair's breadth away.
But you got to put full focus forwards. Durka's looking for an early fight again. He's got a hero rifle in the round. Fnatic normally are unassailable on their defense side. Sometimes their attacks don't look as solid, but defense side of Icebox, they are usually immaculate. And so far already getting tested.
Everything to play for. Viper Orb stopping the approach, no one watching top nest. No kills on either side, but the Cove gets brought down, and Durka, he finds one. Great opener. Dash disengage, Aspas tries to play his life here. The weaponry's not ideal. Util now to try and buy some time. A bit of spam as well. Chronicle was aiming to get 2, but Durka, poster, run and gun. It's pure chaos. RNG in the moment. And what can be done from this? Durka with 3. Another tap though. It's on a knife's edge. So tenuous. War broken. Players falling. And Aspas, he has to back away. He cannot afford to fight it. He knows he's lost the battle.
What an absurdly... I mean, back-to-back rounds that are just bonkers.
Durka is a maniac.
He's an animal.
How is he getting 3 kills in that round?
He was the only player with a big rifle in the round. I mean, Leo had a bulldog as well, but the opener is ludicrous. The kill on Sadak is pretty clean too. And he's just peeking with all the rest of Fnatic as they swarm. You see how fast they were on the retake there? As soon as the spike got planted. Sadak didn't even have enough time to throw his nanoswarms before Chronicle was trying to defuse.
Disrespect showcased. All the way through into B main. No one from Fnatic going to be meeting this one, but they've got the util.
It's so deep from Sadak.
Push all the way up, knives. Surely positioning's known. Sadak, does this get cleared? It has to, surely. Leo, half clearance, off angle. And he's doing enough damage, he's buying enough time. Reckoning, that's going to assist. Plant will fall. Will this go down? Dart in the back. Great to supplement. Durka, this guy's unleashed. Nothing to tether him back. Dash, still active. And he wants to make the most of it. Rez going to be committed, brings it back up. Player advantage for them. A dodge, a skip around, wall up in their faces in the cloud burst. It's getting dangerous, and it's getting more than that. Looking like the round win.
Every time you feel like one of these teams should have the advantage based on the economy or the early picks that they're generating, it can turn in a moment. Les once again proving his stability on this roster. He has stepped up along with Aspas. Aspas has been so quiet in this series, and now bringing it to Durka.
Durka putting out that challenge. The title of the King of Icebox. He wants to hold it down. Of course, Loud happy to contend, happy to bring the fight to them. Boaster, close angle here, held with the Viper's Pit. Might be looking to use it.
Kawanzin taps the plant, waiting for a reaction, baits in Alpha, yeah, and they punish.
Updraft dash, Durka gains nothing.
It was a great idea, but he just can't land the shots. And in the meantime, Les has taken everything from them. He's pickpocketed them from A.
The back of the site, Durka. One more blade in his hands. How does he contain? Fires wide. And the call is made already. Spike steadily making his way now over towards A. Alarm bot close, broken, and Durka spammed. Where does the weaponry hold? How do they win this? High ground angle, Aspas. He sees everything.
And you can smell the Fnatic crumble happening in this first quarter of Icebox. And for these fans in the arena, they are fully feeling it for Loud. It's the manner in which these peaks are happening. Rushed from Fnatic, opening up space on the other side of the map. Loud are one step ahead, the pressure being applied, the individual ability too.
At this point in the series, no more questioning of Loud's resilience, of their grit, determination to take it all the way. They want to carve out their spot. They want to be that back-to-back team to take a title.
And so far, it feels like map 5 in Loud DRX, where Loud were able to summon something extra, another gear when their team needed it the most. And they put the pressure on their opponents who crumbled. Fnatic are taking a timeout as Mini tries to reinforce the squad. Boaster speaking words of confidence to the rest of the team too. They have been within a fingertips distance of this trophy all day. To see it snatched from their hands on Icebox of all maps, where Fnatic are definitely the greatest team of all time on this map. There is no one else that comes close. This is Fnatic's playground, Durka's playground, and so far, they're getting destroyed.
Fight taken. That's confidence. The kind of response you need, but Sadak, oh, not willing to let it go for free. And
it's a great trade.
Is immediate with the Seekers, spamming it down. Durka getting so much done, but maybe overstays himself. That welcome, no longer.
Look how much value they're getting out of the high tide. It becomes impossible for players at Snowman to swing and help. Durka tries to make a play, but he's completely on his own. There is no one there that can help. This harbor is getting so much value.
And a regroup. 3v3, rifles in the hands of everyone. Could come down to just singular moments. Glimpse in time to turn the tide.
Loud are not afraid to call a rotate sometimes in rounds like this. And oh my God, Fnatic
Pushed
are going
up.
for an info push.
Boaster, wow, what a way to shut that down. Kill found, still no one's watching the angle of Sadak. The IGL with the most to do. Dipped in the end and a doubled up position. Fnatic, it's calm. It enters their camp off the back of the timeout.
Massive improvement from Fnatic in terms of how they dealt with that. The three players didn't rush things. They still allowed Durka to do Durka stuff at the beginning of the round. But when things got tense, they grouped up together and went for a coordinated play, re-pushing towards yellow, catching Loud off guard and creating an advantage for themselves where the pressure was on Loud to plant. There are so many ults in play here. Lockdown for both sides, Viper's Pit, natural counters to each other, you could argue.
There's no way. What is he spotting?
He's
Stray
just
bullets.
prodding them.
Oh my goodness. And this is an ankle watch for Durka. Where you looking, son?
What's going on?
Out in the open.
He's trapped.
It's amazing that he didn't end up falling. Chronicle's got his back though. Util there, back against the wall. Durka somehow comes up with the kill.
How did Fnatic go 2-2 there?
Leo, Hunter's Fury rips its way through. Aspas and less. Fnatic have answered back. We will not go down easily. Not into that distance, Knight. And we will not let this opportunity slip away from us. Viper's Pit though, less.
Does Alpha really have time to invest his ult here? I don't think so. Okay, they go for it anyway. The lockdown. But surely you can't wait another 6 seconds before you even start getting into the pit.
Try and clear this. Pressure on them. Lockdown destroyed. Counter spam. Is it there? No. And the pit remains up. Boaster falls. Lurk plays. Leo moves forwards, but he just doesn't have the right angle. Less than Aspas pulling this one back from the brink. Can you expect anything less? Rookies turn veterans.
All of these crucial rounds are going the way of Loud. Amazing play. So stable from them. The way that they navigate that pit, get the spam on the lockdown. And so many dangerous situations where Fnatic, you know, maybe even get away with too much, and Loud still come out on top. I think the massive difference maker so far, though, not that he's closing the rounds out, but Aspas is really delivering. He has been so quiet in this series so far. And all it takes is one player to step up, and suddenly, massive shift.
Matching the kind of performance that Durka loves to put on in a regular basis. 14-4.
And as long as Aspas and Durka are having a similar performance each, the rest of Loud looks like they've got it.
Forced into the angle by Durka. Shots going stray. Lovely bit of util though, Leo. I'm going to claim that one. That was a shot dart straight at the feet of Les.
I think it hit him in the eye.
Yeah. Even as the fight goes, they still don't have the weapons, so Fnatic are going to be struggling to make the most of this one. What's the call to be made? Loud. They push forwards, they push deep. Cove used, blocks up one of the angles, one of the avenues, and Boast, or I should say Chronicle, almost going down. Dart going wide. Maybe that panic again settling in. An extension to the round though as time goes their way. Fnatic though,
danger.
Returning fire.
Major danger here.
The pistols lighting these players up. Reckoning has to be pulled out, has to be used to contain, has to be used to shut down, and it's all slam dunk.
Loud 7-3 up. Getting huge value out of the Harbor pick. This new innovation in the meta. And on the maps where they've won, I'm thinking back to Split, where they're playing almost a revamped version of Fnatic's composition. Perhaps here it's the same. Loud have had a great read on the meta this entire tournament. Their compositional picks, the Harbor usage, the Sky from Cowanzine, it's all fired them forwards to this spot, this moment. Less on the lurk up tube as the rest of the players put pressure towards A.
Fnatic left wondering, where do we find that advantage? Where do we find that edge? And it's certainly not here. Aspas moves forwards, but a denial. Looks like of the plan. There was a spike being used. Durka has to respect it. Dash back. But Aspas is causing chaos, carnage. Right in the back line. Les was trying to lurk up and, well, dealt with. But Aspas, oh my goodness! Down to Alpha yet. It's scrappy. It's all over the place. But it's all in Loud's favor. 8th round claimed.
Fnatic dominated the first two maps. Loud looked like they were completely out. But this battle back has been supreme. And they are now in commanding control of the 5th and final map, the decider in the grand finals. Fnatic have had so many heartbreaking moments over the course of this team's history, with Boaster and Durka together. For them to lose this, it might shatter them.
A risk by Durka. A swing up in their faces, but he's met with a lockdown. Respect has to be shown. Still, he overstays it. Gets the one before eventually traded. Cove, a safe plant and an ult online. Cowanzine has the Seekers, and it's time to let them loose. Corralling, finding their targets, pushing forwards. Cowanzine, nothing left unsaid, nothing left untold. And it's just a collapse. Inexorable is the feeling. Loud with a 9-3 lead.
I have never seen an attack side like this on Icebox. Loud are reinventing the map. It's gorgeous to watch. They are in control, writing their own destinies, with both eyes firmly on that trophy in center stage.
What a difference. Loud, this commanding lead. Crowd all on their side. Let's send it down to the desk to break it all down.
Thank you so much, Bren. Loud have brought this series back from the brink of defeat to a 9-3 scoreline. First half Icebox, Mimi. It's all but one.
It is truly incredible what Loud has been able to achieve here. In front of their home crowd, they have made a run back that no one else has been able to do. And for Fnatic, under that pressure, we were waiting. Will Fnatic choke? Will they have that moment where they crumble? And under Loud's pressure, it's happening.
This is such a potentially legendary moment
for Brazil, for esports, for Valorant here that we're witnessing. And I think it comes down to Aspas really having a game. He's come alive in this final map, in this final attempt to take the trophy here. And against Durka too. This has been a head-to-head that we've been waiting for the entire series. It finally comes alive, and honestly, Durka's having a couple of fumbles. Fnatic entirely are having a couple fumbles, and Aspas is thriving in it.
I mean, some of the decision-making that we're seeing right now from Fnatic, from Durka in particular, has just been baffling, to be honest. They don't have somebody that can flash him in to really help escort him and get these aggressive picks, to be pushing through these smokes, pushing through these walls, but he's trying to go for it anyway, and oftentimes he's getting punished. I mean, look at that push out on, by Yellow. He doesn't have any updrafts, he's walled in, and then you just get...
A series split could have maybe gone a different way, but they come back, they rally back. Now they're on Icebox 9-3, one of their opponent's strongest maps, and they might just be able to make this reverse sweep happen in front of their home crowd.
And for Fnatic, this is potential tragedy.
This arena right now is a pressure cooker, and Loud are thriving in it. We're heading into the second half. History will be made. Bren, Sideshow, take it away.
History looks firmly on the side of Loud, and a tragic tale is being weaved as Fnatic so close yet so far.
It's been 643 days since they had that last chance in a grand final to lift a trophy. They've been to 5 global lands since then, 68 matches. And this has been their best chance. Durka and Boaster's lifelong quest. It does seem to be ending in that poetic tragedy. Everything is in favor of Loud to pull off our first BO5 reverse sweep in VCT history. To think that no one's pulled it off in almost 2 years of international play. Less overwhelmed though, as Boaster responds.
That creates that 4v4. It's up to Fnatic not to drop the ball now. Spike going to be planted, down over the top, relieving it. Still Sadak, lucky to escape. Snake bite at his feet, Kawazine with the heel. Still a wall in their face. Atuya's coming through. Cascade breaks it up, flash play, Boaster fully blind, and with every shot rattled, it feels like the nail in the coffin. Kills found, bodies fall. Alfia and Leo, they've been amazing. They've been immaculate. But this might just be too much. Aspas, 3 in a round, sticking the spike, pistol is theirs.
The difference of the feel of this series, from opening to close, there could not be a bigger contrast. Loud look on fire. Aspas 21-5. Les and Sadak right there as well. But Aspas and Sadak have woken up. They've remembered why they're here and what they need to do for their team. Fnatic are forced to force. They must invest into this one. 7-round deficit. They need a miracle.
They can feel it. Kind of pressure that most players will only experience maybe once in their life.
And if you start doubting yourself, it can spiral into a self-fulfilling prophecy here. And it may be too late for Fnatic. Loud are applying the pressure.
And a full rotation. Happy to commit the bodies to it. Spectre Bullets going wild, going wide. Kawazine, an opener with Boaster falling. It's a scramble, a mad dash to make the most of the round, but they are being collapsed, they are being swarmed. And Loud in control of their own destinies.
The second iteration of this Brazilian super team is on track to be just as good as the first. For this core of Aspas, Les and Sadak, I said it before, I'll say it again, they've only ever lost to 2 squads. And it does not look like Fnatic are going to join that elite group. Loud have only lost 4 series ever, all time in the history of this team. 34-4, looking to make it 35-4. 3 grand finals in the last 12 months. And the slight shake of the head from Boaster says everything you could possibly need to know.
The roar of the crowd, the reverberations and echoes and vibrations, they take a heavy toll, even amongst the best in the world.
This Fnatic super team is definitely going to have other chances. But Lock-In was looking primed to be theirs. And in a manner that we have never seen before. At the global VCT events, on the eve of the 2023 season, Loud looked to have ripped it from their hands.
Possibly paved their way brick by brick to the start of a dynasty. What a way to begin 2023. Claiming accolade after accolade. And with every player that falls, it just feels so damn difficult for Fnatic.
A flash play. Les getting confident.
Has to be punished. He gets out alive.
He's going to receive the heal as well. Kawanzin taking a bit of damage for it.
War forwards, close fight taken. Trades are there. Alpha, so much to do. Reset of the Spectre. Down to that 2v2. Can Fnatic survive? Pop flash is good. Kawanzin low. Taking a fight out in the open. This is unconventional.
Usually, I'd be talking about how, you know, the newer players like Kawanzin to the team need to be slowing down in those moments and not allowing the weight and the gravitas of everything to get to them. But with the 8-round lead that they have, I think they can throw that one away. Aspas with a Guardian and 7,000 Brazilian people behind him.
Spike planted, extends the round out, adds a couple of stray seconds. Fast updraft play, triggers the alarm bot, doesn't know where the players are. It's that crossfire, looking to clear as much as possible. Dash fade, still high ground taken. He's given a hop across and just guesses incorrectly. So, it's Fnatic that survive. If they are going to pull off the impossible, it has to be 1 round at a time.
Usually we would ask the question, right, Brent, at what point do we start to believe in the comeback? But I think the more important question really here is, at what point do Fnatic start to believe in any form of comeback? There's such an uphill battle for them to get back in the game. And when you look at them down on the stage, such a battle for them to get back into it mentally as well, I think. Loud are going to go for this buy. A Spectre on Kawanzin, everybody else with rifles in hand.
Dart will push him away from that forward approach. Drone on Fnatic. Looking to claim some space in the entirety of their team group. Done! Unless winning out a fight. Once more, taking it straight to Alpha here. Wall in their faces. Time to think. Time to brood. The emphasis is going to be on Fnatic. Wall beginning to be broken. Plan push back now to Seekers. It's every single element included into this game plan. Up top, angles watched for. Chronicle, stand up, wider swing, Leo's good. Half on the health, but still can't claim the kill. Down to that 2-on-2. The spike still not planted.
Same players left alive for Loud.
One falling, Turka. Disengages, spike in his clutches, and everything to play for.
Durka's going to be able to get a free plant, and the question is where he repositions to. He's got his pick of the litter.
He's never quite had a task like this ahead of him, Josh.
No. It's been a long time since Durka's been outplayed like this as well. Normally dominates the Jet matchup.
Aspas, 21 kills to his name. Looking to make it 22. Looking to put it on map point. Looking to put it on series point. Damage done though, Durka. That's good. Biding his time. Aspas, a bit of spam will do it. Trying to reset the aim. Wide swing. Flick of the wrist. Durka shuts it down.
Huge round for Durka to win. Another lifeline tossed to Fnatic. And Durka needs to be doing so much for this team if they have a hope. Because the team play is showing cracks. The mental is showing cracks. Fnatic still have a 6-round deficit to make up. Loud take a timeout, push down to the eco. They have 6 more attempts to be able to get a tournament point on the line. I'm not ready.
Used here, Josh.
I'm not ready for a comeback, Brent. I'm not ready.
I don't think my voice is either, but I'll do my best. 11-5, such a massive lead. The timeout maybe just being used to cool down. We're getting a bit panicked there, forcing into it, just trying to end it early.
Going for a lot of those early fights, yeah. And I think also possibly over-rotating. Stacking 4 players onto the A site, and then Aspas also joined, leaving that rotate back through for Durka late. Though at that point, it's a 1v1, and it's not like you can really cover the map. 4 players down here towards B. I've seen so many potential comebacks ruined by a gamble on a Thrifty.
And it could happen here. Loud move forward, steadily, slowly. But a rifle spam. It's Fnatic looking to try and contain it. Lovely. Alpha Yet making the most of this one, and the coverage, every single angle watched for spam. Any sort of threat of this getting out of hand looks like it's basically done and dusted. Less. Shot to find, but he is being squeezed, and it's low enough that slight breeze will put an end to that.
Sadak with a kill or a death is going to be able to get his ult online, and Loud taking the timeout, probably for mental reasons, like you said, Brent, just to keep themselves collected. But if it was for strategic reasons, it's going to be looking forwards here towards round 18. There's major ults to play with here. And Fnatic are normally going to build an attack side strategy that revolves around them. A lockdown push, maybe a deep Hunter's Fury onto the site. Either way, honestly, A or B. That's the style of Boaster's calling. He tends to build around the tools he has at his disposal. Can Sadak come up with an answer? We saw him pushed in the match against NRG and he came out on top, but my God, did he give it everything.
Aspas caught on to the tricks of the trade. He knew Durka was playing for that updraft plate. No bullets exchanged, no blades really being fired. Close drone, broken. I think want no part of B main. Gonna be evacuating.
And at this point, I'm wondering whether Les is going to reactively use his ultimate on A. Because currently, Loud are in full control of the B side. High tide goes down. Boaster doing a similar kind of lurk as we saw from Les in the previous half. Goes up, removes the turret. And here it is, a reaction. They know it's heading towards A.
Alfia looking like he wants to use this lockdown, clear that space out. That's in a deep position. No threat of any util, any ultimates to clear this one out.
Boaster watching the flank.
Watching for it, and he needs to get out alive. He needs to He's caused that extra level of threat, but right now he is being squeezed.
And also less detained.
Attempt of the punish inside the pit. Will we see it happen? It's a war being fought on multiple fronts. And water falling into the back of the side. It's Loud looking to reclaim that space. Tap on the spike. Hiding their position though, planted up into that top angle. Fnatic performing surgery with the way that they are executing these players. It's precise in nature.
Beautifully orchestrated. They have not given Loud any opportunity here. Boaster getting great value watching the flank. And then Alpha, tucking himself underneath, using the lockdown that he had invested to get into such a great spot. I asked the question earlier, Brent, at what point do Fnatic start to believe in the comeback? I think if they win the next round, the next rifle round that is, I could definitely see it happening.
Confidence getting back up. Alpha trying to keep the spirits high.
There's only a 4-round deficit right now. Already Fnatic have clawed their way back. And as long as they can dodge this Thrifty, the next rifle round could be everything.
Push to the limits.
Aspas has been such a demon, and he's got the Blade Storm.
What damage can he do? Sadak in the tube. Doubled up position, Fnatic looking to not give away any errors. Anything at all that will shift and turn that tiny, tiny buffer that they've got to work with against them.
Diligent there. Snake Bite, Shock Dart, used to clear the close cubby. High Tide, though, threatens a reposition. Fnatic are taking quite a while dealing with B. They still haven't cleared yellow. And nobody's taking space on the opposite sides in response to this. They've met resistance.
On top of the tube, though, looks like Durka setting up for it. Dash forwards. He's going to be that pincer. Another level to it, making sure that he attracts the attention. And all eyes are on him. Got to deal with this guy currently. Dodging, juking, waiting around these players, but as the util gets used, it's just giving Durka a target-rich environment. Everyone crumbling, everyone falling. And that short Aspas dropped down to 10 health. Disengages, dashes away, but the reactions are all in the hands of Durka, not to be outdone. We talked about that jet diff, we talked about Aspas having the map of his career. Seems like Durka was not happy with all the attention.
The way that Fnatic are using mid is showing why they're considered the best team in the world on this map. The greatest team that we've seen on Icebox. The flanks on flanks that they've got, the way that they're prodding and backstabbing, it's all been excellent. And I can tell you, there is a ripple of doubt, a ripple of unease circulating in this arena. It all comes down to round 20, I think, as to whether or not Fnatic's comeback will become a reality.
And a big investment. Operator. For Aspas to hold this angle. Team going to be holding his back, making sure that he doesn't get pressured from that left approach in B main. And Fnatic going to be diligent enough with the jump peak, making sure that every single corner is cleared. They have to win this round to try and make the most of it. Barely ahead, but the shot misses and goes wide. Aspas, not to be deterred, will still push and take that angle, still holding it, but it's a fast rotation. The call is made.
They don't actually have any space over towards A. Alpha has been playing very passively, just controlling if there was a push. So they have to go and take this space. Leo has kept his drone alive, though. They're going to be able to put pressure on. What a timing for that lockdown. And the lurk, it's stopped in its tracks.
Boaster not getting away with murder, not this time. And Fnatic forced into a corner.
This is tough, the time pressure. It feels like Lotus all over again.
25 seconds. Wall's not going to be broken, so it should be that plan. Now starting to come through. Reckoning, Hunter's Fury, everything at their disposal, and Durka pushes forwards, making the most of it. Pandemonium that strikes back. Close position, flank. Kawazine might be earning that kill, but Durka is doing so much, goes down. Oh my goodness! Down to the 2v3. Cove in play, gives him a bit of covering fire, but that's going to get spammed down. 2 years, half on it. A dodge and skip, out for the air, making sure to adjust the angles. And it's Fnatic who close in. A steady improvement, round after round.
That's 6 in a row right now. Pulling the gap close, forcing Loud onto another eco, and the game is on. The comeback's afoot. Look at that play. Gorgeous space found by Durka as he picks up 2 before falling to the snake bite. And slip-ups here. Loud cannot hold on their defense. The denial on the plant, despite the fact there was 25 seconds left, did not come through.
Did not matter.
Wall burnt early. Sorry, drone burnt early, I should say. And that was a tool that Leo had late into the round for the Prior.
Fnatic not out of that danger zone just yet, but my God, are they making a decent effort of it. They were looking dejected in the timeout.
And I think at this point, the players will truly believe. They've crossed that pivotal threshold where now you can see the horizon and it all becomes doable again. You've battled through the darkest times.
And now just a hair's breadth away. Both teams going to be keeping an eye on center stage with that trophy, the title, to try and lay claim to it. Both teams giving it all they've got.
It's a great high tide there from Tui's. You can see how much time he's put into this agent. Got some really solid ideas. Could this one get sticky? Does Loud have enough players around here stacking 5 on that even with bad weaponry, they could cause problems?
Pushing forwards, it's a deeper play, wall across, but still the fight. It rips through with bullets landing. Boaster, he has to plant. In the middle of all of this, he does. Extend the play, extend the round, but he gets his team in a much more winnable scenario.
4v3, there's always the safety of the pit if he chooses to invest it, but he would love to save that for round 22.
Durka in a really precarious spot. As the walls fade away, Loud now make it even. 3 on 3, Viper's pit, drop down, off to the side, Leo! Right into the smoke. Blessed by RNG, it's divine intervention, and it might just come down to it or not. Fnatic. One round will stand between them, pulling off the impossible.
It's an expensive one though. The fact that Boaster felt pressured enough to have to invest the Viper's pit takes away a pretty crucial win condition for them in the next pivotal rifle round. We talked earlier about how important some of these eco swing rounds were, but now it feels like Loud are in their last chance. This map has been a mirrored microcosm of the series overall. Loud in absolute commanding form in the first half. Never a doubt that they were going to be able to win this. And Fnatic have clawed it back.
In these players' careers, you're never quite going to be tested like this. It's a rarity. Pushed to the limit. Map 5 in a best of 5, everything to play for.
Aspas spoke earlier in the interview saying that he wanted to set an example, wanted to become a legend. For all of these players, that opportunity is now. One big play, one clutch, one crucial entry could be all it takes.
All the way here, round 22. The Jet battle, that head-to-head. Durka, he's not willing to give up that title.
Look at the stack from Sadak here. The call to put 4 players on A early. And then pivots away, puts an alarm bot in mid, looking to limit Boaster on his lurk. But everything about this round makes it look like a clash in A. Now Fnatic move back. Have they somehow sensed the stack on the A side, despite everything being quiet on the Eastern Front?
Breaths, drone to clear, respect shown. Aspas has to do that.
No, from Boaster, it's merely a feint back to B. This battle is going to be fought on A. And Loud, by virtue of either some crazy read or sheer luck, have got their players in the right position to fend it off. This could be it for the tournament, for the title, for the trophy.
Flash for info. Shock dart to clear. Lockdown, close. No tools in the back pocket of Loud to try and break this one. Players have to respect it. Let's walk back away here. Nanoswarms. Playing the inevitable as the plant will start to go down now, but still, something's got them in a tizzy. Can't quite get the spike down. Chronicle now starting to stick it because time is running low. 12 seconds. Wall breaking. Now making the most of it tonight. It's less. Comes down to it. Him and Aspas. What can they do? Time running so damn low. But just enough milliseconds.
And all put into the hands of Aspas. Leo with a falling phantom shot as well. But Aspas with the world on his shoulders.
The mantle and responsibility. Can he turn the tide of this? Turret clear, doesn't know the positioning. So much to do, so much to watch for. Durka leaves his feet hanging, an easy target. But time running low, and Fnatic know all they have to do is wait. All they have to do is buy that extra time. And as the spike ticks down, Alfie comfortable in his mind, comfortable in the presence, knowing that they have drawn even.
One of the greatest comebacks that I have seen on Icebox. Fnatic normally dominate their defense side. Loud barreled them over. But Fnatic's ability to work the map, run these backstabs, and set up post plants for each other has been immaculate. And also little moments like that don't hurt whatsoever, do they? Loud are now forced to take an eco and play for overtime. What an insane shift in this series. Fnatic are in the driver's seat.
Thought it wasn't possible, yet here we are. Fnatic silencing the doubters, silencing the naysayers, but it's not over yet. Couple more hurdles left. You know that Fnatic are going to be raring for it. Their story is one of tragic moments over and over again. The last 2 years, players like Boaster hunting for that trophy, coming so close to the first ever LAN event that we held in Valorant. And now we can taste it.
The stack is set up. Sadak finds the first, and there is no lurk play, no return back.
That was Zine.
If they go for this pivot, Cowan Zine
oversteps himself, wide angle, gets out with his life.
And gets all the information, but Boaster knows that, and they're going to go for a re-hit on B. He's anticipating these rotates to have moved, and Loud have. They've relinquished a little bit of that pressure. Trailblazer sees nothing on A, though, and these players return to B.
War falls, though. Was it caught properly? Resetting through. Rifles carries them forwards, but it doesn't win them around, not just yet. 2 on 2.
Aspas and Cowan Zine again for the third time in this map to try and convert a 2v2.
Tags him. Aspas low. Nanoswarm almost taking him out, but 10 seconds ticking down. The spike will be planted. An extension once more. Updraft. Aspas hunting for information, hunting for a glimpse, a glimmer. Anything to make this doable. A tap on the spike. Aspas! Jet Force. It's all down to Alpha yet. Noise everywhere. The double swing! Spray down! Unbelievable!
And a groan of absolute disbelief from everybody in the building as Alfie pulls off an absurd 1v2 to take his team to the very brink. This round should not have been close, though. Loud on an eco. And Loud have one shot, one chance at stopping the magic like that. Look what it means to these guys. Durka telling the crowd to shut up.
You can feel it. It's palpable. It's in the air. Fnatic taking destiny into their own hands, wrestling it away from Loud. Tepid is the approach on Belt. Leo just backs away, taking a bit of a tickle of damage.
कितने जने 1 2 3 3 अरे भाई
Title. Fnatic looking to stop them. Attack side. Dash active from Turkey. This guy has been a maniac. Psychotic at times with the way he's been playing. The confidence in this moment.
It's the same kind of round, actually, that Loud ran against them. Boaster's positioning. Surely this is too late.
Surely it is.
Everything on less.
Alarm bot spotted. Right down the middle. Less is lined up and set up, yet still Chronicle lands the shot. Sadak stunned, and he's still, no one watches. Spike to the side, Loud are doing it.
Fnatic respond though, 10 seconds on the clock.
And do they have time? Spike up to the side, picks it up, there's a gap in the play. And with the wall down, he gets the plant. Can't be denied, breaks a portion. And still it's down to Boaster, the IGL. Can he do it? All up to him, all down to this, and it's not gonna be the case.
Boaster giving his shot to earn that trophy there with a 1v2. And Loud used the advantage that they had generated to pull themselves to overtime. Truly, could it have ended any other way?
Stretch to the distance. The crowd on their feet. A lifeline has been purchased as we head into OT.
Loud looked absolutely impeccable on their attack side. That's where we're going to start things. Durka pushed away by the Cascade early. Fnatic had tried to generate early picks all throughout their defense half. None of them really worked. High Tide used though, and it's not an aggressive one. Does not purchase very much space on site. So Fnatic already offered a bit more space on the defense than they had in those first 12 rounds.
To Gathering. Less is to be the backstab. Down mid. But the rest are Loud. Make sure that they can creep and crawl and right into the line of sight. Turka will not let that go unpunished. Big flash play through, and it's a collateral.
Durka runs Icebox. If you want to win this trophy, you got to go through him. What a difference this round. An absolute shutdown, surely. Aspas cannot be allowed to do this one.
25 health. Dashes to the side, revealed. Positioning known, Spike out of reach. Moving forwards, Util out, but the shot guard does it.
A one-for-one trade that Leo will be perfectly happy with.
Oh my God.
Fnatic get their second tournament point. Last time they made it to a grand finals, they were nowhere near any tournament points. A 0-3 loss to Sentinels at Masters 2 Reykjavik all the way back. The dawn of time, essentially, in Valorant history. Well, here they are. They stand once more on the precipice, on the brink.
One round. It's all it'll take. It stands between Fnatic and lifting that trophy. Long time coming for a lot of the players on this EMEA super team. And with that singular round, it'll be Chronicle who makes history. The first player to claim 2 titles. And Loud look to deny, look to scrap, scrape, push their way into the limits of OT.
It's another well-timed cascade, actually, and Sadak's called a good rotation. In terms of getting the defenders in the right spot, Sadak has been doing his job as the IGL on defense. But they actually can't stop these backstab plays from coming through. And the post plants, that's where the nightmare's been had for Loud.
Grouping up. A fight is inevitable. And so are Fnatic. Dash forwards to the side, slow warp, supplements. Dirk are able to take this fight, but it's a little bit labored, a little bit strained. Dart lining them up, re-swing, swings down, spray down! And everyone falling, everyone collapsing. It's deafening, a gloom enters the arena. As Fnatic, they can feel it. Inexorable, inevitable, however you want to call it.
With one player left to go, Fnatic have essentially got this one all tied up. One round away.
And the fight is over. 14-12, denying the reverse sweep. Fnatic, they pull off the impossible.
What insane mental resilience from this squad. To be able to battle back, deny the trophy in front of the home crowd. And as Boaster said earlier, a trophy was taken by Loud on Turkish soil, and so Alpha will respond. Boaster and Durka complete their long, winding journey towards a trophy, and Chronicle becomes the first player in the history of Valorant to have 2 titles. What a squad. What a story. And what limits they were pushed to.
32 teams whittled down to just these 2, and Loud be sent home. Respectable effort. Fnatic, they had to work for it. I think that might be an understatement.
Loud had so many chances, and they will be horribly disappointed that they let a lead, 11-3 was it, slip through their fingers. Absurd situation. An unreal comeback from Fnatic. But we will see Loud return. Perhaps not in Brazil. But this squad has certainly got more to give in the future. The winners today, though, much deserved. It's been 643 days since that loss to Sentinels, 68 matches, their 5th global LAN, and finally, Boaster and Durka can put their hands on a trophy.
Overwhelming emotions, not just in the crowd as they were denied that trophy, but Fnatic. With pride, they lift that trophy high above their heads. The goal that they set out for so long. Durka, Boaster, it's finally theirs, obtained.
And all of that working out at the gym finally paying off.
Magnificent.
And I'm sure it tastes just as sweet the second time for Chronicle. What an insane addition those 2 new players have been. Leo and Chronicle have added so much to this squad. For both of these teams, I was not expecting them to be at this spot. With only a couple of months of practice heading into lock-in, both teams looked so refined. The ideas, the teamwork, the individual talent, there in droves.
Truly pushed to the absolute limit. As he said once before, we'll say it again, Chronicle, defining history, defining that moment for him. The only player to ever lift 2 trophies.
And what a player to do it. Last year was a disaster for him. He lost out by 2 milliseconds to Fnatic and failed to make LAN. left as a free agent in the offseason too. A player that at one point, at the end of 2021, had an argument for best player in the world. I don't know who the MVP of this tournament ends up being from the Fnatic side. I think Les had an insane game. Leo started out. The first two maps were completely dominated.
And it was just incredible. I've never seen a man possess more than Durka. Took matters into his own hands. Destiny. It was right for the taking for a team like Loud, but Durka, oh man, not to be outdone.
And I think too, you have to give such credit to Boaster for finally overcoming those demons. You saw on his face the heartbreak and the feeling of inevitability that he had let another opportunity slip him by. You could see that written on his face during the timeout. And look at what they were able to achieve. His attack side calling was sublime. Sure, there were some moments where the clock ended up being his worst nightmare. But in general, that attack side was a masterclass.
EMEA granted that additional spot at Masters Tokyo. Fnatic to cheer for that. The energy, look at that. The watch party, gotta be getting late.
And remember that this is only the beginning. This isn't really, truly part of the Partnership League system that Valorant set up. This is a one-off spectacle, an unbelievable single elimination tournament from which Fnatic emerge victorious, not undefeated, though it looked like that in terms of their maps. But my God, they come out on top and set up for a wonderful series of stories to follow over the course of 2023.
Yeah.
The future is so bright for Valorant.
It really